like it helps. Oh, we are live.
Oh, I think yeah, we are live. So can I share? I mean, is it the same link that you shared with us that I can share with my friends and family?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The same link that is in the group, right?
Oh no, that is for if they want to join the thing. But I think if you
Okay.
want to share the link with your family and friends, just go to YouTube and yeah,
Okay, cool. I'll just do that.
yeah.
Wow,
Hi, Naman.
Yes, Rachel.
How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing good evening.
Hey, your audio is a little disturbing. I mean, it's a little distorting. So
Uh,
yes,
One second. I changed to the PC. Is it better now?
yes, it is much better. Yes.
Oh, Neha is all set and ready with the setup and the jersey. It's great.
Yes, with the India jersey.
okay. आवाज आ रही है?
Yes,
हाँ,
yes,
Kumail.
barabar.
Okay, finally, the only thing I could do was move closer to the router, so I hope that this remains.
Yeah.
अच्छा, और अरहम को मैंने
Hello.
ले लिया अपने साथ. Uh,
Hello guys.
Hi,
Hi.
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 उतार दो.
Huh. So, how are things there? Excitement, buzz.
All good. I just saw a video of someone on Twitter that
Yeah.
the ground is fast. It's fast filling right now, so
Hmm.
the
I mean,
excitement is
imagine,
yeah.
yeah, imagine the tickets getting sold in like 5 minutes of it going live, no?
Right.
I, I
And
can't
India
even wait to
Pakistan
see
is
how the
always
tickets. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Srijan.
yeah. Sorry. So India Pakistan is always an exciting match purely because we don't meet so often, and that builds the excitement. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this match. We try
Absolutely.
to convey the message, right? So yeah.
It's very true. Oh, I guess Kumail is back.
yeah.
Hi, guys.
Uh, अच्छा यार,
Hello.
sorry for all of this. ये सही उसी वक्त पे ना बराबर वो खराब होना था. अच्छा तो क्या चल रहा है? हेलो नमन, आई थिंक दिस इज नमन और शीजन के साथ, तो दिस इज आवर फर्स्ट टाइम.
हाँ.
So why don't you guys introduce yourself? I think नेहा का तो हम कल साथ एक इंस्टा लाइव भी कर लिया हमने छोटा सा.
हाँ.
तो
So
Okay, Srijan,
Naman, do you
why
want
don't
to
you
go
go ahead?
first? Okay, you go first. No problem.
Okay, so I'm Naman Samtani. मैं कानपुर से हूँ. That's my hometown. And past 3 years I lived in Bangalore, and currently I'm back home in Kanpur. क्रिकेट हम सब आप सबकी तरह बचपन से ही देखते आ रहे हैं. बचपन से ही सोचना अभी कुछ सालों पहले ही चालू किया है, और थोड़ा बहुत सोच के आज यहाँ बैठे आप सभी के साथ. तो let's enjoy the match today and hope we have a great game, and I definitely sure that we'll have a great discussion.
Yeah. So, hi guys, this is me, Srijan, and I recently completed my graduation in Bangalore, like Naman, and I am based in Chennai. So, yeah, so after the graduation, I'm back here in Chennai, and for me, cricket is something that's always been a part of my life. 2011 World Cup was the first time that I watched cricket, and then thereafter it was a constant journey of me learning the game. Though I've never played the game as a profession, I really like watching the game. I really like thinking about the game and talking about the game. So it's been such a journey that it's always been rewarding. And for me, I think my day starts with cricket and I ends with cricket. So it's been a happy journey for me personally. So really looking forward to this collaboration, and I'm glad we're doing this together.
I guess there's still some distortion on their end.
Yeah, I guess my camera is not straight. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, sure, yeah. And talking about the 2011 World Cup, I think Arham has put the Pakistan jersey of the 2011 World Cup, which I found very fascinating.
Yeah, actually. Well,
Yeah,
from our side, let's hope the outcome remains the same as that one.
yeah. And
Yeah.
what do you guys think? Like the team winning the toss, should they, bat first? Should they bowl first? What are the pitch conditions like?
I think bowling first would be a good decision because we saw what Afghanistan did yesterday. And even if you look back at the past IPL 2021 and also 2020, teams have preferred chasing on this ground. Dew is one factor, but also the pitch that you looked at yesterday was slightly green tinge, that had a slightly green tinge to it. So the bowlers will have something up front. We saw how Fazlak Farooqi, the Afghan pacer, exploited the conditions early on. So win the toss, bowl first. That's the mantra.
Makes sense. I mean, is the what about the surface? Is it the same one from the last game?
Um, I think they'll be using a new surface, but I'm sure that there'll be a little bit of grass cover, uh, given how the pitch behaved yesterday. So there'll be a little
Yeah,
bit for the pacers early on, and thereafter, batting second obviously under lights gets easier in Dubai. So
definitely.
win the toss and bowl first is what teams would be looking to do.
And given that teams prefer chasing anyway these days.
Great. Uh, But Rahul, KL Rahul, yesterday, I think he attended the press conference. He told the media that uh, now, after Rahul Dravid had come into the setup, Team India has been looking to bat first and set totals on the board, which is something that they have not done previously. If you look at the team over the past few years, they've been comfortable chasing, right? They've not batted often. They have not batted first often. So, uh, when I heard KL Rahul's press interaction yesterday, he was telling us that uh, as a team they're looking to win the toss and bat first to set a target on board and know that you can set a target and win the games. Uh, but here I think conditions dictate that you need to bowl first. So I'll be looking forward to that.
Interesting that you mentioned the change that we have witnessed ever since Rahul Dravid became the coach.
Hmm.
And one more interesting factor to note here is that post the T20 World Cup, we haven't seen this setup play in a T20 game ever. Like there's been a lot of resting and rotation has been going on. So, what do you guys feel that we saw Ishan Kishan at the top, then players kept coming in, going out, coming in, going out, and then at the end, it's the same set of players which played the previous World Cup. So, what are your thoughts on the same?
I mean, in India and Pakistan did square off in that T20 World Cup, and we had that unfortunate loss. But I think after that, we've had a lot of change, in the mindset, the way we've been going about in the T20 setup. We've come up with this very aggressive style in the power play. We're trying to make the most of the runs and everything. Now, Kohli and Rahul are back in the setup, right? And it will take some time, I think, for them to adjust in and make the most of the conditions and just settle into the whole setup. But nevertheless, I think India is still better placed than what they were in that T20 World Cup, and we can see still an exciting contest. I mean, what do you think, Srijan?
Yeah, surely. As you mentioned, there's a change in approach that is very much visible to the outside world. There's a lot more intent that goes into the playing style, and there's an aggressive brand of cricket that these guys are trying to portray, and that's always good. Um, I just had one question leading up to the team combination. So, do you think India will play three spinners or two spinners and four pacers, with Hardik being the fourth pacer?
I think that is an interesting question. India would, I think, want to go with Jadeja, Ashwin, and Chahal, right? Because these guys have been successful. IPL maybe khela hai, so they look like the combination that India would want to opt for. Considering you have Hardik Pandya, they might also, I think, get an Arshdeep. Avesh Khan maybe unlikely because you already have Bhuvi, right? But
Right.
what do you think? Like, is there a possibility for three spinners?
Again, conditions dictate. I was just pondering upon what 11 India would be fielding. I just feel that Ashwin might have to sit out, and Avesh Khan has the edge over Ashwin.
Possible.
And Jadeja and Chahal will be the two spinners. Uh, Again, when you look at the conditions yesterday, Nabi and Rashid was wicketless, but Nabi and the other
Ha.
spinner, they took wickets. But when you look at the conditions, again, if you bowl second and if you bowl second and there's due, the spinner is effectively wiped out of the game, right? So I think that India will be looking to play four pacers and two spinners. Unfortunately, Ashwin might have to miss out. So that is where I don't see a place for the third spinner. And even if you look at the conditions that we might be encountering in Australia, right? We don't need to play three spinners, and Chahal is a given, is a fixed spot in the 11. And the debate for the second spinner, I think Jadeja edges ahead slightly, purely because of the batting that he provides over his bowling. But we do have two spinners, and I think Jadeja and Chahal will be the two spinners today.
Fair enough. And Naman, what do you think? Srijan and I were just discussing about the combination that India might want to opt for, go for this, pacers and spinners. So, what do you think?
Well, I feel that we have a greater chance of going ahead with three seamers itself right at the top because in the setup we do like going ahead with more seam. And all three are different kind of bowlers. Avesh is more of the hit attack kind of bowler. With Bhuvi, you get more swing up top, and Arshdeep also gives you swing up at the top, but then at the death he nails those yorkers, which also Bhuvi does. But I think if India are batting first, if India end up batting first, then it would be a better way to go ahead with three seamers up first, with three seamers to keep a control of the game. And though Hardik has been pulling up really well with his bowling, but I still feel that they would want to have that additional option of another seamer in the lineup. And the second spinner will actually be a very interesting one here, and really looking forward to which way that they go. And since we are on that note, I think that the selection of the wicketkeeper would also be very crucial here.
Yeah.
Well, we have been playing DK as the finisher for all this while now, and then he is the only one who has played all these T20s in the recent times. And now, when the D-Day arrives, if you leave him out of the team, so who are you banking on for your finisher? Because Jadeja hasn't played a lot of games here, and in the top five, nobody has finished a lot of games for us. Like even though Sky has played through in a few innings, and the top three has played through in a few innings, but nobody else has finished games the way DK has over the past 10 or 15 games. So I think that is going to dictate terms of it here.
Yeah, I think you bring a very good point here because if you look at the previous few series that India had played, there was a debate that we had space for both Punt and Karthik in the 11, and then now we are nailing down on one of either Punt or Karthik, right? So out of the two, I see Karthik missing out. Unfortunately, as you mentioned rightly, I think he finished games for RCB, and even with the chances that he got for India, he finished games on whatever occasion that he was needed to. But if you don't play punt, right, you only have one left-hander in the top seven, that is Jadeja, and then all other right-handers, right? So I think
Who, by the way, isn't guaranteed a spot yet.
yeah,
We are not
Exactly.
even sure if he is playing or Ashwin is playing.
right. So I think that might dictate terms here, and also, right, given that we just have one spot, I think punt edges ahead. But if we have space for two, I think Karthik obviously is the better finisher. But if we have space for only one, purely from a tactical point of view, I think only punt plays. And also, if you look at the Pakistan attack, right? You have left arm spinners and leg spinners in their lineup, so that will be easier for the left-hander to take on. So I think that will dictate them. So
Hi guys, I think you're back now. We can see you clearly.
yeah,
I think hopefully अब sort हो गया मसला, but
Oh
Oh no,
no,
not again.
too soon.
I think hopefully अब sort
Let's
हो
not
गया.
jinx it anymore.
Yeah. No, but I
So
think still
yeah,
wait.
audible.
I think yeah, it's better now.
Okay. No, they were just talking about the teams. I think India की team selection की बात हो रही थी और I think Srijan said कि bowl first.
yes, bowl first. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Same. I think bowl first. It's much easier to chase the way. Maybe I think statistically even
Oh
order we
no.
have. I think
Yeah, I think what they
I
are trying
think
to say here again is that if you look at the past statistics as well, then they favor the one that has chased. And if you look at the last 16 T20Is that India has played after the last World Cup, we have won 12 and lost 3 in 16 games where we have batted first. So even but that is a new dynamic that we can see here. Since Srijan also mentioned that we have changed an approach in terms of our batting. So
But many, I think, even brought this criticism, these wins came against teams like West Indies and all that. But I still think T20 is such an unpredictable game, right? It's anyone's game on a given day. Like yesterday, who would have pegged Afghanistan to like actually come out on top? And at one stage, Sri Lanka was what 5 for 3. That's like you never thought, right?
don't
Aisa
we don't
hoga,
we
but
don't talk about that figure 5 for 3. We don't talk about that.
Uh,
Still
that
gives us
brings
those
that
nightmares.
certainly brings a lot of emotions rushing through.
yeah,
But
Yeah,
yes, I think as Neha, as you mentioned, right, a T20 is such an unpredictable sport that anyone can win on any day, and it's purely a game of tactics, right? And then Afghanistan was the better side yesterday, and that's how they emerged on top. But credit to Afghanistan for the way they played yesterday. It was a really
absolutely.
good game, and the spinners and the pacers, all of them had a role to play. And batting wise too, again they came out all guns blazing, and I think they were 83 for no loss at the end of the power play, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
So that was a very new style of play that I'm seeing from Afghanistan. So I really enjoyed the game yesterday. So thoughts on the game yesterday? Everything
the
went
best
wrong
part
for
of
Sri Lanka, isn't it? Right?
and the best part of the victory was that like it came without Rashid picking up any wickets. Like he bowled the
Exactly.
way he does always. Like his wicket columns was weakened, but still, I mean the way Fazlul Farooqi came up, he's been rated a lot in the recent times, and I think yesterday he has shown the world what he's capable of. So look forward to a lot more from that lad.
Actually, but guys, like we did lose to Pakistan in the T20 World Cup. Do you think the horrors of that is still playing in the minds of our players? Like, as much as they try to rub it off, it was just a matter of the past. We don't have to think about it as much. Do you think it's still playing on their minds?
I don't think so. To be
Okay.
honest, I really don't think so because since then a lot has changed in the team. Like first of all, all of these players have gotten some time off. Everybody has now either nursed some injury or have taken some time off from the game, and I think the horror should not be there. And the approach has definitely changed. So with the change in the setup, with the change in leadership, after all of this, I don't think that they will be carrying all those burdens or those horrors in their heads anymore. And yeah, we always hear that it's so cliche that it's just another game. It definitely
Yeah,
is a lot more than just another game. But
exactly.
knowing the way these players go about their game professionally, I think they would be in the right space of mind and wouldn't be burdened by such horrors.
Also, with the amount of cricket that India has played post the World Cup right last year, I think that result wouldn't have been lingering on their minds for long. Yes, a loss does hurt, and it's just a game of cricket at the end of the day, right? One team wins and the other team loses. I think that's the beauty of the sport, and the earlier we accept it and move on from that, I think the earlier we get to learn a lot more lot more from the sport. So I don't think the loss will be burdening on their minds, but certainly yes, we had a clean slate so far. That certainly doesn't exist anymore. But looking forward to more of these encounters where a team will be put in pressure and we'll know how to come out of that. So I'm looking forward to such situations.
I mean, when you talk about India-Pakistan match, right?
Yeah.
Matches, there's always this sense of pressure and there's just so much discourse in the media everywhere. But this time around, we've just seen so much camaraderie, right? Between the teams, there's like shake hands and Shaheen say baat kar rahe hain, it's so nice to see that. So do you see like it getting mellowed down and, all the fans are so like, charged and everything. Do you think the players will also be going in with that kind of a mindset ki, "Arey, harana hi hai Pakistan ko, we're not going to treat it like any other game or something"? Thoughts, guys?
I mean, in terms of camaraderie, it reminds me of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2021. Even during that, we can see कि सबके बीच की दोस्ती पहले से कुछ ज़्यादा ही थी. Everybody was so friendly and everything. But जब सिडनी टेस्ट ड्रॉ होने जा रहा था, तब टिम पेन के डायलॉग से समझ आ गया था कि camaraderie अपनी जगह है और गेम की
Exactly.
इंटेंसिटी अपनी जगह अपनी बरकरार है. So even though that friendship aspect is definitely there, that camaraderie, I think it has been there probably more now than it was previously, and probably it's coming up even more in front of the media now with everything that's going on. But I still don't feel that it's going to have any impact on the intensity, and the intensity is going to prevail as it has always done. Just one more note, since we were speaking about that loss that we have, and we spoke about the new approach that we have followed here. Definitely, ever since we have had this aggressive batting approach at the top, KL Rahul and Virat Kohli, both of these haven't played T20s ever since this new approach has come into play, and even Rohit has played a few, barely a few. So, how do you guys, and in terms of strike rate as well, well, one of them has clearly gone about saying that strike rate is overrated in this regard, and with Virat Kohli as well, that's not the thing you remember about him across all his knocks. So, how do you guys see this top three again clicking together with this approach?
Yeah, I was just going to come to that actually. I agree to what you said, Naman. If you look at India's possible top three today, Rahul,
Hello.
Rohit, and so
Yeah, I Kumar.
Hi, guys. Your
hi
feed
guys.
is still frozen. We can hear you like in and out, I think.
Can you guys try without video for a little bit and then possibly turn on your video after a little bit? Is that okay?
I think, yeah, she said you were making a
Yeah.
point, yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at India's top three today, possible top three, you've got Rohit, you've got Rahul, and you've got Kohli possibly, and all three of them, if you look at them, they've not got much game time. If you look at Rahul, yes, he captained the Zimbabwe series where we played three ODIs, but he only batted on two occasions, and one of the occasions he was not really fluid, and then on the second occasion, the second ODI, he got out pretty early, so he might not have got the game time that he wished for. And Rohit also, as you mentioned, has played very few T20 as since the new approach started, and Kohli is coming from a long break. So all of the top three might be a little rusty, and that will be key, right? How they adapt to the conditions and how they go on taking the bowlers from the word go if they're following the new approach. That will be key. And if Pakistan has to come on top bowling first, I think they have to unsettle them with high pace. We've seen that happen with India quite a few times now. When the ball moves and there's high pace, the batters tend to get unsettled. We've seen that happen in the 2019 World Cup semi-final.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen in the World Cup earlier last year, and then we've also seen that happen in the England series. If I may take your minds back to that 2021, early 2021, when England had toured India, right? Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, they had unsettled the Indian top order with heavy pace. So if Pakistan wants to come on top against this Indian batting lineup, target these three. These three will be rusty, so unsettle them with high pace. That's what I'm looking forward.
But just one thing, across all those incidents that you mentioned, the 2019 World Cup, previous T20 World Cup against Pakistan and New Zealand, and even the series where India toured England right now and India toured West Indies, even there, the one common factor everywhere was a left arm pacer.
Yes.
And right now, Pakistan have, I mean, unfortunately, they have run out of them. So I think that gives our hopes that inflates our hopes a bit more.
Yeah, because we know how Shaheen Afridi is probably one of the best bowlers in the moment at the moment. With that left arm pace, and he can really threaten the batters. But I think yeah, it'll definitely be in India's favor. But then a good contest miss because India and Pakistan don't square off right that much in bilateral cricket. So this is a contest that's definitely looking forward to. Virat Kohli, rested Virat Kohli against someone like a Shaheen Afridi. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how things go.
Oh,
Yeah.
since Virat is in the
Let's.
mention, I just wanted to ask: did you guys watch the Star Sports interview
Yes.
yesterday? And what were your thoughts on that? What do you see Virat coming? I mean, how do you see Virat coming out today? And basically, what do you see of Virat in this phase?
Naman, do you want to go
Well,
first or should I?
I'll just say one thing here. I mean, I think all of us must have seen that Breakfast of Champions episode with Gaurav Kapoor where Virat Kohli
Yes.
said, "The day I feel I'm not giving my 100%, I leave the sport." And when I did not get any fears when he gave away the T20I captaincy or when he gave away the captaincy of RCB or when he was stripped of the ODI captaincy. But I was heavily shocked when he gave away the Test captaincy.
Hmm.
And then the way things have been since then, I mean, there's a lot of political stuff and a lot of rumors about it as well. Let's not go there. But after that interview with Star, I mean, the way he said that he found himself faking his aggression,
Intensity,
that
yeah.
just, yeah, intensity, that just shook me like anything. And I mean, it just hurts. It just hurts you because throughout our childhood, we have seen that guy coming up with such aggression, such intensity throughout his career, and that's how criminal the sport is. That's how cruel it is. I mean, no matter how big a player you are, no matter how many runs, how many records you hold behind yourself, the day you start dipping down a bit,
Mm.
things change around you, and I mean, I'm falling out of words here, but let's just hope this 1 month of break that he has taken, it gives him something to come back with as he can and as we all have been looking for.
Right. And even when I watched the interview, right, like I've been a Virat Kohli fan for the longest time now. And, having seen him mature from this brash, aggressive cricketer, and he still is aggressive, to this, evolved, to this matured person is an absolute, and it's a phenomenon in itself. And I felt during the interview, he was so coherent. He articulated exactly what he felt with so much of clarity. And again, for a person of his stature, a cricketer of his stature telling that he's had a tough time, that he wanted to take the break is big, right? Because often asking for help is a sign of weakness. And I think the entire interview, you could just pick quotes because they were such perfect quotes, right? Like every single aspect of that, I think he beautifully just, told his fans what he's exactly feeling. And it was really nice to see him be. I think this was his most candid interview, because every time he goes to interviews, people ask him the same questions, like during your father's death, how did that affect you and everything. But this time it was just taken from such a different perspective. And I think Jatin Sapru really did a good job, to bring out the exact picture. And it was very raw, which I think as fans and spectators alike, we need to see, right? So I hope this rest has, really given him that time off from the game, perspective that he can come back stronger because we've seen, right? He's such a class player. He scored 23,000 runs, and still people are, doubting his place in the team. Just imagine you've played like consistently well for such a long time, and people are still questioning you, which is just it just goes to show how fickle-minded fans are. Just write off your player when they aren't playing that well. So I'm not talking this from a sheer, Virat Kohli fanaticism angle, but then I think you really need to back your players. I mean, Rohit Sharma has had it tough, right? But we still back him because he is the skipper and we need to believe in him. But really, that interview was an absolute eye opener, and yeah, as it was really nice to see him. He feels he's in that good mind space, he's refreshed. So yeah, just waiting to see what happens in today's game. What about you, Srijan? You too saw the
Yeah,
interview?
yeah, I saw the interview today morning, and it was little hard for me to take that interview. I mean, to see someone that you've put on a pedestal and someone that you've ordered so much to go through such a phase was a little hard to take. But I think kudos to him for coming out, um, such a star coming out, and telling us that he needed a break at some point is certainly going to motivate a lot of others who are facing similar situations to come out and express what they're going through.
Exactly.
So that really helps. But when he said that he was faking his intensity a little bit, or he was forced to fake his intensity a little bit, I think that's purely because of the standards that he set for himself, right? We look at Virat Kohli from such an angle that he's always aggressive, he's always in your face kind of a thing, but he had to do that because that's purely because of the standards that we've set, that he set for himself, not anyone
Exactly.
else. But it's good that he's taken this break. It's good that he's rejuvenated. It's good that he is in a fresh mindset. I think all that's going to come very good for today's match and the tournaments that India is going to play from now. But I don't want to jinx it, but I want Virat to have a good one today.
Yes, absolutely hoping for that.
तो मैन आपकी तरफ अब सब सही है?
Oh, I think their feet is, I think, still stuck.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi,
अरे
guys.
यार
हाँ आवाज आ रही है guys?
अब आ रही है, अब आ रही है.
ओके यार बिफोर दिस ब्रेक्स ऑफ मुझे बुमराह का बताओ कि कितना बड़ा लॉस है और व्हाट डू यू गाइस थिंक, यू गाइस फील ये बुमराह का ना होना जो है वो एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है या समझ जाएगी?
I mean, बुमराह और हर्षल दोनों का एक साथ में जाना इज अ मच बिगर लॉस, बिकॉज अगर केवल बुमराह को इंजरी होता तो हमारे पास स्टिल वी वुड हैव हैड हर्षल पटेल जो डेथ में काफी अच्छा करते आ रहे हैं, एंड इवन हर्षदीप सिंह जो कि एट द टॉप एट डेथ पे भी संभाल सकते हैं, इवन भुवनेश्वर दोनों तरफ का संभाल सकते हैं. बट हर्षल पटेल और बुमराह जो इतने समय से, जब से हर्षल पटेल वापस आए लास्ट ईयर, वापस मतलब टीम में आए इंडियन जब से लास्ट ईयर से, एंड जितने T20 उन्होंने लगातार खेले हैं, हम सब इंडियंस के माइंड में हमेशा से यही था कि अरे अब तो बढ़िया है, हर्षल पटेल भी डेथ पे करते हैं तो बुमराह को टॉप पे थोड़े ज़्यादा ओवर मिल जाएंगे. तो हम लोग इसी माइंडसेट से टीम चली आ रही है कि डेथ के 4-5 ओवर हर्षल और बुमराह के हैं, बट इन दोनों का साथ में जाना एक काफ़ी बड़ा लॉस है. एंड अब इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा दारोमदार आ जाता है हमारे अर्शदीप सिंह के ऊपर, एंड इवन भुवनेश्वर जो सीनियर प्रो हैं, इतने सालों से उन्होंने डेथ बॉलिंग अच्छी करी है. बीच में डिप हुई है उनकी डेथ बॉलिंग काफ़ी ज़्यादा था, पर अभी भी पावर प्ले में वो हमेशा जैसे हैं. तो डेफिनेटली मिस बहुत करेंगे, बट अभी भी जो इंडिया का लाइनअप है विद अर्शदीप सिंह एंड भुवनेश्वर कुमार एंड इवन हार्दिक पांड्या जिस तरह से अपनी बॉलिंग पे वापस आ चुके हैं, आई स्टिल थिंक, आई मीन सिंस आपने बोला है, मुझे इतना लगता है कि जितना पाकिस्तान शाहीन शाह अफरीदी जी को मिस करेंगे, इंडिया शायद बुमराह को थोड़ा कम मिस करेंगे इस समय पर.
Yes, I think it's a big miss. Bumrah not being here, I think it's a really big miss. But and I do agree that on the pace front, India appears to be a little weak, but it's not going to be such a big miss that it's going to decide the result. But certainly a big miss from India's perspective because the Asia Cup had to be your dress rehearsal for the World Cup in November. Yes, Bumrah is a big miss, but not as much as the media portrays it to be. Uh, and I think even without Bumrah, as Naman mentioned, I think we have uh, Arshdeep, who is a good death bowler. We have Bumrah, who can be good in both phases, up front in the power play and at the death. And then we have Avesh, who is good in the middle overs. So I think we have got the bases covered, but I must admit that we are slightly light on the pace front. I think the addition of someone like Deepak Chahar, who is in the reserves, might help it a bit, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. So yes, Bumrah is certainly a miss.
आई थिंक
I
आपकी
mean,
जर्सी के थ्रू भी आप बुमराह को कहीं ना कहीं सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. बूम बूम, ये शायद अफरीदी के बैट्स पे रहता था पहले, मैं जस्ट अभी
yeah,
नोटिस किया. हम लोग अब
yeah.
इंडिया में बुमराह को बूम बूम बुमराह बुलाते हैं. सो आपकी सॉलिडारिटी हमें दिख रही है.
Yeah. But I mean, we aren't undermining Bumrah's presence in the team, right? I mean, he bowls those economical spells, gets those wickets too. But I think when IPL happened in the UAE, he did have a tough time, right? He wasn't getting those wickets, and people are like, "Oh my God, Bumrah is not getting wickets!" Like such a big concern and everything. But he's still economical. But yeah, I think it's not as big as a loss as Shaheen is to Pakistan. But even Harshal Patel will be missed. This would have been a good tournament, setting the ground and the base to decide our team combination for the T20 World Cup. But koi na, apna to pace battery is developing. Bhuvi can also, come to the fore with his good in swingers, and yeah, just a lot to look forward to, I guess.
I still feel कि in the squad we could have had one more pacer instead of a spinner. I mean that's what I feel, because एक ज़्यादा हमें वैरायटी मिल जाती है अपनी स्क्वाड में कि हाँ किसी मैचों में एक पर्टिकुलर टाइप के बॉलर को खिलाना है, तो we would have more degrees of freedom in terms of our selection. And I mean आपके पास जडेजा, अश्विन, बिश्नोई, then जडेजा, अश्विन, बिश्नोई एंड चहल ऑफ कोर्स, सॉरी चहल, 4 स्पिनर ऐसे ही हमारे पास, एंड इन नो स्टेज ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट हम कभी 3 से ज़्यादा खिलाएंगे. सो दैट्स अ बिट ऑफ अ मिस. हम मोहम्मद शमी को शायद ला सकते थे, या दीपक चार इंजरी के बाद लौटे एंड उन्होंने जिम्बाब्वे में कितनी अच्छी बॉलिंग करी है. आई फील किसी एक पेसर को हम ड्राफ्ट कर सकते थे, बट आई मीन
Naman, you're forgetting Hardik Pandya's there, no, our X factor.
Yeah.
He's bowling now 4 overs without any back pain, which is good signs for Team India. He's our pacer, no?
लेट्स जस्ट होप चलता रहे ऐसे ही.
Exactly.
And who
And
do you think?
since
Sorry to interrupt or sorry to cut you off there. Who do you think the fourth pacer should have been instead of the extra spinner?
ओके सी, अगर हर्षल और बुमराह इंजर्ड ना होते तो मेरे हिसाब से हर्षल, बुमराह, भुवी एंड अ फोर्थ पेसर वुड हैव डेफिनेटली बीन देयर इन द स्क्वाड. बट सिंस उन दोनों की इंजरी से और स्पॉट्स खुलते हैं इन दिस मोमेंट, आई थिंक दीपक चाहर शुड हैव बीन देयर, बिकॉज यूएई में हम ऐसा देखते हैं बॉलिंग फर्स्ट में बॉल स्विंग होता है. दुबई की पिच से बॉल स्विंग काफ़ी मिलता है. हमने आईपीएल में भी 2020 और 2021 दोनों सीजन में देखा था, बहुत ज़्यादा स्विंग जनरेट किया था वहाँ पे. तो इसी वजह से दीपक चाहर को डेफिनेटली सिलेक्ट कर सकते थे. वो बैटिंग में आपको एडिशनल देते जो हर्षल पटेल भी दे रहे थे. हर्षल पटेल की प्रेजेंस नंबर 8 पे एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर वहाँ पे भी था कि अगर आप जिस अप्रोच के साथ आज इंडिया बैटिंग में जा रही है, आपको एक कुशन चाहिए नीचे की जो आपको 5 बॉल में 12 रन या 14 रन बना के दे सके. तो आई थिंक दीपक चाहर का थोड़ा हाथ ज़्यादा इसीलिए रहता. बट मोहम्मद शमी को मैं इसलिए नहीं देखता, उनकी पेडिग्री डेफिनेटली है और उन्होंने दुबई में जितने भी 2020-21 में आईपीएल हुआ दोनों जगह बहुत शानदार परफॉर्मेंस दिया है. बट बिकॉज इतने समय से वो T20 खेले नहीं है, इसीलिए मेरी नज़र में दीपक चाहर थोड़ा ज़्यादा ऊपर रहते हैं. बिकॉज पिछले आप भुवी ने जब से कमबैक किया है वापस, उस बीच में जब से दीपक चाहर की बैटिंग उठ के आई है, इंडिया ने दीपक चाहर को भुवी के ऊपर प्रेफरेंस दी है कुछ समय के लिए, until he got injured unfortunately.
No, do you think it's because he adds that extra batting option as well? They want to prefer him over the other options? Like Deepak Chahar?
बैटिंग डेफिनेटली ऐड ऑन है, बट उनकी बॉलिंग भी कम नहीं है. अगर आप भुवी से कंपेयर करो, भुवी डेफिनेटली हैज मच मोर एक्सपीरियंस एंड मच मोर स्टैट्स टू शो इन हिज फेवर. बट wherever Deepak Chahar has played, he has always given you those overs at the top. बट एक ये चीज रहती है जहां बॉल स्विंग नहीं करेगी वहां दीपक चाहर एक स्ट्रेंथ से थोड़ा कम हो जाते हैं. एंड आई थिंक उनको अपने इसी एस्पेक्ट पे काम करने की जरूरत है इस वक्त. बट अगर आपको स्विंग मिल रही है, वो आपको लगातार 4 ओवर ऊपर दे देंगे, 6 से 7 की इकोनॉमी से भी कम में देंगे. सो आई थिंक that's the only thing I would say.
But again, Bhuvaneshwar and Deepak Chahar, both of them are similar type of bowlers, right? At least in the power play, both of them are primarily swing bowlers. So wouldn't that have affected the combinations to similar bowlers? Instead of that, do you look at someone like an Umran Malik who played the T20s against Ireland?
आई थिंक उमरान मलिक को हम लेके फिर से पिछले वर्ल्ड कप वाली गलती कर बैठते जो हमने वरुण चक्रवर्ती के साथ करी थी. आई मीन ये सिलेक्शन में काफी समय से हम नोटिस करते आ रहे हैं, ऐसी चीजें हो रही है. 19 में हमने विजय शंकर को ले आए, देन उसके बाद उनको कोई चांस नहीं दिया. लास्ट वर्ल्ड कप में हम राहुल चाहर को ले आए, वरुण चक्रवर्ती को ले आए, उसके बाद में उनको कोई चांसेस नहीं दिए हैं. इस साल उमरान मलिक को ले आते, एक गेम में अगर उसने 50-60 रन दे देने थे फिर उसके साथ भी वही हो जाता. सो आई थिंक इट्स बेटर कि आपने जिन प्लेयर्स को आप इतने समय से बैक करते आ रहे हो, जो आपको परफॉर्मेंसेस देते आ रहे हो ऑन अ कंसिस्टेंट लेवल, एंड आपको पता है उनके पास क्या है ऑफर करने को, सो आई थिंक इट्स ऑलवेज बेटर कि आप उनके साथ जाओ. एंड उमरान मलिक, मैं बिल्कुल डिनाई नहीं कर रहा हूँ, वो इस आईपीएल सीजन में वो बहुत इंप्रूव प्लेयर बन के आए थे. पहले उनकी एक्यूरेसी बहुत कम थी, बट इस आईपीएल उन्होंने दिखाया है कि पेस के साथ उनकी एक्यूरेसी बहुत धीरे धीरे बहुत अच्छे से बिल्ड हो रही है. एंड स्पेशली अगर आप डेल स्टेन जैसे लेजेंड के साथ काम करो, तो आई रियली हैव अ लॉट टू लुक फॉरवर्ड टू फ्रॉम उमरान मलिक. बट आई जस्ट थिंक कि इस समय पर अगर उनको यहाँ लाते, वो थोड़े अंडर कुक से होते हैं. अंडर कुक इज अ वर्ड दैट आई वुड यूज हियर. एंड अगर एक छोटा सा कंपैरिजन मैं यहाँ करना चाहूँगा तो मैं पृथ्वी शॉ का नाम लेना चाहूँगा. ही हैज़ बीन अ राइजिंग टैलेंट, बट आई जस्ट फील कि उनको डेब्यू थोड़ा जल्दी दे दिया गया. अगर वो थोड़ा और डोमेस्टिक में रन्स मार के आते और अच्छे से अपनी जो उनकी फॉल्ट्स उन पर काम करके ऊपर आते, तो ही वुड हैव आज शुभमन गिल जिस तरह पर आ गए हैं, आई थिंक पृथ्वी शॉ से आज पीछे क्यों रह गए. आई थिंक दैट इज़ वन थिंग कि उनको बहुत जल्दी शायद डेब्यू मिल गया या कंसिस्टेंट रन मिला.
Even with selectors, right, there is this tendency of getting excited when you see new players, new faces in the IPL or in the domestic, and just push them to the international scene, which is not quite fair, right? Because you should let them go through the rigor of domestic. So, A team mein khila do. Don't like directly put them in the international thing and then expect them to like just perform miracles, right? Because with Umran Malik too, I think in the Ireland T20, he was pretty expensive, right? But people were like, oh my god, speed hai, but like accuracy nahi hai, wickets nahi le pa rahe and all that. So I feel you should really give them a go at the domestic thing, as rightly pointed out by you as well, and then see them excelling at the international stage. Don't push them like to the scene ASAP.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. What you said, but pace is right at the end of the day. And I'll bring another name from the Indian pace battery, Navdeep Saini,
Ah.
who was a very good prospect for India. Played quite a few matches for India as well. I think in the New Zealand ODI a couple of years back, 2019.
Australia as well.
I think he had a role to play with the bat as well, but उसके बाद
He had
उसने
he had an average around 90s.
yeah.
He was averaging in 90s in ODIs at one point of time.
Yeah, but after that series, right, he's not got his chances in the 11, and then a lot of people noticed a slight dip in his pace and all of that. So, how do you handle bowlers such as these, right? These are interesting prospects. They do have the potentials to, deliver on the big stage, but it's a debate between bringing them slightly too early and then slightly too late. So, how do you bridge that gap?
I think, as Neha mentioned here, that domestic, the India A tours, that really holds a great thing. It holds a great place. And apart from that, if as far as red ball is concerned, go to a county. I mean, we saw Navdeep Saini went to the county. So Washington Sundar, I think around 6, 7 Indian players. Even Shubman
Yeah,
Gill is
Umesh
about to
Yadav
play in the
also.
county now.
Hmm.
Umesh Yadav, the way he has bowled in the ODIs, he
Amazing.
everyone. Cheteshwar Pujara. He has
Yeah.
been scoring hundreds for fun at strike rates of 130s, 140s in those list A games. So there's a lot of cricket around the world. It's not that you are just confined to selection India. Agar Navdeep Saini played for India for such a time, I'm sure you would know what he needs to work on. If he works on those, if he racks up the numbers in domestic and in series like county in India is, then definitely he needs to knock the door down. As we hear it so often these days in India, you can't just keep knocking on the door. You have to break it down. So I think that's all that we can see. And in the past 2 3 years, the way pace bowlers have emerged in India. I mean, previously we used to look, yeah, ये तीन चार हैं हमारे सामने. And then we used to look, okay, who else is there? Who else is there? Right now, that's not the thing. Everywhere you look, every state, every Ranji team has quality paces right now, and every franchise. Even in IPL, if we see the way Indian pacers have been dominating even the foreign pacers of late, it's a force to reckon with.
Right.
Actually, yeah.
Moving the discussion slightly towards the Pakistan side,
Yeah.
Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, both of them have been star batters for the side. Been making headlines for good reasons. But also, when you talk about Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, there's a conversation about their strike rate, how they don't make runs as fast as they should. How do you see that discussion panning out? I saw a tweet by Harsha Bogle this afternoon that it's a given that both Rizwan and Babar will be making runs, but if they bat first, what is the template that they need to set for themselves? And obviously, if they bat second, they do have a target in front of them that they know they need to chase. But how do you see the strike rate conundrum handling itself if they bat first? Both Babar and Rizwan, both of them class players, but there's always a discussion about the strike rate. So how do you see that going?
Okay, Neha, would you like to go first?
Huh. So when we talk about Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan's game, it's very similar. They play that anchor role type, thoda time lete hain settle hone mein, and then unka strike rate is also like thoda up and down. But they're still like class players, and if given a good time at the crease, they can actually score those runs. So I think the template in mind would be कि power play में ज़्यादा runs बनाने हैं. फिर even if we lose wickets, we'd have set a good base. The next coming batters will actually
डिवाइस पे
score.
देखते हैं
But
क्या
considering how fragile their middle order is, I think the onus is more on them to, actually step up and deliver. So they will be, I think, looking to, post a good partnership at the top and then ensure, they have something to build on from.
Probably one of them
Definitely.
being the anchor and one of them being the aggressor instead of both of them trying to play
Huh.
anchor. I think that is the approach that they need to take. Right?
And here, interesting that you mentioned the fragility of the middle order here. And this is where I feel that the experience of a player like Fakhar Zaman and the hitting capability of a player like Asif Ali definitely comes into play. I mean, I haven't seen a lot of their clash, but I've heard turnabout the way Asif Ali hits the ball. I think you guys can tell us better आसिफ अली के बारे में बता कि उन्हें काफी अच्छी बॉल को कितने दूर तक. So, what do you think about the middle order of Pakistan apart from the two guys?
हाँ, आसिफ अली के ऊपर यार ये है कि जो नहम भी कह रहा था कि they have he's practicing a new way of hitting the ball.
That was Heather Ali.
That was Heather.
Yeah.
Okay, so Asif's gonna hit the ball the same way.
Yeah.
Which is
Even Fakhar Zaman, for that matter, has been a revelation, right? Matlab, top of the order. I think the 2017 ICC Champions Trophy. Okay, yeah, I think 2017. He was so good, and he literally took the game away from India. But what top pick helte the? Why didn't they like get him to the middle order? Maybe because Babar Azam and Rizwan were playing so well at the top. Like, do you guys know why that shift happened?
I think that's the only possible logical explanation behind it. Because if I'm not wrong, बीच में शायद फकर का फॉर्म थोड़ा डिप हुआ था. And especially in T20 he doesn't average a great deal. उनका एवरेज इतना ज़्यादा नहीं जितना उनका स्ट्राइक रेट है. एंड जिस तरह से बाबर और रिजवान का ओपनिंग पार्टनरशिप इतना कंसिस्टेंट बना है, तो I feel that is the primary reason why Fakhar probably was left out of the team for a while. And then since the fragility of the middle order was there throughout, he being an experienced pro, he came in and uh, he slotted in at 3 later on.
But do you guys also think Pakistan could be missing out on the services of Shoaib Malik? Like, he's such a veteran. He's played for so long, and T20 World Cup में भी उन्होंने खेला था, but maybe like not as breaking up as many runs. Do you think Pakistan would be missing his presence in that batting?
That experience in the middle order is definitely
Can you?
important. Yeah, Kumail, we can hear you.
Yeah,
The voice is slightly
guys, आवाज आ
distorted.
रही है?
हाँ, अब सही है.
Okay, that's better than no sound. So just on that Shoaib Malik question, definitely ये बहुत मतलब जब select नहीं भी हुए थे ना World Cup के लिए, तो बहुत इसके ऊपर मसला बना था कि he was pretty much the only experienced batter that was left. Hafiz had retired just a few months ago. मेरा जो ख्याल है ना, I think it has to do with a changed approach because having going into the tournament, पिछले tournament में भी आप देखें तो हमारा थोड़ा सा probably issue था, we weren't hitting enough when it came later into the innings. Even if you look at the Australia match we lost, उसके अंदर we probably lost out on a few runs because 19th over वो जो I think a lot of people don't actually remember this, but the 19th over of the game went for 3 runs and Malik was actually batting then. It was a bad call to send him out at that point as well. लेकिन वही ना, जब आपके पास इतना solid top order हो in the with Babar and Rizwan, even Fakhar for that fact. So I think what they did was they started wondering if we even need a batsman like Shoaib Malik lower down the order. जब उनके पास options हैं who are pretty like experienced as well. Haider Ali, for example, he's started to come good for the Pakistan team as well, and I think it's a change in approach where they want कि 2 anchor batsmen से ज़्यादा पूरी हमारी बैटिंग लाइनअप में हुई ना, बाकी सारे are there just to smash around Babar and Rizwan, whichever of them survives.
Yeah, I also think the new sort of the Ramiz mindset is कि ये बूढ़ों को निकालो सारों को and bring in young blood, और हारते हैं तो हार जाएं, but they have to go for it, and at some point they have to sort of face the music या जो भी, और सीखना इसी तरह पड़ेगा. अगर हारते हैं तो कोई बात नहीं, हार जाएं, which honestly I sort of appreciate, and I think ये candid जरा वो है, और ठीक है. I mean, या तो 40 साल की उम्र में आप जेम्स एंडरसन हो या फिर आप टीम में ना हो. I think that's how. And Shoaib Malik comes nowhere near to being a legend, with all due respect and everything that he's done for Pakistan. He can't be counted as someone who has a justifiable position in the team at the age of 40.
Definitely. Like that's my take on it. Naman, you were saying something, and Srijan, आप भी इसके ऊपर अगर थोड़ा बता सकते हैं what your thought is.
Yeah, before that we were having a discussion about Babar and Rizwan, right? Both of them class players, but there's always a discussion about their strike rate and how both of them play anchor, and if both of them survive at the crease till the 15th or the 16th over, you're not able to accelerate. So, what is your thought on Babar and Rizwan and their strike rate? And given how fragile the middle order is,
हाँ,
what is the role that you see for Babar and Rizwan? Was something that we were discussing before. We would love to hear your thoughts on that.
हाँ। नहीं, ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल आपने पूछा है और ये मतलब पिछले साल से ये डिस्कशन चल रही है कि बाबर रिजवान aren't making as good use of the power play as they should be. And I think ये एक reasonable सवाल है because शायद पिछले वर्ल्ड कप में this approach did work for us, but इस वर्ल्ड कप में I think things are going to be a bit different, especially batting first. उनको थोड़ा ज़्यादा अटैक करना पड़ेगा. Batting second again, they can set their goals themselves. वो सारा शायद फिर भी कर लें, but batting first, I think is something they've been focusing on कि हम पहली बारी लेके उसमें किस तरह से हमने अपनी innings को construct करना है. And the feeling I get is we might see either one of them going harder from the top when we're batting if we end up batting first. ये ability हमने at least मतलब दोनों में ability तो सवाल ही नहीं है. They both can hit really well, but I think जिस तरह की अब pitches भी मिलेंगी, it will favor them. I really want to see those strike rates go up to like 140 or 150 for at least one of them. वरना power play का हम actually wickets in hand रख के हमें इतना ज़्यादा शायद फायदा नहीं हो रहा. बल्कि it does give the impression that perhaps they don't trust the lower order that much. Um, Even if that might not be the case, लेकिन impression यही आता है ज़रूर देखते हुए. But I do want to see that change now because scoring like what 40, 35, 40 in the first six is just not going to like cut it in the in this in fact this Asia Cup और World Cup में जाके तो मेरे ख्याल से मजीद मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि उधर तो बैट्समैन के लिए बहुत अच्छी विकेट्स हैं. And historically, Pakistan has actually struggled more on pitches जहाँ जो बैटिंग फ्रेंडली हैं, क्योंकि हम हमेशा से आप देखें हम 150 बना के डिफेंड कर लेते हैं, 160 बना के डिफेंड करते हैं in conditions like UAE, but it's always been the struggle when it comes to like really good batting pitches where we haven't been able to get enough runs on the board.
एग्जैक्टली. एंड वर्ल्ड कप ऑस्ट्रेलिया में है, जहाँ पे ग्राउंड्स भले बड़े हैं बट पिचेस बैटिंग के लिए
बिल्कुल
काफ़ी फेवरेबल
बिल्कुल.
हैं. इसी बीच में हम लोग इसके बारे में पीछे भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे एंड दे ब्रॉट अप अ गुड पॉइंट कि फखर जमान लाइक उनकी नेचुरल पोजीशन एज एन ओपनर थी, तो व्हाई इज ही प्लेइंग एट नंबर 3 राइट नाउ. एंड देन एडिंग ऑन टू दैट आई वुड लाइक टू से, आपको क्या लगता है कि अगर फखर जमान goes up to open and one of Babar or Rizwan comes at number 3, would that be a better way for the team to go ahead? Because आपको वो टॉप पे लेफ्ट राइट कॉम्बिनेशन भी दे देता है जो कि every team wants it at the top these days. And then Fakhar can be the aggressor there, and either of Babar or Rizwan, whoever opens, can take their time, knock the ball around and get settled in.
Yeah. I think कि फखर ओपनिंग इज अ गुड आइडिया, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से फखर उस तरह का बैट्समैन है कि वो आएगा ऑल गन्स ब्लेजिंग, और वो बड़े वो जो कहते हैं ना बड़े मैच के खिलाड़ी है, वो है फखर. एंड ही ऑलवेज परफॉर्म्स विद लाइक इन प्रेशर सिचुएशंस. पता नहीं क्या चीज़ है वो, कोई नो बॉल हो जाती है, क्या होता है, या वैसे चल जाता है वो. लेकिन कुछ हो जाता है फखर के साथ, और वो जो है ना वो कुछ कर जाता है. ये हमें भी नहीं समझ आती कि क्योंकि ना वरना इधर उधर टांगे हिलाए बगैर वो विकटें दे रहा होता है अपनी स्लिप्स में और पीछे विकेट कीपर को. बट लाइक इन अ प्रेशर सिचुएशन इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक फकर इज अ डिफरेंट बैटर.
Yeah.
एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाट द लॉजिक बिहाइंड दैट इज, और जाहिर सी बात है गारंटीड नहीं होता कि हर दफा करेगा. बट आई डू थिंक ये लेफ्ट राइट कॉम्बिनेशन एंड फकर सॉर्ट ऑफ बीइंग गिवन द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू लीड फ्रॉम द फ्रंट in this batting attack, और वो बैटिंग अटैक ही देखता है, अपने आप को देखता है कि मैं आई एम द स्पीयरहेड and this is a batting attack like a bowling attack, which I think is the way to go for a T20 match. So I think this is a good observation. Fakir के साथ they might benefit
हाँ,
opening with him.
I would actually मतलब ये इसके ऊपर हमने पहले भी काफी हमारी बात हुई है. शर्जील was another option which they were like हाँ इसको टीम में ले आना चाहिए, ये भी अच्छा मारता है टॉप ऊपर से. फखर का एक्चुअली ये फनी लव डोमेस्टिक में उसका एक मजाक बना हुआ है कि वो तब तक नहीं चलता जब तक उसको या तो बॉल सर पे ना लग जाए या वो आउट होने का कोई चांस ना दे दे दूसरी टीम को. तो फिर उनको आता है, थोड़ी कॉन्फिडेंस आती है कि शायद ये अब रन बना दे. बट जहां तक फखर की टॉप ऑर्डर में आने मतलब 1 या 2 पोजीशन पे आने की बात है. आई थिंक इससे हमें एक और बड़ा मसला पड़ जाएगा इसके किसके साथ रिप्लेस करें. लेट्स से वी रिप्लेस हिम विद समवन लाइक रिजवान. रिजवान can hit, but you wouldn't call him a power hitter, right? I wouldn't say that at the moment. And his strike rate, I think, shows the same. And the same actually goes for Power. They're both players जो innings पूरी बनाते हैं. So I don't think Pakistan will want to move the batting order around. I think they'd want to stick to what has worked for them. The only problem is we haven't been able to stick to we haven't been able to play a lot of T20s in the last few months. But हम आगे बढ़ने से पहले I think let's welcome Nikhil Popat who has joined us as well. Um, नमस्ते नमस्कार आपको भी और जो भी हमें देख रहे हैं वैसे I don't not there are a few people watching. So Nikhil, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone, and then we can also get a few questions from you on the game.
या श्योर. फर्स्टली थैंक यू सो मच मुझे यहाँ पे इनवाइट करने के लिए. और मैं बस आप सभी की तरह एक कॉमन क्रेजी क्रिकेट फॉलोअर हूँ जो सुबह शाम रात पूरे टाइम क्रिकेट देखता है एंड बस उसी से अपना गुजारा करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. आई थिंक दैट इज एज सिंपली एज आई कैन पुट इट.
Okay, is it just Nikhil now or is it us?
I think we could hear Nikhil, yeah, clearly.
We could hear both of you. Kumail, I think आपकी भी आवाज आ रही है यहाँ पे.
ठीक है,
Great,
amazing.
great.
But there's a slight disturbance. I don't know on whose end. I think it's on your end, Kumail. Can you rectify that? There's a slight disturbance on your end.
Okay. Meanwhile, we'll fix करें. So Nikhil, where are you joining us from today?
Yeah, from my lovely home that has been my office since the last 6 years. So may that never change, and I have the privilege of being able to work from my home in Bombay.
Wow.
Yes.
That's nice. So how's the atmosphere there with regards to the game? How's the buzz?
Yeah, the buzz, you miss the buzz when you're grown up a bit, uh, but there is a lot of buzz in the next generation that you see. So I'll tell myself that I'm a bit old, a bit more mature, so I possibly see the I'm more happy to see the contests that are there, because both teams are missing a key bowler. So I'm very excited to see how these two teams are coming up with second line of thought of plans. We know Naseem Shah is going to make his debut. So काफी it's very interesting time to see because one team is doing a lot of experiments as compared to other who's traditionally been very conservative in terms of these are the plans, we'll stick to them no matter what. So yeah, going to be again a clash of two ideologies, but only in cricket. I did not meet anything else. Thank you.
Okay. So, hi Nikhil. So you've been watching cricket for a very long time, possibly more than any of us here. So, which is your favorite India-Pakistan encounter, and why is that your favorite?
I think the ice cream match. I think we all remember that match very, very fondly. The ice cream match is the 2003 World Cup game that you when we saw that uppercut. I think that's the one. As I said, when you're growing up, you watch the game very differently, and I think that was one game where I did not understand cricket much, but it was just the noise, the crowd, the zeal. Just talking about it gives me goosebumps. That okay, I would wish I could go back to that time and now watch that game with this understanding, whatever little I have, that okay, how great would I have been to watch that backfoot drive, backfoot punch right up top, and that uppercut six being repeated again. So I think to me that is it's like one of those matches that are very good. I like the 2007 T20 World Cup game final. I think it was incredible. I don't think the tournament could have asked for a better start in terms of that as a game. If you say series wise, I feel the 2004 series was great. We saw some really very crazy performances. Sehwag hitting triple turns on that tour, Umar Gul taking five. So I think that series had a lot of good cricket, competitive cricket, and India won two tests, both were by innings. And in ODIs also, we saw 350 being scored in 2004. So it just tells you the game was always such. It's just a road. There are more highways now in cricket than they were then.
Exactly. In
Acha,
All
fact,
credits goes to
I was
ACB.
yeah,
Baz
I
balls,
was
they say.
अच्छा आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, मैं कह रहा था कि यार सृजन ये सवाल तो हमसे पूछना चाहिए जिनके पास 2-3 ही कुल मिला के जो है वो खुशियां हैं इंडिया के खिलाफ। वरना तो हार ही रहे हैं हम कब से। 7 मैचेस हम आई मीन एट दिस पॉइंट तो आई जस्ट लॉस्ट काउंट। 3 4 ही कोई अच्छी यादें हैं। लेकिन द 2007 वर्ल्ड कप फाइनल आई थिंक कैन नॉट बी इरेज्ड फ्रॉम आवर मेमोरी ईदर। क्योंकि it was just I mean, it was absolutely heartbreaking as a, yeah, like as someone who, like as a child and as someone who was watching cricket, like one of the first experiences of cricket, I would say कि उसके बाद जो पाकिस्तान में जो समा था ना वो इस तरह का था कि यार ये क्या हो गया और ये कैसे हो गया क्योंकि मिसबा लेकर आया उधर तक और सारा कुछ हुआ एंड देन for it to end that way it was just and also I mean just the cameramanship Srishant appearing out of nowhere or वो just amazing. I think one of the greatest cricket moments
Yeah,
ever to have been out.
I think that game had everything. You had new ball, early wicket, a counter attack, a comeback again,
Ah,
and then another comeback. And it is how ironic that मिसबा लेके आया और फिर वो चला गया. It's like sums up Pakistan cricket
yeah.
for a lot of time also. But yeah, I think what I shred fearing is if Sri dropped that catch, I would have had no clue what would have happened. Uh, I think it is a thought that crosses my mind before every India Pakistan game that यार अगर श्रीशांत वो कैच छोड़ देता तो भाई क्या
Ah,
होता एक साल में would India be able to take that exit from the World Cup and then this T20 World Cup losing like this it would have been crazy but yeah that, like the sports writes its own stories.
और कुछ नहीं, एक चीज शायद कह सकते हैं कि उनका करियर 5 साल पहले ही खत्म हो जाता।
क्या maybe would have seen him in more dance shows reality shows a lot more earlier क्या पता.
हाँ, ज्यादा स्कोप होता वहाँ पे जीतने का।
Yes.
खैर एनीवे,
so Nikhil, I
सो
think,
जैसा कि आपने बोला कुमैल की, सॉरी श्रीजन गो अहेड।
sorry, yeah, you can go ahead, Nikhil. Naman, sorry. You can go
वेल
ahead.
सो आई वाज जस्ट आस्किंग कि कुमैल आप लोगों का जैसा आप बोला बहुत ही कम ऐसे मौके रहे हैं, तो आपका फेवरेट गेम कौन सा रहा है इसके बीच?
pun intended. Sorry, which one was our best?
हाँ, आपका फेवरेट कौन सा रहा है आपके जितने आपने देखे हैं अभी तक?
यार मेरा ख्याल है कि वो यार पिछला वाला बहुत अच्छा था पिछला लेकिन जो सबसे कमाल था मेरे लिए वो 2017 वाला द 2017 वाला क्योंकि उसमें ना बहुत वो था कि उसमें इंडियंस तो गए थे मौका मौका हम भी गए थे भाई हाँ तुम्हारे ही मौका तुम लोग ले लो क्योंकि हम तो नहीं जीतने वाले और उसमें क्योंकि कोई सीन ही नहीं था ना कोई इधर तो चलो बाबर आजम थे पिछली दफा और रिजवान वगैरह उधर तो एक बिल्कुल नई टीम थी कोई आपको एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं थी हार रहे थे बुरी तरह टूर्नामेंट
मतलब हम क्वालिफाई भी जो हुए थे श्रीलंका का हम क्या वो 175 या 65 चेस कर रहे थे
हाँ
और उसमें भी हम मेरे ख्याल से सरफराज और आमिर ने एंड में जाके हमें जिताया था सो
हाँ
वो भी मुझे लग रहा था हम हार गए।
हाँ तो वो पूरा टूर्नामेंट इसी तरह था कि जब इंडिया के साथ फाइनल हुआ तो हमने कहा यार ये हालात तो नहीं है जीतने वाले तो उस वो जो जीत थी और 339 कैसे बन गया ये हमें नहीं पता और कोहली नहीं होता तुझसे तेज वो
हाँ
बुमराह की नो बॉल आई मीन वो ना बहुत बहुत ड्रामा था उसके अंदर फॉर सम रीजन और
बस वक्त
it,
बदल
it
गया,
was I
जज्बात
think
बदल
after
गए।
such a long time as well।
हाँ क्या हुआ
बस उस समय हमारे लिए भी वक्त बदल गए, जज्बात बदल गए।
हाँ जज्बात बदल गए
वो बल्कि
यार
गया
वैसे
पहुंचा हुआ है दुबई स्टेडियम कल रात से उसकी जो वीडियोस आ रही हैं
वैसे ट्रू
अच्छा,
if someone has like if you need to watch like a proper coverage of what is happening on the ground before this match, you should all follow Momin Saqib's Instagram.
It's
यानी
brilliant.
कि वो बंदा जो है ना वो पता नहीं क्या कह रहा है लेकिन वो बस ग्राउंड में 24/7.
हाँ,
Okay.
कल उसने पूरे ग्राउंड की हमें सैर कराई थी और उस घास का हमें मतलब जायजा कराया जिसपे हम जीते थे मैच. It was really something. But so I would actually agree with Kumail here. I think 2017 wala was the one which actually, it was like such a convincing win as compared to the one before जो हमारी 2016 sorry 2014 वाला एशिया कप था I believe जिसमें अफरीदी ने वो छक्के मारे थे. तो वो फिर भी that was like a close call और वो आप किसी तरह जीत गए. But the 2017 was the first convincing win which I saw in at least a tournament. वरना हम इंडिया आगे सीरीज तो जीते ही थे.
And no one expected that. No one expected
हाँ,
the
no one expected that.
like Pakistan में zero expectations कि ये इंडिया से जीत जाए.
Yeah. And except Ramiz Raja,
Rameez.
he somehow had a lot of hope since the start of the tournament कि Pakistan India final होगा और Pakistan जीतेगा. And he still lives off that glory, you know.
दो काम किए उसने जिंदगी में, एक ये प्रेडिक्शन और एक 92 का वर्ल्ड कप बस.
So at this point जैसा कि हमने भी देखा कि नसीम शाह का आज डेब्यू हो रहा है. So आप लोग कुछ उनके बारे में बताएं डोमेस्टिक सर्किट में एंड PSL में उनकी परफॉर्मेंसेस कैसी रही है एंड हम क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं
So
उनसे.
बिल्कुल नसीम. So Naseem joined the PSL when he was about 16 years old और क्वेटा के साथ उन्होंने क्वेटा ग्लैडिएटर्स के साथ ज्वाइन किया था. And he was that kind of prodigy from the moment he stepped onto the field because पहले ही tournament में he was bowling 150 plus which is unheard of at that age at least. मतलब age है या नहीं है वो अब उसका हमें कुछ नहीं पता. But 150 for any bowler is such a huge milestone. He kind of took the world by storm at that point. And I think just a year later he got picked up for the Pakistan Test team, which is an even bigger deal. और वो भी एक आसान तौर पे नहीं, वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया के तौर पे उसको लेके गए. And in fact, you can even say he was probably the best bowler we had that Test series because हमारा काफी बुरा हाल था उस Test series में. And as Ricky Ponting says, it was the worst bowling attack to have ever landed on their shores. So usme bhi Naseem, gave a tough time to people like David Warner with his pace and with his bounce. Bada mushkil time tha actually when he joined because his mother passed away while he was in Australia, and he decided to stay for the tour, continue and finish the series. So बहुत मतलब that was very courageous of him, and he really has that spirit Pakistan के लिए खेलने के लिए, and just to be a great cricketer overall. He got into the Pakistan Test team. In fact, became like a very solid part of it now. He took a hat trick at about 17 years or 18 years old um, against Bangladesh in I think Bangladesh में ही Test series थी, and he took a hat trick there.
Fifer, I think.
Youngest fifer in one days, joining Bakar and Wasim.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, he's definitely been quite good even in the PSL. असल उसका T20 में जो entry हुई है ना, वो इस पिछली PSL 7 में हुई है because his performance there was just absolutely brilliant. मतलब he really showed a lot of maturity and a lot of control as compared to the previous years. And it was only a matter of time मेरे ख्याल से तो कि उसको T20 टीम में chance मिलना था. And I think our bowling lineup was kind of packed as well, which is why उसको chance नहीं मिल रहा था. Shaheen, Haris तो मतलब दो बहुत strong bowlers बन चुके थे. Hassan at that point was performing well as well. He was also in his comeback wala period. But अब he's finally gotten the space, and I think जिस तरह से उसकी performance रही है पिछले कुछ महीनों में, people are kind of expecting him to play that role which Shaheen did, because अभी Netherlands में अगर आपने series देखी हो, the dismissals he got, those were like good swinging. He was really swinging the ball there. वही ना, and not just like the conventional in swing as a right hand bowler. He was taking it away from the off stump and the middle stump, जो बहुत एक मुश्किल skill है. And he's what this is fourth year in international cricket, so expectations उससे काफी हैं. Even though he's coming in as like still his first T20 match. Um, you expect a lot of him because he's been playing cricket. At least for us, he's been playing for like the last 3 4 years.
Hey, I
That
had a
sounds.
question. So since you brought about the topic of Shaheen Shah Afridi, right? Sorry, not Shaheen Shah Afridi. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Since you brought about the topic of Naseem Shah, right? I just had a
Yeah.
question. So before you guys were online, and Nikhil, I would like to get your perspective on this as well. So we were discussing that India are carrying a spinner extra, and we were slightly light on our pace bowling. So and we were discussing who would have made it to the side instead of the extra spinner, right? And we were discussing a few names, and I simply brought about the name of Umran Malik, who had made his debut in Ireland. Still very raw to international cricket, still very new to the scene, but um, when you look at pace, right, he's got a really rare offering, someone who can bowl 150 for you. But again, when you look at other pacers who debuted for India and then lost track, someone like Varun Aaron, who had high pace, then wasn't back properly, had injuries, lost out on the track. Someone like Navdeep Saini, who played in Australia, played in New Zealand, the ODI series, he then wasn't able to make it to the 11 constantly. So how do you break that, balance of making a debut too early and making a debut too late? We also discussed the name of Prithvi Shaw, who debuted quite early when he was right out of under 19 cricket, and then he seems to have lost his way right now, at least in the national scene. So Pakistan has been one of the sides known to handle early debuts. You've had someone like a Shaheen who debuted in his teens. Now you have Naseem who is debuting in his teens. So how do you find that balance between making it too late and making it too early? Uh, Pakistan, obviously, as I told you, right, they've been handing out early debuts and they've been performing well as well. Shaheen right now is the leader of their attack and is well established as a good bowler in all three formats. So how do you find that balance?
Yeah, I think India had a very good early debut some years back in 1989. It's going to be tough to find somebody who's going to do as well as that one. But Sachin aside, I think that the thing is now you have much more understanding of the game in terms of the cricket ecosystem. Somebody like a Varun Aaron or even a Khalil Ahmed, I feel was rushed into the setup without actually understanding what was his actual role, what is his actual skill set that differentiates him from the others. So I think that is something that's very important to realize, and that is happening right now. Because you see, which is why you don't have Umar Malik in the squad right now. You already have enough bowlers for the middle overs kind of bowling. And the thing with pace is, while I'm sure the King Pal will agree that pace is pace, yeah, but that pace without control is of no use. uh, how ironic and apt it is that it is Sean Tate that is on the other side coaching the set of pacers. So that's the margin of error. With pace, the margin of error is very less. I think there's one very great example of that in this squad is Avish Khan. I think he's a great talent. He has very good skills. He can hit the deck, a differential bowler. But when he doesn't have the control, you will see him go for 40 and 45. So that is what is to be controlled in terms of you don't want them to cut down on pace, but you want them to get better in terms of the lines that they're going to bowl and be consistent with it that okay, I'm not going to get injured. I'll still bowl at pace, but I'll have to have control. I think Naseem Shah's example is also great in very little time. Somebody like Naseem Shah, I feel Arshdeep Singh is a very good counterpart as an example. Now he's been given a very I wouldn't say early debut, but he's got the cap in I think much ahead than many of us would have imagined. And how great is his understanding of his own bowling that he's able to bowl the Yorkers in time using the new ball versus England, knowing when to bowl the short ball. I think over construction, all these finer details have come into the game in the last few years, and that's also helping franchise cricket and even international cricket to identify that okay, these are the talents that we want them to be pushing out at the right time. Now there are so many examples. There is Hasib Hamid, who came onto the scene, scored well against India and then ran out. So you have to be able that Finding that balance is always going to be hard, but there is also Shubman Gill. Now he knows his game so well at this age. In already, he almost seems like ready for ODI number three spot. That's because he's put in those hard yards and he's had that advice, expert advice, whatever you want to call it. So with these youngsters, which is why I feel things like the NCA and all are important, because that's when you will identify that okay, these are our potential future stars. Now, what are their roles? And one major change that I see happening now is not everybody is going to play test cricket. I think that is one acceptance that has to be done, that not everybody will be able to play all three formats. So you have to identify कि किस बंदे का कौन सा format best है, and then you make them so good in that format that they don't need to play other formats. You cannot burn out a Ben Stokes or a Hardik Pandya just by saying his test cricket is best. The days are gone. We have to be modern. It's 2022. You if a Rahul Tripathi waited for a test cap, he would have never made it to the IPL or somebody else. So yes, you want to keep scoring in Ranji Trophy, but that respect also has to be there. That okay, maybe Umran Malik may not play Test cricket. It's fine. How do we use him better? I think Naseem Shah right now, Pakistan have that depth that okay, Shaheen is injured, Mohammad Wasim is injured. Still, they have that fact line of pacers कि भाई जो एक गया तो दूसरा आ जाएगा. Yes, I'm not saying you will compare the quality, but having that depth, having that option is also very important. So I think that is how you'll able to find the balance that okay, definite role, clear understanding of that person's body, कि कितना इंजरी होता है, कहाँ इंजरी होता है, what is the recovery time. You saw Bumrah go out for a long time. We saw Bhuvi go out for a long time. Now that is not something that you want to happen very often, especially with your young guys, because if that happens, we say Umran Malik right now, when he's just learning, he's rubbing shoulders with a Dale Steyn, he's learning about the game. If he gets to spend time on the bench, it's not going to help him. So I think Rahul Dravid, Vives Lakshman, they'll all be a very key figures in identifying that okay, this is our pool and this is the format that will back them in, and then you slowly, gradually give them enough chances.
Yeah, I think I gained a lot of what you said from those insights. Thank you so much for that. But and as you mentioned, right, so many youngsters come up to the international stage, but those who make it big are very few, and somehow some of them tend to lose track at various stages of their career. But when you have an institution set up like the NCA, right, I think the youngsters are in a good place, and I think the youngsters coming through the system also will benefit through that. So I think the Indian domestic system, in a way, is solid in that way that we can take care of our youngsters, not so that they don't lose track at any point of time. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, I think franchise
Yes.
cricket also plays a massive role, because when you are a franchise cricket, the franchises are going to take care of their players. Now, Quetta Gladiators definitely would have seen much more of Naseem Shah even before he got his Quetta cap. So it's not just a random thing that you go to a 16-year and say, "जा भाई तू bowling कर जो करना देखा जाएगा." So there is enough effort put in there, and the same thing happens with say a Tristan Stubbs, a Dewell Brevis. These are the guys that people are scouting, going to other nations and finding out that okay, these are the guys that you want to play. And a lot of people hate on franchise cricket, but they don't realize it's franchise cricket that is getting you these players. How did David Warner come to international cricket? How did you he's a legend now, but how did he start? So these are all things that you need to also credit franchise cricket for the right things, that you may say that people are choosing money over country. We all choose better jobs whenever we get them. So I think a lot of these platforms are, I think, are the best way to get this message out to the masses, क्योंकि हमारे मीडिया तो करने से रही. तो let's us try and get the right message to the right folks.
Very, very, very correct. Just one thing, combining what both of you said here, key players being handed their debuts at an early age, and then it's important to look after them so that they don't fall away with regards to their career or fall in some some things that they shouldn't. Kumail, what do you have to say about a great player like Muhammad Amir? Like he made his debut in his early teens. He was a revelation back then fell into those issues, made his comeback, made a very strong comeback. And then again, unfortunately, at the age of 30 itself, he is away from the team. So, and right now, I was just thinking that how lethal would it have been to see Muhammad Amir, Shaheen Shah Afridi, playing with the likes of Haris Rauf and even Naseem Shah and all the other Pakistani pacers. How much of a loss do you think he is to the team, and if his possible presence in the team right now, how much of a difference would it make?
Yeah, huge loss, huge loss. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Um, I think uh, पीसीबी के साथ जो उसके मसले रहे, उसने जो रिटायरमेंट की अनाउंसमेंट की, उसने कहा कि मैं टेस्ट क्रिकेट नहीं खेल सकता. I think honestly after his comeback he should have been treated better. That is my take on this. क्योंकि आसिफ और सलमान बट को तो आपने बिल्कुल निकाल दिया, लेकिन इवन आमिर के साथ आपने बहुत ज्यादती की, क्योंकि you should have treated him like any other player. ठीक है, मैं समझता हूँ कि वो नहीं हो सकता with all the history या जो भी, but once he's back in the system, I think you should have treated him the way you should have treated any other bowler or any other player in the team. And that treatment was never meted out to Amir. I felt like कि वो खेलना चाहता था ये फॉर्मेट, और वो ओडीआई भी खेलना चाहता था. ठीक है, वो टेस्ट नहीं खेलना चाहता, एंड लाइक अगर कोई गोरा कहे ये बात कि मैं एक फॉर्मेट नहीं खेलना चाहता, तो उस पर तो ये बात शुरू हो जाती है कि ओ फॉर्मेट खतरे में है, ओडीआई खत्म हो रहा है, ये वो. लेकिन यहाँ पे उल्टा होता है, यहाँ पे प्लेयर का कैरियर खत्म हो जाता है, which is a very sad part. आज आप सोचें कि अगर शाहीन, नसीम, आमिर, हारिस रऊफ एक टीम में खेल रहे होते तो वो क्या टीम होती. एंड
ऐसे ऐसे साइड्स नहीं देखने, थोड़ा ऑपोजिशन के बारे में भी सोचो, उन्होंने भी रन बनाने होते हैं.
अगले साल शायद मुंबई का ये हाल हो जाएगा आईपीएल में.
पता नहीं.
अगर जोफ्रा आर्चर आते
लेकिन
हैं
हाँ
तो
यार हाँ, मुंबई ने ऐसे मुंबई के ऊपर ना एक एपिसोड हम भी करेंगे. मुंबई इंडियंस ने जो प्लेयर्स प्रोड्यूस किए ना, वैसे एब्सोल्युटली. लेकिन हाँ, कमिंग बैक टू आमिर यार, जाती है और बड़ा अफसोस है. He's 30. I mean, what's he doing right now? He's sitting in his lounge watching TV, watching the match. While he could play. I mean, it's just heartbreaking.
या एक्चुअली मैं भी अग्री करूंगा कि उनकी रिटायरमेंट पे उन्होंने काफी मतलब सख्त बयानात दिए थे अगेंस्ट द मैनेजमेंट उस वक्त की. वकार यूनुस वाज द कोच अलॉन्ग विद मिसबा. इनफैक्ट उसने पिछली मिकी आर्थर वाली जो मतलब ही स्पोक हाईली ऑफ मिकी, लेकिन ही डिड क्रिटिसाइज द फैक्ट कि मिकी ओवर यूज्ड हिम. मुझे याद है आज तक कि हम शायद आयरलैंड के साथ सीरीज खेल रहे थे या नेदरलैंड्स के साथ ही. आमिर वहां भी खेल रहा था, आमिर टेस्ट मैच भी खेल रहा था, वो T20 भी खेल रहा था, ओडीआई भी खेल रहा था, और लीग्स भी फिर पीएसएल में भी खेलना होता था. तो इट एक्चुअली फॉर अ बॉलर टू कम बैक आफ्टर 5 years and then get back into international cricket. अगर वो कह रहा था, इनफैक्ट ही सेज कि उसकी इंजमाम जो उस वक्त के चीफ सेलेक्टर थे उनसे काफी बात हुई थी कि आई माय बॉडी नीड्स रेस्ट. एक पूरा साल गुजर गया and he was not looked after for that whole year. Mickey Arthur even admitted in fact later that I was being selfish with how I was using you. I wanted to take my best team out on the field. तो एंड में आई थिंक उसकी तरफ से डिसीजन you have to respect it. और पीसीबी has had a bit of a history with not giving players the respect, especially जो उनके against थोड़े खड़े होते हैं. So yeah, I mean most of the players, if you look at their history with PCB, वो शोएब अख्तर हो, वो यूनुस खान हो, शेबी हो, मतलब वो हर किसी का थोड़ा सा शेबी के तो मेरे ख्याल से आजकल भी रहते हैं वो for no reason. तो वो ना थोड़ा सा इशू बना हुआ है in the past. A lot of players haven't gotten the respect, especially during retirement time. I think in the last decade probably there's only 1-2 players जिनको आप कह सकते हैं कि एक अच्छा कुछ हद तक अच्छा सेंड ऑफ मिला, वो यूनुस खान और मिसबा थे. वो भी टेस्ट मैच का.
उनको भी क्या करना पड़ा to get that thing. तो yeah,
exactly. तो ये ना I think players association भी अभी तक पाकिस्तान में कोई नहीं है, and this is things like these will keep happening. It's not just Amir. It's a lot of players who will go through this, so and have been going through this. So I think a structural masla generally address karne wala hai. Could you tell me actually how the BCCI has been, because recently we've also seen Virat का जो हुआ था कैप्टनसी के ऊपर मसला थोड़ा तो बीसीसीआई के जनरली रिलेशंस प्लेयर्स के साथ और इन द रीसेंट टाइम्स कैसे रहे हैं?
Yeah,
Let's
I
just
think
come
sorry.
to that in
Yeah,
a couple of minutes.
why?
We just had the
I just
toss.
wanted to give one bad news to you, Kingpin. India have won the toss and they are bowling, and on that
course
very
they
good
are.
note,
What they
I'll
are?
देखो
I'll
मैं
take
तो
your leave.
And
देखो
one more breaking news: Rishabh Pant
No
is
Rishabh,
not playing. Dinesh
no
Karthik
Rishabh.
is
he's
playing.
not playing.
नहीं हाँ,
No,
आज
Dinesh
Avesh
सुबह ना
Khan
Karthik
ये
is
बड़ी
is
playing.
डिस्कशन हो रही थी, पंत की जगह नहीं बन
कौन
रही।
खेल रहा है?
हाँ,
What's his
Avesh
team?
Khan,
Dinesh Karthik. Dinesh
Dinesh
Karthik is
Karthik
playing.
and Avesh Khan.
Oh,
या
wow,
Yes.
okay.
So
ये
that's
सुबह किसने गेस की
Yeah.
थी टीम?
surprise.
I'll join you guys in the match time live. Thank you so much once again for having me. See you soon.
थैंक यू ब्रदर।
Thank
See you,
Of
Nikhil.
course.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
Cheers, bye.
We are yet to see the playing 11, but Avesh is playing. So three seamers are playing for sure. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
हम यहाँ
and
टॉस
three
कर
pacers
Three
and two
seamers
इवेंट
are
spinners
playing.
for
Huh?
Pakistan. Okay,
Okay.
Neha is here.
Neha is also back.
या
Yeah.
Let me
श्योर
execute.
Srijan will be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Cool.
ओके, नेहा's back as well।
Thank you, Srijan.
Hi
नेहा
guys.
मुबारक, India won the toss and decided to win the match।
Both first.
No, it is
Actually,
decided
double
already.
Mubarak. Being an RCB and double Mubarak, DK is playing.
वाह
हाँ,
क्या बात है।
RCB supremacy. यार DK वैसे दिनेश कार्तिक की जो
What a
longevity है ना
what what a
वो
comeback,
खत्म ही
like
है।
out of nowhere। I remember इसका एक बड़ा अच्छा इंटरव्यू था जब इंडिया was touring England
Yeah.
with Virat, and I loved
He
it। I
took
was like,
Virat's
oh,
interview.
Dinesh Karthik is in commentary now, oh great। And then
And
next
he was
thing
so
he's like
good.
playing for the national team।
Yeah.
Yeah, he was really good at
His
that too.
commentary is so good. I mean, in the
Yeah,
commentary
yeah.
box these days, they're bare. You can count the number of good commentators on your fingers right now.
Azhar Ali Khan,
This,
Fazil
Fazil
Khan,
Khan.
Ravi Shastri।
नहीं यार क्या हो गया?
yeah.
I mean, Dinesh
Anyway.
Karthik's comeback has been nothing short of phenomenal, right? Considering how he was in the com box, सब लोगों ने उसे restrict वहीं पे किया था, and then to come and play so well, to make that statement for RCB, and then making it back to the Indian team, just remarkable, I think.
अच्छा.
Even right now,
Okay,
even
we
right
have
the
the
former
Pakistan
Indian
We have the
lineup.
Pakistan lineup। Kumail,
Oh,
would you
yeah.
read it out for us, please?
So there's Babir Rizwan, Fakhar Zaman, Iftikhar, Khushtil, Asif Ali, Nawaz, Shadab, Naseem, Rauf, and Dahani. So they went with Dahani.
I had a feeling they would go with Dehani।
Yeah, in the live you were mentioning na yesterday कि they might go with him.
हाँ।
Yeah.
अच्छा तो किसको नहीं किया? हसन को तो जाहिर सी बात है नहीं किया।
हसन तो ठीक है, but
हसनैन भी नहीं खेल रहा। हैदर भी नहीं खेल रहा।
हैदर
हैदर
अली।
नहीं खेल
और मैंने कल 4 पेसर्स कहा था, लेकिन उसमें मसला ये था मेरी गिनती खराब हो गई थी।
वही कह रहा था, तीन
पेसर्स
पेसर्स और दो
तीन ही
स्पिनर।
पेसर्स की जगह थी। तो इफ्तिखार, आई थिंक ये सुबह भी कोई बात कर रहा था कि इफ्तिखार गिव्स Babar a 6th bowler, although Khushtil can bowl as well, so technically we have 2 extra spinners who can take a couple of overs।
What is
अगर
India
जरूरत
playing?
पड़ी। Let's see।
What is India playing? Do we know?
So we have the top three as we expected: Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, Virat Kohli. Then Sky holds on to 4. Then Hardik Pandya, DK, Jaddu, Guru, Avesh, Yuzi, and Ashti. So 3
Brilliant.
pacers,
Wow।
the 2 first choices for spinners, and I think बाकी 10 तो अपने उसके हिसाब से ये just DK over Rishabh is something that
DK over Pandya.
kind of logical
Yeah.
choice, but still surprising because
Why do you think they made that choice?
Yeah।
I think consistency, because DK has been the designated finisher for us. पिछले 10 T20 12 T20 से he is the only one who has consistently played, and he has given the returns that have been expected of him. Whereas with Rishabh, this is what I personally feel, and a few others in India also feel the way that T20 is a format where it's better कि Rishabh को आप at the top खिलाओ ताकि power play में he can make the most out of it. Even if he's hitting the ball, if अगर बाउंड्री को क्लियर भी नहीं करें, एटलीस्ट बाउंड्री के लिए 4 जा सकता है। Whereas पावर प्ले के बाद जब फील्ड खुल जाती है, आप उनको हमेशा ऑफ स्टंप के बाहर बॉल दोगे, he'll end up getting holed out. So I personally see him as a much better player at the top of the order in T20. Whereas आपको इस 11 में नंबर 4 तक आप ऋषभ पंत को खिला ही नहीं सकते, because you have KL, you have Rohit, you have Virat, you have Sky. So नंबर 5 या नंबर 6 पे आप ऋषभ को खिलाओ, या आप उसी पोजीशन पे as a specialist finisher DK को खिलाओ. I think that's where DK wins the race ahead of Rishabh.
Yeah।
And
And
Rishabh
also-
Pant को back करे तो his consistency is much more in the longer format of the game than in your limited overs. Like even in IPL, he's had a very on and off sort of thing. So I think it was a good call, going ahead with Dinesh Karthik. The
Yeah.
RCB fan in me is really happy, I think.
Ani, I think he also complements someone like Pandya really well. Like they both are really good hitters. So ये बहुत अच्छा है. I actually want to talk a bit about Arshdeep because I'm actually excited to see him. उसकी वजह ये है, I think he's a left arm pacer. He's the left arm pacer. मैंने इसको इंग्लैंड में देखा था बॉल करते हुए, and I really liked him. Like he was quick and वो बॉल अंदर भी ला रहा था. मुझे लग रहा है कि पाकिस्तान might struggle against him. अच्छा.
तो
पता नहीं,
अर्शदीप
because again left armers are going to be tough. हमने कल भी देखा है मैच में, पहले कुछ ओवर्स में स्विंग है जिस तरह से वो फारूकी ने करवाई थी. He was really bowling well. तो ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे कि शुरू वाले ओवर्स बॉलिंग साइड को काफी हेल्प करेंगे.
तो देखिए, जहाँ तक अर्शदीप की बात है, he was a part of the Under-19 World Cup team along with the likes of Shivam Mavi, Kamlesh Nagarkoti, Shan Porel, and वहाँ पे he was not in the team. He was not among the top 3 pacers in the team. Under-19 World Cup में नए मौके मिले. उसके बाद में पंजाब के लिए उसने 2 साल लगातार कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म किया. अब 2020 उठा लो, 2021 उठा लो, तो 2020 में उनको ज़्यादा विकेट्स मिले, तो 2021 में जिस इकोनॉमी के साथ उन्होंने बॉल किया था, और पंजाब की टीम में बॉलिंग में आपके पास बहुत बड़े स्टार्स नहीं थे. Yes, Shami was there, but in terms of overseas bowling, on and off. वो कहने को तो जाए रिचर्डसन को भी ले आते ऑक्शन में, नेथन एलिस को भी ले आते, बट कभी उनके लिए कुछ फायदा नहीं हुआ. एंड इन दैट सेटअप अर्शदीप इज द वन हु बोल्ड कंसिस्टेंटली एंड इवन डोमेस्टिक सर्किट. एंड वो ऐसे टाइप के बॉलर हैं, आपने जितने भी T20s अभी खेले हैं, ही हैज बोल्ड इन ऑल द फेजेस. कहीं पावर प्ले में उन्होंने अच्छे से बॉलिंग करी, कहीं मिडिल ओवर्स में डाले, कहीं डेप्थ में डाले. वो ऊपर बॉल को स्विंग भी कर सकती है. ही कैन नेल दोस यॉर्कर्स जो आईपीएल में सबसे मेनली उसकी चर्चा रही थी. एंड सो ही इज अ फुल पैकेज. एंड जैसा कि आपने बोला, लेफ्ट आर्म सीमर्स इंडिया में बहुत रेयर कमोडिटी है. एंड जब भी कोई लेफ्ट आर्म सीमर आता है, हमेशा उसको बहुत जल्दी डेब्यू मिल जाता है. खलील अहमद का एग्जांपल जैसे निखिल ने पीछे लिया था. बट विद रिगार्ड्स टू अर्शदीप, he has had 2.5 years of consistent cricket behind him, जहाँ उसने परफॉर्म किया है एंड अच्छे लेवल पे परफॉर्म किया है. उसने अगेंस्ट अ प्लेयर लाइक कगिसो रबाडा पिछले आईपीएल में, रबाडा एंड अर्शदीप दोनों ने डेथ बॉलिंग संभाली थी पंजाब के लिए. तो अर्शदीप को विकेट ज्यादा नहीं मिले, बट इकोनॉमी उसकी अंडर 6 रही थी. एंड रबाडा वाज द वन, अर्शदीप में सारा प्रेशर बना एंड रबाडा गॉट द विकेट्स विद दैट प्रेशर. So I think which is where he is really a force to reckon with. The power play में बॉल को स्विंग करके विकेट्स ले सकते हैं. एंड हमें पता है कि बाबर loves to drive the ball and Rizwan loves to cut the ball. एंड अगर उसमें on the top over the wicket से Arshdeep can swing the ball, I think shots अगर खेलने जाएंगे, then there's a great chance that we might see Pakistan in a situation of 5 for 3.
Yeah.
Should we take that as a prediction?
Yeah, है तो. I mean,
अब चलो कह दिया है तो ले ही लो.
Season, what are your
pitch actually?
Season, what are your thoughts?
Season के लेते हैं, and then I think let's see if there's anything on the pitch.
Yeah, I won the toss
The
and
match situation
chose to do.
or the predictions that I would like to give.
Predictions, और I think अब थोड़ी prediction करना आसान हो गया होगा after the toss. Maybe relatively.
I see Arshdeep having a very good game with the new ball and also at the death. I think he's going to have a good game. My prediction would be that Arshdeep's going to pick 2 wickets, 2 or more wickets.
Okay. Wow.
We're speechless.
क्योंकि हो सकता है ना ये.
हाँ.
मैं अब मेरी आंखों के सामने चल रही है वो film.
Neha, what about you? What do you think?
I think like Arshdeep has been super impressive. Even कल में जब हम लोग preview में बात कर रहे थे ना on Instagram live, like he really bowls the Yorkers well. He is pretty economical, and as you said, bowling in tandem with Rabada in the IPL, we saw he put the pressure, and then Rabada reaped the benefits out of that. So even during his debut series, right, versus Ireland, he was like super good. He didn't have the nerves of debutant coming to the stage and actually he didn't have nerves at all. But I think he will have a good game, and getting the openers out will be key. Because we know how Pakistan's middle order is kind of fragile at the moment and very dependent on their openers too. So I hope he can get those 2-3 wickets, and yeah, and hopefully we can get to see him in the T20 World Cup as well.
Yeah, for sure. Or I mean, there's just a couple of things. I think the Rohit ने अपने वो interview में कहा है कि the pitch, he thinks the pitch won't be that important. We also know that the dew isn't as bad as it was last year time around. It's a bit earlier in the year. So, I mean, that also shows that there is some hope for Pakistan. अगर हमारी बैटिंग लेट्स से 180 प्लस कर ले क्लचिंग ऑन हो हाँ बट यार देखो आई एम श्योर उनको भी एट दिस पॉइंट पता होगा एंड फ्रॉम एक्सपीरियंस फ्रॉम द लास्ट वर्ल्ड कप दे वुड आल्सो नो कि अब 200 रन ही टारगेट होना चाहिए. इस तरह नेहा वाज आल्सो सेइंग लास्ट नाइट के 200 ही आपका टारगेट होना चाहिए. I don't want to, of course, just write our team off like that at all, because batting ability would definitely have. People like Asif Ali at the bottom can actually provide some very good runs in this case.
और मुझे ये भी लगता है कि अगर ऊपर से इंडिया को विकेटें नहीं मिलती तो आई थिंक दिस कुड बी अ डेंजरस गेम इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि फिर चांसेस हैं कि 200 से ऊपर लग जाए स्कोर. हाँ, अगर इंडिया गेट्स लाइक let's say 2 wickets in the first 6 overs, then I think Pakistan will be on the back foot naturally, and they will have to sort of rebuild innings and everything. Then 200 would seem like a difficult prospect. खास तौर पे also given कि our top order is our strongest forte right now.
वैसे इफ्तिखार के ऊपर हमने ज़्यादा बात नहीं की. इफ्तिखार, I think it's actually a surprise for us कि इफ्तिखार is playing. He has some experience. He's been playing with the Pakistan team for quite some time. उसको मैचेस शायद इतने नहीं मिले, बट आई रिमेम्बर उसने पिछले साल और द ईयर बिफोर दैट ऑस्ट्रेलिया जब हमारा टूर हुआ था, तो he played quite well there. He was our top scorer for that series. और उसकी एवरेज भी अच्छी खासी 45 की एवरेज है उसकी T20 में. Strike rate again could be a bit higher, but I think he is one to also watch out for, because domestic cricket में he is actually the most experienced player we have in the entire. He's actually played more than Babar, I would say. Like, he's played more than any player in the side when it comes to domestic. He's like our Surya Kumar Yadav type player who's coming. No, not नहीं खेलने के तौर पे मैंने बिल्कुल बात नहीं की. मैंने कहा वो domestic experience बहुत है उसका भी. तो मतलब पोजीशन दोनों की वैसे सेम है अगर तुम. तो 170 strike rate.
अच्छा, सूर्या कुमार यादव वैसे I would love to see him perform. Like, I would love to. मजा आएगा उसको देखने. I think I'm looking forward to seeing Surya Kumar. Or Riz needs to perform.
Riz needs to perform, yeah.
Yeah, I think now
and take better reviews, because that has been a real struggle for him, I think, for the past career, his entire career.
In this current setup, हाइपोथेटिकल सिचुएशन की बात करते हैं. लाइक अगर जल्दी विकेट्स गिर जाते हैं पावर प्ले में, तो कौन से वो प्लेयर्स हैं जो आपको लगता है कि टीम को आगे लेकर जा सकते हैं? लेट्स से टॉप 3 हमारे जो है फकर, बाबर एंड रिजवान. लेट्स से पाकिस्तान लूजेस वन टू 3 in the 6 overs. Okay, let's say that
550 अगर हो जाए बेसिकली तो अच्छा. So there are 2 players who we can bank on, जो domestic में भी ये रोल करते रहे play. That one is Iftikhar, and the second is Khushdil Shah. Khushdil Shah, we've been using him as a finisher, but in domestic cricket he is like a top order batsman जो innings खेलता है, जो बड़े-बड़े 100 बनाता है. He's that kind of player, so he can play that role as well. He can push the ball around, get through difficult phases when needed, and then he has the ability to. Or Shahadab bhi hai. Shahadab is actually in very good. I would say he's in
good form.
He's in the best batting form he's been in his life right now. The PSL से आ रही है उसकी performances. In the T20 World Cup he was doing pretty good. Netherlands में भी जाके उसने perform किया, श्रीलंका में भी श्रीलंका नहीं, Netherlands में उसने perform किया. So he's coming off good performances as well. तो ये बहुत expectation है कि मुश्किल सूरत हाल में वो खड़ा होगा. And he has been that player in at least other formats for us.
That sounds good.
I'll just add one question. So, if you look at Pakistan and T20I cricket this year, they've just played one T20I, if I'm not wrong. In a World Cup year, when other teams like India have been playing 20 plus matches, this is just Pakistan's second game. So, what are your expectations for Pakistan out of this Asia Cup? And what are the series that we can look forward to Pakistan playing after the Asia Cup? And what are your expectations for Pakistan in the World Cup?
तुम बताओ इसके ऊपर, मैं बताता हूँ.
Um, yeah, I think if we really need to have, huh?
FTP की बात है.
Yeah, no, I think if we really need to have like a good chance at FTP, भी मेरा ख्याल है वो हम बात करेंगे. But if we really need to like have a good, we want a good chance at the World Cups, both of them. तो हमें चाहिए कि एक तो we are not injury prone. I think this is one lesson that we have learned in the recent few weeks. ये नहीं हो सकता. Like you have to make sure कि your fast bowlers are and everyone, but especially your fast bowlers, are completely fit.
Yeah.
और हाँ एक like एक तरह की इंजरी होती है कि you don't see it coming, लेकिन एक तरह की होती है कि आपने इतना वर्कलोड बढ़ा दिया है कि it's very obvious कि this player is going to exhaust at some point or another. And if that happens to be right before like a big event, then that's just going to, I mean, that's just going to be disappointing. So I think this is something that is definitely in our control. Schedules वगैरह का मुझे नहीं पता. I mean, definitely ज़्यादा cricket होनी चाहिए all around for Pakistan. But chalo, like even if I rule out the schedules and I say, okay, this is something that might not be directly in, let's say, a coach's control, right, or a captain's control or a team's control, the one thing that they can definitely control is how they maintain themselves and how they maintain the important players that are going to win matches at the end of the
Yeah.
day. I was listening to Kapil Dev yesterday, and he was saying that it feels like it's a battle between two struggling teams. And I sort of agree with him. मुझे लगता है कि दोनों टीम्स इस वक्त स्ट्रगल कर रही हैं इंजरीज के साथ और बाकी चीज़ों का भी शिकार हैं. एंड बट नहीं, फॉर पाकिस्तान डेफिनेटली एफटीवी पे आई थिंक तुम थोड़ी सी बात कर लो.
सो हाँ, आई थिंक ये फ्यूचर टूर्स प्रोग्राम पिछले जो साइकिल वाला है, थोड़ा सा कोविड की वजह से भी इम्पैक्ट हुआ था, क्योंकि ये भी नहीं पता था एशिया कप कब होना है. मतलब कुछ महीने तक तो पहले, कुछ हफ्तों तक पहले तो हमें ये भी नहीं पता था कि कहाँ होना है. तो ये भी इश्यूज थोड़े रहे हैं कोविड की वजह से. एंड देन द वर्ल्ड कप मूविंग इनटू दिस ईयर एज वेल. सो वो टीम्स का ये थोड़ा इशू आया होगा. ऑल्दो आई मस्ट ऑल्सो से कि हमारे वर्ल्ड कप से पहले पाकिस्तान हैज 12 T20s, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 10 और 12 T20s, जिसमें एक हमारी होम सीरीज है विद इंग्लैंड प्लेइंग 7 T20s हियर, एंड देन वी आर गोइंग टू न्यूजीलैंड फॉर अ ट्राई सीरीज विद बांग्लादेश एंड न्यूजीलैंड. सो हमारे पास एक्चुअली वर्ल्ड कप से पहले एक महीना आप तकरीबन देखें तो इट्स पैक्ड विद T20 क्रिकेट. वी माइट बी रियली वेल प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दैट. इनफैक्ट आई वुड से हमें ये थोड़ा फिगर आउट करना होगा कि हमने स्क्वाड को प्रॉब्ली थोड़ा बड़ा करना होगा ताकि हमारे ओवरवर्क ना हो जाए 10-12 एक महीने की में T20 खेल के. जहाँ तक अभी की बात है, या इट्स डेफिनेटली अ केस कि हम थोड़े से रस्टी होंगे perhaps because of the lack of T20 cricket we've had. एक पॉजिटिव आई गेस जो इसमें हम देख सकते हैं is that a lot of the players in our one day side have are in the T20 side as well. आप हारिस को देख लें, हसनैन और नसीम. हसनैन तो खैर is basically a newcomer into the squad, but अभी हमारे तीन पेसर्स जो हैं, Dahani's been with the team in ODIs, he's been with the team. Sorry, what was his name? Haris has been with the team, and Naseem has been with the team. तो Shadab's been with the team as well. तो मतलब तकरीबन सारी टीम तो हमारी वनडे की आ गई है. आई थिंक इफ्तिखार को छोड़ के एवरीबडी इज हियर. एवरीबडी प्लेज दिस फॉर्मेट. सिर्फ बैटिंग ऑर्डर ऊपर नीचे हुआ है, या आसिफ अली की बात है, which so I don't think इतना बड़ा मसला होगा because we have this on our end. Plus I think जितनी क्रिकेट होती है साल में, आप क्रिकेट में तो आपकी क्रिकेट तो खराब नहीं होगी ना. आप T20 में आपको थोड़ा सा एडजस्टमेंट टाइम चाहिए होगा, और वो मिल गया होगा उनको probably in the last month. But what do you have to say? Do you think India might struggle a bit because they've also played a lot of cricket, and they've actually been experimenting a lot इसके अंदर बैटिंग ऑर्डर के साथ, यहाँ तक कि कैप्टनसी के साथ भी. So we've actually, I mean, Pakistan has been coming with a consistent captain, vice captain, Shadab or Babar की form में. Do you think India might also struggle because they've been over experimenting, or do you think that's going to work in your advantage as well?
I mean, as far as rustiness is considered, even India's batting lineup would be a bit rusty right now because Rohit, KL, Virat, they haven't had a lot of cricket behind them before this. So let's hope they come off good. And apart from that, yes, experimentations काफी हुआ है जैसा मैंने भी like I mentioned before that there's been a lot of experimentation and especially an approach. So I still feel the biggest challenge that we would face in going ahead right now is how does the top three adapt to the new approach? Because if they all have to buy into it, then the entire team has to buy into it, as Rohit Sharma has publicly gone on saying. तो वो सबसे बड़ा challenge I see. And apart from that, I think the team composition remains more or less the same, which has been there for the past 3 years. The past 3 4 years, the same players, same set of players have been playing. Well, DK is an inclusion here, but like that's a direct swap for Rishabh. And apart from that, in the bowling lineup, Chahal still remains there, Bhuvi still remains there, and they're just because of the injuries to Bumrah and Harshal, we have Avesh and Arshdeep coming in. So, with regards to the entire balance and the overall template of the team, that remains the same. It just comes up to see two things: how does this bowling unit come together as a whole, and how do the batters go along with this new approach?
Yeah.
But with Rohit
Neha,
Sharma
would
at
you
the
want?
helm, I think
Yeah.
he is take
Huh.
things slowly.
Actually, could we also talk about Rohit Sharma's captaincy in the last few matches? Like, आप लोग अपना opinion दे कैसी रही अभी तक? Neha, why don't you begin?
Right. So Rohit Sharma, taking up captaincy after someone like Virat Kohli was the captain, he's been really good, right? उनकी बात करें तो like वो मुंबई इंडियंस के साथ बहुत successful रह चुके हैं, having won those 5 trophies, which is obviously no mean feat. And he is a good captain. He has a good head on his shoulders, and the way he's led India has been admirable. Like, there were some concerns कि अगर उनका rapport अच्छे से बनेगा with someone like a Rahul Dravid who has his structures in place, but I think both of them, in tandem have really driven the Indian team in a very good direction, right? And he really backs his players. He believes in them. Like Virat ki jab captaincy ki baat kare to, there was this chopping and cutting the team, then and there. But with Rohit, he gives the longer rope to his players. So that is something that has been really fascinating to see, to say the least. And yeah, basically, मुझे लगता है कि the next captain who comes in, there will be some time before that happens, because Rohit Sharma has given that stability now. At least till the 2023 World Cup that happens at home in India, I think we're good to go with Rohit. So yeah, it's been good till now.
Yeah, can you tell us a bit about Shahnawaz Dhani? I've seen
Yeah.
that Shoaib Akhtar really rates him highly. He's spoken about him at length in his YouTube channel. So, can you tell us what we can expect out of
Yeah.
him?
उससे पहले अभी मेरी और कुमेल की ना शक्ल थोड़ी पेन में थी, क्योंकि वी जस्ट सॉ मैच देख रहे हैं ना साथ, तो अभी शाहीन और वसीम दोनों साथ खड़े हुए थे और नेशनल एंथम चल रहा था, तो
Not in their uniform.
not in their
Naturally.
uniforms, of course. They're just as to watch the match. But Dahani की जहाँ तक बात है, so Dahani also came onto the scene PSL 6 में, and he was with Multan Sultans. And again, he was that kind of bowler. He came from लाड़काना, आई थिंक वहाँ से आए, और मतलब बहुत रिमोट इलाका है पाकिस्तान में, वहाँ से आए. ही वाज लाइक बहुत देर बाद वहाँ से कोई क्रिकेटर हमें मिला है, एंड बहुत उसकी एक स्ट्रगल है. आई कांट रियली गो इनटू डिटेल, आई डोंट वांट टू गेट द डिटेल्स रॉन्ग एक्चुअली, बट काफी मुश्किल सूरत हाल से आया, not a very well off family either, naturally. And he kind of made his way into domestic cricket. थोड़ी देर वहाँ खेला. I think he played for like a year or so, and then got into um, Multan Sultan. And मतलब हम यही अभी बात कर रहे थे. Nikhil was talking about how franchises have been so beneficial for a lot of players. So he got through the ranks, and the first time again, I think यहाँ ना वो बस एक बना हुआ है कि आप 150 वाला वो बैरियर ब्रेक करेंगे ना, तो everybody gets to know you. Because ये पूरी दुनिया में एक बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. I mean, same with Umran Malik, for example. That barrier is like it's like a target in people's head कि like ये अगर किसी ने क्रॉस कर दिया ना तो ये कुछ बन जाएगा. So Dhani was that kind of bowler, and he came onto the scene last PSL. His performance was okay. The next year he became, I think, one of the top wicket takers in the tournament.
Yeah.
तो उसकी बहुत जबरदस्त performance रही है. He hasn't, again, he's been traveling with the team for like a couple of years now. वो T20 World Cup में भी हमारे साथ था, and he didn't get a chance to bowl. So yeah, he's not coming off a lot of international experience, or even to be honest, PSL के अलावा भी उसने अभी तक कोई league नहीं खेली. Domestic ही ज़्यादा खेलता रहा है.
So it'll be exciting.
So it'll be exciting to see. I'm sure they've picked him also thinking कि ये हमारा kind of mystery bowler हो सकता है एक तरह से. No one's really seen much of him. Naseem and Haris, everybody knows. But
someone who's coming on right now though is Babar Azam onto the
yes.
field and Rizwan. Achha, what is the perfect start for India right now?
550.
What do you want? 550.
Need not say it again.
But I mean, we've started live match commentary mode now, so हम इसी तरह से चलते हैं. So, like guys, what would be India's ideal start, and what is the realistic start as well? Like,
okay, I really think anything less than 2 wickets in the power play would say that Pakistan has had the better of it. In order for a good start for India, 2 wickets in the power play should be the minimum, because you need to get both of these out. अगर इन दोनों में से कोई एक भी opener आगे तक खेलता चलेगा, we know how dangerous they can get. And दोनों spin को बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं. Whereas with the middle order, I think that's the one chink in the armory that we have been hearing about. So that's it. Even if it's like 40 for 2, 45 for 2, I think it's still India's part.
Yeah, definitely. Srijan and then Neha.
Yeah, for me, I think I was just listening to Akash Chopra, who in his preview said that if you block those singles for Babar and Rizwan, they really struggle to rotate strike, and I think if we don't get wickets up front, I think the focus should be on blocking those singles and not letting them rotate the strike. And thereafter, they really struggle to carry on or accelerate after a point. So even if we don't get, I mean, 2 wickets is a minimum that I expect for a good performance. But even if we don't get wickets, or even if we get 1 wicket for that matter, try to restrict those signals and try to see that they don't rotate straight so that the momentum keeps building. So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Neha, do you want to begin commentary on the first ball?
No, not really, because it was a dot ball.
We restricted a singles region.
Yes.
It's a good start. That's the ideal start for India.
Already
Exactly.
stopping this.
I was hoping an in swing or Bhuvi getting a wicket of the first ball.
मुझे लग रहा है वो set up करेगा.
Yeah. That's the angle though. That's the angle he created.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are up for the second ball. Bhuvi comes over the wicket to Mohammad Rizwan. Rohit Sharma at first slip. And it's a good line delivery on the off stump. Big appeal for LBW, and it's been given out. Ooh, second ball dug for Mohammad Rizwan. Bhubaneswar gets one with the in nipper. And are they going to review this one? There's some consultation.
This is a short guy. I think ये ऊपर शायद ना जाए.
जा रहे.
They have decided to review.
They've decided to review it.
Although I do think that's out. Even on umpire's call, that.
Umpire's call वही मुझे भी लगता है, but
I think the best case for Pakistan would be umpire's call.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Bhuvi is trying to do. Like just bring the ball in, creating that angle, keeping it simple.
Oh,
yeah.
Quite well.
Yeah, there you go.
But back.
Oh, that is
there.
That is on high. Yeah, that is on.
It is.
But he's also bending.
He's also bending.
Could just be clipping the bales, I think.
Yeah, like if it's umpire's call, to फिर भी को fake.
I think Naman is a bit ahead of us in.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
तो हमें spoiler ना देना.
If Naman smiles too hard, it's out.
No, I'm already smiling.
Yeah.
अच्छा, okay, no bad.
No bad, clearly no bad.
ये check करने की भी जरूरत नहीं.
We're at the same stage.
अच्छा, we're at the same stage.
Great.
Yeah, no spike on ultra edge. As you move towards ball tracking, pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets missing.
Oh
Oh
no.
wow! So there's
Ooh,
bounce. I'm guessing.
bounce.
Apparently,
Like apparently there's bounce on the. Okay, that was
And a big sigh of relief for all the Pakistani fans as well as Mohammad Rizwan
very
as
close.
he has avoided this duck. Just a minute, guys.
Next
I'm
ball
checking.
wicket. Let's go. Let's
बाय द
go.
वे आप पूरे मैच में यही देखेंगे कि हम ना वर्स्ट केस सिनेरियो देखेंगे बिकॉज
ये हमारा ट्रॉमा रिस्पॉन्स है
ट्रॉमा
against India.
रिस्पॉन्स है.
Oh, why are the Pakistani players wearing those black armbands? Is there any reason?
Oh, so that is for the flood relief, flood victims. Jo, I think there are over 1,000 casualties now.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's really bad here, and over 30 million
30
people have
million
been
people have been displaced.
which also reminds me कि जितने लोग देख रहे हैं, please do go donate to the causes. We'll actually post a link where you can find all the areas and all the organizations that are covering and doing relief efforts there. So I would encourage you all to please take a look at that as well.
Sure. Like I was just meaning to ask you guys that how's the situation back at your place?
यार हाँ नहीं लाहौर में तो फिर भी बेहतर है because again it's like a
शहरों में बेहतर है.
हाँ शहरों oh that's
four.
gone that looks like it's yeah that is 4 that is
A well struck shot, actually.
yeah that's beautifully struck by Babar. Acha,
On the
that's
up.
also like just sometimes it's beautiful because on camera you can't tell if he's timed it perfectly until it beats the fielder and then you realize oh he's actually
Yeah.
timed that better than it feels like he has.
Just pause.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That was a classic drive.
अच्छा ये कुछ दिनों पहले हमने एक देखी थी नासिर हुसैन was kind of deconstructing Babar's batting and how he plays his drive basically. तो जहाँ बाबर को swing नजर आएगी ना you'll actually see him playing the
that's also
beautiful.
well timed.
So he'll actually start playing the ball much later, kind of going with the swing of the ball. So Babar ने ये भी kind of I think he's actually much better than Rizwan when it comes to facing the
Technical?
early overs where it's swinging. और ये मैंने और कुमैल ने actually witness किया था पाकिस्तान ऑस्ट्रेलिया के टेस्ट में. We saw both of them play, but बाबर जिस तरह से handle कर रहा था ना जब नई बॉल ली थी उन्होंने, it was a lot better. Like you could see his technical prowess कि वो कितना फर्क है उसमें. बेशक रिजवान ने ज्यादा रन बनाए.
I think
That's close.
Neha is also
Big upbeat for LPW. Sorry, caught behind.
that look close. I really hope they don't go up because
Oh, Rohit goes for the review.
They've gone up.
they do. Okay, yeah.
They've gone up. Movie was convinced.
Okay, I do think that's slightly desperate. That might have not.
Just.
In any way, my prediction has gone. So yeah, I'll be helping out Abhi this over.
अभी मैच पड़ा है.
No bat on that.
It seems fine.
Yeah, that's hot.
Yeah, no. Slightly hasty though. लेकिन I think worth it. They really want that first wicket. You can see how important it is and like for good reason.
And also दुबई में ये भी है कि पिछले वर्ल्ड कप में भी हमें याद है कि the ball swung for like just 1 or 2 overs. उसके बाद शाहीन की भी swing नहीं होती थी.
So they know that these are the overs they want.
Yeah.
And Bhuvi is दूसरे end से कौन आएगा guys?
That's good.
Arshdeep.
Arshdeep, yeah.
I actually thought they would have given Arshdeep the first over.
नहीं Bhuvi
because left hand.
लेकिन again the left handers will come into play at any point. लेकिन अगर out I mean anyways हम थोड़ा सा floods की बात कर रहे थे. Yeah, so like in Lahore yeah, thank you Naman.
Thank you. Pleasure having
See you guys in the second innings. You got to catch up with my friends. They're all waiting.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
See you, Naman.
Bye. Have fun.
See you. Bye.
And like Lahore is fine, but the northern areas are really really affected.
Yeah.
And they're saying that it's actually the worst ever floods in Pakistan. I hope the neighboring countries, I hope India and Afghanistan remain safe. Because I heard Kabul there is like there's a chance of flooding. So I hope everyone else remains safe as well.
Yeah.
Okay, G. So now we have Arshdeep.
Are you back?
To Babar Azam. Oh, there's definitely movement,
अंदर
and
से आ
he
रहा है.
Nice.
brought it, and
Yeah.
that's very nice. And I also think he's warming up. मुझे लगता है 140 तक जाएगा. He was 134 right now.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Does he go up that? Okay.
हाँ नहीं
No,
मुझे
That's
I
going
लगता
to
है
be
कि
that's going to be fun to watch. I'm actually
pace. I think he's more of a mid 130s, late 130s kind of a bowler.
अच्छा.
I don't think he's touched that 140 barrier yet. I might be
Hmm.
wrong. But as far as I've
हाँ
watched
नहीं.
history
Yeah.
and the few matches that he's played for India, I don't think he's gone till 140.
okay.
Right. हाँ नहीं. I think जितना मैंने भी इंग्लैंड में से देखा था, he was late 130s, but he was swinging it good. So I mean,
Yeah.
numbers में पेज साइज ज्यादा हो, but when you start swinging it, तो वो वैसे ही तेज लगने लग जाती है.
Yeah,
So
and मजा ही कुछ और है ना if you're swinging it that good.
Oh, okay. Okay, Babar also being desperate, trying to stand.
wide
His,
है.
no, still like didn't move his legs. Very, very Rohit Sharma esque of him.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Uh,
Sure.
both of you. I think it is like a political question, but I'll go ahead. I don't think it's political, but some might take it to be
Sure.
political, but I'll definitely go ahead. So you know that international cricket hadn't been happening in Pakistan since that 2009 incident. Yes,
Yeah.
Zimbabwe toured in 2015, but those were infrequent, right? And the PSL also coming back to Pakistan took a lot of time. You know, you had someone like Darren Sammy coming and then advertising for cricket in Pakistan, and then you had the World 11 tour, right? All of that has happened over the past 8, 9, 10 years. How big as how big an impact has that had on young cricketers in Pakistan wanting to watch their
Yeah.
stars? They have
Yeah.
not been able to put in the ground and watch
नहीं
their
बहुत अच्छा
stars.
सवाल पूछा है. बहुत अच्छा
Yeah.
सवाल पूछा है. Kumail,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Yeah, नहीं मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा. So for example, I'll give you an example. Um, I had I think I watched a match at Gaddafi when I was 3 or 4 or 5. उसके बाद 2-3 साल नहीं देखा, फिर 2009 वाला अटैक हो गया. एंड उसके बाद देन क्रिकेट halted और अभी properly finally जब ऑस्ट्रेलिया आई है तो लगा है कि like this is the moment
Yeah.
everyone had been waiting for. क्योंकि ठीक है बाकी teams आए नहीं, but like Australia is Australia, it's a big team. Or that's when Aram and I actually went to see a match, and that was our first experience. Like for
Initiation
me,
into
for
cricket.
me that was my first experience, and I'm 23, right? And I've been a cricket fanatic since I was 8 years old. Um, and to finally see a match and to finally see Babar Azam like आपने अपने players में नहीं देखे ना like
Yeah.
PSL में चलो आप देख लेते हैं but against Australia and just to see Stark and just to see Cummins bowl and destroy Pakistan in that last test match in Lahore. I think that was just beautiful to watch and that's when we actually realized कि यार हम कितना ज़्यादा हमने miss किया like हम we couldn't अभी भी वैसे गद्दाफी में जाते जाते आपको 20-30 मिनट तो लग जाते हैं with the security checks and everything. Because it's still pretty tight. It's not easy. You have to walk like at least like 15-20 minutes on foot. क्योंकि इतने पहले से barricade हो जाता है. So it's not like a normal Indian stadium match or Australia में. There's definitely still a lot of restrictions, but it was beautiful to like sit throughout a whole test match day और लंच करने फिर निकल गए और फिर वापस आ गए बीच में और फिर बाबर बैटिंग कर रहा था स्टार्ट बॉलिंग कर रहा था. I mean just brilliant.
हाँ, I think once we were in the stadium, तो फिर आने जाने में इतना कोई issue नहीं हुआ था. And once, in fact, we just got used to the security checks. तो आप you can kind of take them out of your head. वो इतना मसला नहीं होता.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. मैंने जो actually अपना पहला मैच देखा था वो World 11 वाला था जब वो आए थे. असल में PSL वाला ये था बहुत प्राइसेस और हाइक कर जाती थी टिकट्स की और वही ब्लैक में जो हर जगह होता है कि वो फिर बिकने लग जाती हैं या कुछ लोग ज्यादा ले जाते हैं. you're just not able to find tickets. मुझे याद है जिम्बाब्वे वाले मैच में हमें मिली थी टिकट. Like somebody offered us a ticket और मेरा अगले दिन CIE examination था and I had to miss it out of my own choice and I regret that up till today. But I think World 11 वाले मैच में मुझे बहुत मजा आया. फिर PSL मैंने देखी थोड़ी सी. And then ज़ाहिर है ऑस्ट्रेलिया की सीरीज we watched one day as well.
Yeah.
तो बहुत मतलब it was just such a special feeling. हमने मतलब हमें उधर भी ना बैठ के यकीन नहीं हो रहा था कि हमारे सामने मिचेल स्टार्क बॉलिंग करा रहे बाबर को. Like and बाबर like hit. अच्छा, और हमने सीट भी हमने इस तरह से पिक की थी कि बाबर की ड्राइव हमारी तरफ आए, जो आई थी जो आई थी 2-3 दफा आई थी. So you know, it was just it was so amazing. Oh goodness.
Yeah. And I think one of the is the internet going to
नहीं नहीं, internet चलेगा.
okay. Yeah, one of the things that was very nice was that people were asking for Kohli to come. Like,
Oh, that
बहुत
was a very.
ज़्यादा.
Yeah.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt, but that was a
Oh,
very.
that's
Beautiful.
beautiful. That reminds me of Tendulkar. That's a very like
Wow.
just
You
straight from his
you
mouth.
made a lot of people uncomfortable right now.
or flattered a lot of them.
Or yeah.
It could go either ways.
हाँ.
Guys,
बत्ती 1 मिनट में आ जाएगी, परेशान ना हो.
Yeah, but नहीं, that was खूबसूरत.
Wow.
Straight face of the बिल्कुल textbook straight, right? लेकिन he अच्छा, sadly enough, like he was keeping it really tight. And except this last ball, ठीक है, एक दो wides हुई, लेकिन he hadn't conceded like a boundary until now, and I think that's really good on his part.
अच्छा, he's got really good bounce. I really like that. Yeah. Okay जी. तो हाँ, I'm actually impressed by Arshdeep's first over. थोड़ा सा wavered था, but
अच्छा, Raisin Babar doing fine though, like 14 runs.
not bad. I think they'll be looking for about 45, 50 in the first 6.
Ooh, that was close.
Riz is struggling.
Riz is definitely struggling, and I won't be surprised if he gives.
He hits a 6.
नहीं. I mean, like अगर वो दे देगा एक आसान catch या कुछ तो I won't be surprised.
I think अभी पाकिस्तान का approach ऐसा होगा कि have one accelerator. Like Babar seems he's in good touch, so वो शायद accelerate करेंगे, and Riz can take some time to settle in and go all guns blazing later on.
Yeah, perhaps. But then you also have to question, and I'm not in any way questioning Rizwan as a player, but how much can he fire in the end as well? Like he's a great hitter, but when you need something like, let's say, 15 and over, 10 and over at the end, he's not that strong. But I've actually seen him play live in the PSL as well. और his strength again is how good he is with the singles. मतलब वो अगर उसके रुक जाए ना तो फिर वो बहुत मुश्किल में आ जाता है. But I've seen him play games where he's made like 35-40 with just singles.
अच्छा, Riz is back on his strategy to rotate the strike and like fast running,
which is I think fine.
Putting the field under pressure. He was in.
Good dive.
That's a good dive. और वो यही करता है, like he puts the fielders under pressure. He wants them to fumble. He wants them to उनको डर हो कि यार ये तो single निकालते भी run rate बढ़ा लेंगे. But that was also good fielding on Pandya's end. I think he was quick with it.
But I think अब ज़्यादा पहले 6 ओवर में ना हम बाबर के ऊपर ही नजरें ज़्यादा रहेंगी because he's going for it now.
He's going good, yeah.
And he's calm. He's so relaxed. Like, I think that's a beautiful thing about him. He never seems tense or tight, or he just seems.
और ये फिर पूरी टीम पे भी reflect
होता है.
I mean, it's quite an.
And Bhuvi also like मुश्किल length और मुश्किल line पे बोल रहा है. He's very accurate right now.
Yeah, this is good.
Good to watch. This is
good.
And I think वैसे बाद में जो हमारा थोड़ा अटैकिंग बैटिंग लाइनअप आप कह सकते हैं. I think सबको मैसेज यही होगा कि बस जाके मारना है जब भी जाएं. They're probably taking a bit of liberty to put themselves in a good position for that.
अच्छा, थोड़ी रुक के आ रही है बॉल मुझे लग रहा है.
Oh.
Sijan is way ahead of us.
Yeah.
Oh, Baba.
Neha and I are.
Out हो गया था.
Refresh your browser, guys. I think you'll be back on.
Oh, it's Babar.
Yes.
Oh shit.
Damn. Wow.
Refresh your browsers. I think you'll be back where I am, or there we are.
Thoughts?
I am numb. That is what I'm feeling. Yeah.
I think just when we thought Babar thoda settle ho rahe the, and Bhuvi gets the crucial breakthrough.
Yeah, Riz is going to have to.
Rizwan is struggling, so you might not be surprised if he adjusts one up and then someone takes the catch. Turned out
But
Babar is correct on here.
This is going to be exciting, is all I'm saying.
next we have Fakhar Zaman coming, with whom we have an interesting history of
Acha, why is that?
good performances. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. It is. Fakhr has actually been a bit out of touch as well. Um, मतलब Netherlands में उसने 100 की, but अगली दो innings में he wasn't, doing that well. But before that Netherlands 100, he wasn't in that good of a nick.
yeah.
Although मतलब उसकी बहुत ना again बहुत up down रही है form, क्योंकि अभी जो PSL 7 गुजरा था, he was like on fire on in that tournament. मतलब वो हर मैच में 60-70 मार रहा होता था. And eventually Lahore took the trophy as well. So yeah, I mean it's actually going to be
Actually,
interesting to see how he plays. I mean, it's a big match.
there is
That's
unexpected bounce because Babar was going for the pull, and he definitely thought that it was under his bat.
And
And
it was
Babar is
mistimed.
very good
Yeah.
full वैसे.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. Babar is very
और
very
मिस
quick
टाइम
on
भी
ball.
थी जिसकी वजह से मुझे लग रहा है कि रुक के आ रही है बॉल. I think there is a it's bouncy लेकिन वो हल्की सी रुक के आ रही है, so it's not easy to play.
Do you think that's the reason they went with Dahani?
I don't know.
Because Dahani also
Maybe.
has Dahani का bounce बहुत अच्छा. He's pretty good with that actually. हाँ उसका
Yeah.
bounce भी अच्छा है और pace भी अच्छा है. So I think यहाँ शायद
Actually यहाँ पे अब खतरनाक है because there's definitely a chance for a second wicket to fall.
Fakhr struggles against the short ball.
Rizwan is also looking slightly tense right now. तो मुझे नहीं पता कि but the strategy would of course be कि just watch the ball and time it.
Oh, that's a good short one.
Another top edge, but yeah.
Oh, there you go.
मैं refresh कर रहा हूँ guys. ये मेरे से delay handle नहीं हो रहा.
No, refresh your tabs. I think you'll be back.
हाँ.
So Srijan, I'm watching it on my phone as from the app itself, Hotstar. But yeah, I think it's delay thoda ho raha hai.
No, what I did is I have the StreamYard tab on one window and the Hotstar tab on another window. So it's doing the work for me here.
मैं phone पे भी खोलता हूँ. देखता हूँ शायद उधर clear हो.
Well, this definitely bounce that is not expected. Like,
हाँ.
खतरनाक. Very dangerous. Very dangerous.
Oh,
How's
I think
that?
Oh no, that bounced.
Let's
Didn't it?
I don't
Seems
know.
like it. Yeah.
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 So
They
coming back
also
But if
look
he
very
just
calm.
got excited.
Rohit looks like he's enjoying, which is good,
Oh,
which is bad for us. of
bad
course.
for us, yeah.
So coming back to Babar, now that he's back in the pavilion, I think we can have a little bit of discussion about him.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people in the world rate him very highly. They say the Fab Four should become the Fab Five, and a lot of people say that he's not quite there yet. So, what is your take on Babar, and where do you see him among the modern day greats?
Yeah.
Does he make
Yeah,
a
I
place?
think. Sorry.
Does he make a place in the all-time great wala list? The 4 or
Yeah,
5.
all-time great. I think it's slightly too early to call him an all-time great. He definitely makes the cut for the current a lot. Like the Fab Four, like definitely, I think Fab Five हो सकता है with his. Oh, that was also very close. With his current performances. लेकिन नहीं, I definitely think कि अभी even to get as close as anyone like अभी तो यूनुस खान type नहीं गया,
Yeah.
ये बास close भी नहीं गया, कोहली, तेंदुलकर वगैरह. I mean they're in a different league right now. लेकिन the trajectory I think is similar, and if he continues with his good performances, so I definitely think he has the. I mean he's ruling batting right now, or like amongst the 3 or 4 other players that are in the top 4 in the world. So, definitely. I think for now he is as Virat himself said, he's probably the best batter in the world right now, given his form. Is he an all-time great? I think he has a long way to go.
Yeah, I think
Who
same.
does make
Yes.
place in the Fab 4 or the Fab 5 in your opinion, right? Because a lot of people
hope-
still feel that he has a long way to go. A few more tours of Australia, a few more tours of England, and then we decide. A few more tours of South Africa, New Zealand, and all of that, and then we decide whether he makes a place in the Fab 4 or not.
I think अभी उसके I think about 7 years in international cricket, and I think 3 years down the line we can perhaps make the call because then he'd be at that stage where he's played as many matches as someone like Kohli at that stage, maybe, or someone like Joe Root or Kane Williamson. Abhi, I think he has the potential. Like उसमें तो doubt ही नहीं ना. एंड आई थिंक जितने लोग कह रहे हैं वो पोटेंशियल के बेसिस पे ही कह रहे हैं कि वो इतना जबरदस्त प्लेयर बन चुका है. Rankings wise, he's also right up there. So I think it's just a matter of taking a few more years, a few more difficult tours, um, because as of yet, I think when it comes to um, tournaments, he still has a lot to kind of show there, a lot to prove.
But certainly excites us watching here from India.
That's
Someone like a Babar. I mean, all of us around the world, I think, really like watching Babar, and he's a phenomenal talent. And I think uh, you as a nation are very fortunate to have such a talent coming through,
Yeah,
especially after you've gone through a transition of shots after Misbah and Yunus, and now for
yeah,
Babar to take
absolutely.
over, yeah, it's really nice to watch his journey, and we look forward to how he shapes up. As you said, 3 years down the line or 4 years down the line.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. And also, I would like to see Babar and Kohli both being at their peak, taking
yeah.
at the same time. I think वो बहुत
Playing for
मजा आएगा
RCB.
playing for RCB. हाँ, वो काश दिन आ जाए कि हम IPL खेल सकें और इंडियन प्लेयर्स PSL में आ सकें लेकिन
And another point that I also want to bring up is how Babar is often compared so much with Virat, right? Like career ke start se, under 19, same thing. Like I know different batches, but then tab se unka trajectory has been like similar, and Babar has broken almost every record that Virat set, and even Hashim Amla for that matter. But I feel Babar is such a class apart, right? You don't, I feel he shouldn't be clubbed with the Fab Four. In fact, he should have a league of his own, with contemporaries of his. Time. So I at least I see it that way.
और विराट और बाबर के मतलब when they even start playing cricket, I think there's a good 5 year gap between that, and there's even a bigger gap between someone like him and Kane Williamson and all the other like Joe Root even. तो
Exactly.
I think उसमें भी थोड़ा सा करना चाहिए कि yeah, maybe there is just like a new generation of batters coming up, and he can be compared to other top batsmen who are you know
हाँ, हाँ,
26 right now.
लेकिन फॉर श्योर आई थिंक फ्यूजन वाली जो बात है वो ये है कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में आई वुड लव टू सी बाबर परफॉर्म और न्यूजीलैंड साउथ अफ्रीका इंग्लैंड जाए एंड ही नीड्स टू और मुझे लगता है वो कर सकता है ही कैन पुल इट ऑफ बट इट्स जस्ट अबाउट डूइंग इट और उससे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ आई थिंक मेरे लिए ये है कि पाकिस्तान वहाँ पे जाके सीरीज जीते I think more than the individual sort of his achievement, yeah, accolades. I think what will be much more necessary is कि पाकिस्तान ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हराए इंग्लैंड को इंग्लैंड में हराए. That makes you a great batsman or a great player.
Yeah.
जब आप बड़े मैचेस टीम को जिताते हैं. और I think अभी वो करना बाकी है.
Mm. Yeah,
Right,
definitely.
agreed. And I think you as a nation, as Pakistan, you have the goods to succeed in all these conditions. You have a really good pace core that you've been building. All of them are young. Naseem has come through.
Yeah.
Shaheen is another talent that we enjoy watching. And batting wise too, I think batting is the area that you need to work on if you need to succeed in Australia and those conditions like England, New Zealand, and South Africa.
Yeah.
Because batting,
Definitely. I think
yeah, sorry.
no, go on.
Yeah, so batting is slightly weaker compared to the bowling. So how do you see that transformation, and what are the young talents in Pakistan who you
Or
think are the next stars in uh, international cricket?
Yeah. Before that, Fakhar Zaman is
yeah.
that was a well-timed shot, a rarity from Fakhar Zaman.
हाँ, I've never seen him drive the ball. मतलब इतनी अच्छी drive नहीं थी लेकिन drive थी.
Drive थी.
अच्छा वैसे what are your thoughts on this change bringing Pandya into bowl?
अच्छा एक मिनट पहले
Well
let me
timed.
just वो आंसर Shujan's question वो ये था कि हाँ definitely I think batting अभी भी lag कर रही है और फिलहाल तो यार bowling भी lag like test match bowling नहीं है हमारे पास if I'm being very honest. टेस्ट मैच के लिए जो बॉलिंग चाहिए जो टेम्परामेंट चाहिए वो हमारे बॉलर्स के पास नहीं है उसके लिए आपको बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस चाहिए उसके लिए आपको यू नीड टू ग्राइंड इट आउट यू नीड टू have like a lot of stamina. You need to know where to
Patience,
bowl,
yeah.
like accuracy,
Yeah.
consistency. Or we are T20. We're good T20 players. We're good perhaps ODI players. Even you can argue. But right now Test match consistency कि आपको एक आधा चौका पड़ भी गया है तो आप लगे रहो उसी लाइन लेंथ पे आई थिंक वो देयर स्टिल अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो और बैटिंग में भी फॉर श्योर आई थिंक लंबी इनिंग्स खेलना 200 300 जब तक कोई नहीं बनाता आई थिंक वो आदत पड़ने वाली बात होती है कि आपको आदत जब तक नहीं होती टेस्ट क्रिकेट की मेरा ख्याल है तब तक आप इस तरह नहीं जीत सकते तो आई थिंक दोनों डिपार्टमेंट्स में बहुत जरूरत है इस वक्त
And that's why our FTP is such a disappointment because we're playing 27 tests only. So um, I think again, I don't know how. Again, do you guys know how the FTP is made? Who makes the call? Yeah, ये ICC बस पकड़ा देता है.
I think the boards get together in every ICC general meeting when the FTP planning takes place, and then they decide who plays who and when. But I'm not entirely sure though.
But I think the big three has like a big say in, what are the matches and who's like unke matches to zyada hi honge, when you compare it to the associate nations. But I wish there was more, uniformity when they make the planning too.
yeah
Yeah, definitely. I think 27 tests in 4 years is really, it doesn't allow players like recently Abdullah Shafiq, someone like him to become a great player when, another player in the big three is getting like what, 50 test matches. So ये ना थोड़ा सा I think cause for concern है for the PCB. Uh, I don't know. They probably might have been involved in that decision as well, but it's unfortunate to see because Test cricket really. I mean, I think हमने भी जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया की यहाँ देखी थी there was a decent crowd here even to
yeah
watch that.
yeah हाँ और वो बात बीच में रह गई थी कि जब हम गए ऑस्ट्रेलिया जब जा रही थी तो लोगों ने प्लैक कार्ड उठाए हुए थे कि हम चाहते हैं कि किंग कोहली कम्स एंड प्लेज इन पाकिस्तान एंड हाउ लवली वुड दैट बी आई मीन
Yeah,
वो एक इंडिया से
yeah,
आए भी हुए थे दो तीन हमारे सिख भाई भी थे वहाँ पे और दे जस्ट लाइक इलेक्ट्रीफाइड द क्राउड
yeah.
और वो पूरा जो इंक्लोजर था वो बस नाच रहा था भंगड़े डाल रहा था एंड दैट वाज जस्ट अ ग्लिम्स ऑफ how amazing uh, that friendship and that openness could look like and I hope कि वो हो जाए
Mm.
अच्छा then we see another bouncer by we see a bouncer rather by Hardik um, अच्छा so I
Actually,
mean
there is a
India has picked
good,
on very
yeah,
quickly उनको पता चल गया कि बहुत pace है इसके अंदर sorry बहुत
bouncer.
bounce है और yeah that's really good this is good fast bowling like they're
I
back
mean,
in on
Pakistan will
board
have will have a bit of benefit early on as well.
but I hope कि
but अगर target अगर इतना
हाँ
लगे,
exactly only if the bowling is not under pressure only if the bowling
हाँ,
has something to defend
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
अभी
that's a
तो
good
मतलब
one. That's a
single speed
very
हो
good
गए.
call. That's a very, very good call.
अब वही है.
oh beautiful
Great.
I think Hardik Pandya really rediscovered his bowling during that IPL stint for Gujarat Titans, right? Bowling those tough spells, getting those wickets, and उनका all-round capability also I think really उभर के आया during the that IPL time.
And he led the
Uh,
side. He led the side to victory in the very
Yeah, so
first.
admirably.
Yeah.
और बहुत I think strength मिली इंडिया की टीम को because in the last World Cup he wasn't bowling then. तो definitely उनकी एक all-rounder की option भी कम हुई होगी. And yeah, I mean I've really been a fan of Pandya since he started playing. I remember पहले मैंने I think the first time I really got you know uh, like a glimpse of what he is capable of was in the Champions Trophy final actually. मतलब वो
Yes.
हारे लेकिन उसने जो एंड में इनिंग्स खेली वो
हाँ
जिस
बहुत
तरह से
खूबसूरत very beautiful
मार रहा था like he was amazing like I can even understand his frustration when he got out because at some point हमें भी लग रहा था कि यार ये मैच निकल तो
जीता
नहीं रहा
जाए
like
I mean, he
he
was
was
so
that
unfazed,
confident.
right, by the situation. मतलब wickets गिर रहे थे and he
हाँ
was just going all guns blazing. Yeah.
yeah exactly
Absolutely.
exactly
Yeah, and the way he got out I think was also very
Mm.
I bet he still holds it against the later.
There was a conversation about that particular innings on CricBus when the lockdown happened here in India 2020. and he told that he rates this particular innings versus Pakistan, the Champions Trophy final innings, very highly because when you look at Hardik at that point of time, he was a newcomer to the international scene, and he was telling Harsha Bogle, who was interviewing him, that he didn't have the technique to go against the fast bowlers at that point of time. Obviously, very new to international cricket, and we were desperately looking for that fast bowling all rounder, right? So we played him, and then he sort of molded into this all rounder that we needed. But at that point of time, 2017, he was very new, and then he told that despite not having a technique to go against the fast bowling that Pakistan had at that point of time, that was a very good attack. Not to disregard that, but despite that,
Yeah.
to succeed in those conditions, I think that that was a really good innings, as you mentioned, and he too rates his innings very highly. So that's a thing that you need to know.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Actually, आप लोग अगर थोड़ा आवेश खान के बारे में बताएं, because he's just come on to bowl. What are your expectations from him? Can you tell us a bit about him?
Neha, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. So Avesh Khan, I think we first saw him in the Under 19 World Cup. Really good. Then he's really played well in the IPL as well. मतलब थोड़े expensive हुए and he was hit around for boundaries, but still he was consistent. That's why
Oh,
obviously he was picked up.
shot. Sorry,
Oh,
that was a very good shot by Rizwan.
yeah.
for six.
Wow, yeah.
Oh,
That's actually
that's beautiful.
Wow.
right.
चलो
So
लेकिन
IPL में भी उन्होंने अच्छा खेला. I think he played for Lucknow Super Giants side पे.
Right,
Huh. So he
right.
did.
अच्छा
Yeah, so I felt he was really good. That's why he did play for India as well. And there are times when he's slightly on the economical side, which is very expensive, but still looking to see how he goes in the future.
yeah
Yeah. And I think Pakistan team ने भी शायद इसके ऊपर like
Research.
एनालिस्ट तो अब गेम में बहुत important हो गए हैं. So I think they were waiting for him to come on for Rizwan to go for a shot. Yeah,
Wow.
he's all attack
all
now.
guns blazing. That's
All guns
another
blazing now.
four.
That's wow. That's great.
Rizwan
Everybody
showing
knows
his
it's the
glimpses. Yeah.
Ah yes. Tag
uh,
inform. नहीं, but हमने 45 की बात की थी ना at the end of 6, so it's not a horrible
it's
start.
not that bad as
It's
long
not
as they
horrible.
retain wickets.
Yeah.
I think that
And I think
that's what I
what Rizwan wants to do now is कि Fakhar अगर ठहर जाए ना तो Fakhar is such a good hitter in these big matches as well. But आपने अगर वो semi-final भी देखा होगा, that 53 of like 26 in the end was spectacular. Like जितने बड़े बड़े छक्के उसने स्टार्क को मारे एंड में आके, that was so brilliant to watch.
and
So
that's
yeah,
smart cricket by Rizwan because he's also rotating his strike. It's not just
Yes.
Right.
मैंने हर बॉल को मारना है but just कि मुझे जो बॉल नजर आती है I will hit it but then I will also sort of make runs that rotate his strike.
I'm happy to see Rizwan. I think बड़ी देर बाद
Yeah,
उसकी
also
इससे
notice how he has moved his shots to the leg side. Okay, I think he's trying. He's going to edge it if he plays on the outside. I have a feeling.
वो पहले ही चौथे पांचवें स्टंप पे खड़ा हो गया था. You're right.
I have a feeling he's more comfortable on the leg side because he thinks कि slip वगैरह के साथ slip तो है नहीं है लेकिन this might have. Oh, once again.
And
Oh,
Once again, that's
right. So Fakar Rizwan has got back. He's edged that to DK.
Oh, that's out. Oh, wow. Okay.
oh, he's
there
gone.
was no reaction.
Wow,
What?
that was.
Is he walking
Like,
off or
इतना
was he actually
somber
getting
क्यों
out?
थे सारे?
I
Oh
think
no,
he
he
was
walked
out.
off.
No, he's giving.
Babar doesn't
Babar
look
is
too
not
happy
happy.
when he's walked off.
Yeah. Babar never looks happy though वैसे. यार नहीं
Fair.
यार क्या किया? Yeah, that was out. That was out. It's the bounce. It's the bounce that's getting him.
Ah.
Pakistan really struggled against batting has
How
struggled
did
against
this
bounce.
bouncy wicket come on to ground like Dubai? Is my question. Maybe
Lot of
usually
Australia
change.
की I think उठा के लिए
drop.
and
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just mentioning a
What
lot
you
has changed since that IPL we had, in UAE.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. They have a strategy. I mean, it looks like they have a strategy. They know they have to bowl short.
वो उधर ही बैठ गया.
Um,
So I mentioned that the
Jump.
middle 2 wickets in the power play. So I think that prediction
Yeah.
has come true.
There it is. क्या
Yes.
बात है?
ओके, इफ्तिखार के लिए मोमेंट है, आई
मुझे I
गेस.
don't. This is not turning out to be good.
इफ्तिखार अच्छी डोमेस्टिक में करता रहा.
I don't have a lot of hopes from
वो
Iftkhar, but I.
वो तो मैच से पहले नहीं थे.
नहीं मुझे
क्या क्या
रिजवान से तो और बाबर से तो
रिजवान है अभी.
रिजवान से भी. फखर से खैर इतनी ज्यादा नहीं थी.
इफ्तिखार can hit as well, like he's
We don't need
not
to.
all. Well, यार देखो इंडिया की भी है, देखो and you guys can probably talk a bit about this more. इंडिया की recent approach यही रही है कि विकेटें भी गिरे, आपने अटैक करना है. Similar to what England has done, what other teams have also started doing.
बैसबॉल खेलेंगे.
बैसबॉल खेलेंगे. तो इसके ऊपर बताएं. I mean, India in a similar situation, I feel like still with the approach they have in mind, gone to
That's good bowling.
every ball is just
That's
like
good bowling because he bowled a short one and then he's back onto the
Stumps,
right.
yeah.
He's back onto the right length, and he's once again trying to bring it in into the right handle. I think that's really smart.
but I really like how Fakhar just went and sat in the dugout, didn't go to the dressing room.
He's like कि मैं क्या मुँह लगूंगा.
He knows if he goes to the dressing room, Babar will be like, "Bhai, why did you walk off?" You know. But sportsmanship भी बात होती है, like, I guess.
नहीं, सबसे अच्छी स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप आई थिंक डेविड वार्नर ने दिखाई थी सेमीफाइनल में कि उसने एज भी नहीं किया था एंड ही वॉकड ऑफ. दैट वाज द हाइट. या इट इज वेरी
Epitome, yeah.
un-Australian, I must.
Yeah, that's anti-Australian.
अरे
Oh,
ऑस्ट्रेलिया का तो after 2018 they've changed a lot of things, huh? After the sandpaper gate.
Covering up. नहीं, yeah, the test was great. By the way, इस दफा तो पाकिस्तान का टूर भी दोबारा कवर होगा, like tour to Pakistan in season 2.
I said they're coming out with the season 2.
Yeah, it's coming out.
Oh, okay. Okay, जी. Pandya to Iftkhar.
It is. Oh, is it Iftkhar? Why did he look like?
ठीक है, वही पांडे इज आल्सो. मुझे लगता है वही सेटअप करेगा. 4-5 लेंथ बॉल्स होंगी और एकदम एक बाउंसर आएगा या यॉर्कर आ जाएगा. That's the strategy. And it does feel like they've gone in with the strategy right now. It's not just individual bowling. They know to अच्छा. So I don't know. Yeah, you judge. That's his
Surprising that the umpire didn't detect it first. Maybe the sound in the stadium is too much.
Wait, no, he did. He gave it.
Okay.
अच्छा, वैसे उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता because I think they would have reviewed it anyway. So like दो रिव्यू है ना? हाँ तो.
No, we have one review left because we lost.
Yeah, I think they would have taken it though. God.
How bad do you feel doing that? I mean, sitting in that dugout. I'm sure Babar is going through his own crisis right now internally.
But he'll also have to.
He'll have to captain. That's the point of the game.
He's also the kind of player जो अब fielding करने आएगा तो he'll definitely have
that
this
last
office
ball
mind.
from Hardik was 144. I've never seen him bowl such a high pace.
That's real.
Right, yeah.
High pace, yeah.
Yeah, that is real speed.
But again, I go back to the IPL because that's where we've seen Hardik transform as this all-rounder. He came back with the ball. He was bowling good spells, long spells, touching 140 constantly. So, and as you mentioned, I think we really missed Pandya, the bowler, in the last World Cup. That meant that we had to go only with 5 bowlers, and that really didn't our chances of qualifying.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, just give us a moment. We're going to take a break to change our location. Okay, but but Baki, please continue the conversation. Just give us a moment.
We're just going to turn our camera off.
Because Hardik Pandya was coming off a massive injury layoff, and then coming in the IPL and really showing his prowess was, I think, massive.
Wait, and look at the prospects for Indian cricket also after that, after the IPL,
Hmm.
after he started bowling. I think we've been on this race, and I
Yeah.
it shows how much we're dependent on Hardik the bowler to give that balance to us, uh,
Hmm.
because such players are very rare to come by, and then if one of them starts batting, and then we're in a good position.
Exactly. The spectators doing something
Yeah, that
funny
was a
there,
very
but
nice.
yeah.
Uh,
I'm excited to see how Chehel will, bowl on this track and how much purchase he actually gets off it.
चहल की bowling देख. Yeah, yeah, for sure. चहल को maybe I'm very excited to see how he goes.
Hmm. Right now,
Well,
what
it's
do you
always
think is
exciting to see
Pakistan's?
a leggy bowl, तो वैसे भी.
Hmm.
हाँ,
Right. I was just going to ask you, what do you think would be Pakistan's approach right now? Just looking on building on the innings because getting the boundaries might get slightly difficult. So, what do you think would be their approach?
yeah. You're asking me, Neha?
Open to either of you guys. Yeah.
अच्छा.
Yeah, I think as far as
Yeah, I think
Pakistan,
वही होगा कि keep the scoreboard ticking. But
I'm sorry, you go ahead. Sorry.
Hani, you can go on, season. I think there's a slide.
Yeah. So as far,
Slight
I
lag.
think
नहीं
as
नहीं
far
आप
as
बोलो आप बोलो. मैं
I
बस.
think it's going to be knocking the balls, trying to singles and doubles, and then punishing those bad balls and take because now that they feel the spread, I don't think you can take many risks with the trying to hit boundaries, but try to knock the ball around the corner and try to pick up ones and twos and then punish those bad balls. I think that's going to be uh, Pakistan's approach, and Rizwan needs to kick off. He's going at run a ball, and Pakistan would be expecting Rizwan to kick off anytime soon. So
Yeah, yeah, definitely. कुमेल तुम बताने लगे थे इसका तो why don't you go first?
Yeah, I think हाँ. I agree. Rizwan टच में लग रहा है. I think Rizwan इफ्तिखार को कह दिए कि यार rotate the strike or let me deal with the loose balls. And even if you find like a bad one, if you find a really bad one, punish it. Taken. Don't take unnecessary
So
risks.
Chahal is here. This will be exciting to see. Rizwan is good against spin. Iftikhar, I have not seen much, but I'm sure will be.
That was close.
Hmm.
अच्छा spin भी देखते हैं कैसी चलती है match पे वैसे that will be interesting to see. By the way, guys, खाना शाना खाएं जो मर्जी करना है please.
Watch along.
चलो
Yeah.
काट दीजिए.
Also, Srijan, have you seen the statistic that says
This is
Chehal is the highest taker for India in T20? It's like how impressive, right? Considering he was dropped, and, just making his comeback. It's been remarkable, I think.
right, I agree. And then he's this genuine wicket taker that we have in this current bowling lineup without Bumrah. I think the onus will be a lot on Chahal and to take those wickets in the middle. And then, as you mentioned, right, it's been a fantastic journey. It's been a fantastic story of how he was dropped and then how he's come back. Chahal's always been this quality bowler that India made the mistake of dropping
that's
the World
got
Cup. So I'm looking forward to how Chahal shapes up in this particular match and in this particular tournament.
Exactly. And even when RCB didn't, decide to retain him or there was some problem they had, and even with Rajasthan, right, he really just found his space and, just was able to play really well, bowling well in tandem with Ashwin, in fact, which was, I think, very impressive.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like it was with Rajasthan that I mean Bangalore's always been his home. He's performed so well for Bangalore, and that's how he came to the Indian side, bowling those tough overs in Chinnaswamy, and then getting those wickets. But unfortunately, RCB couldn't go for him, which meant that Rajasthan had to go for him. And then, to be honest, I think Chahal for Rajasthan has been this sort of a revelation. Again, going back from where he was coming right after the World Cup, I think it's been a fantastic journey, and it's been really rewarding to watch him in this journey.
I think now Chahal has been so successful
Can you
in
guys
the limited.
hear me?
Oh wait, Kumail is telling something. Yeah,
Can you hear me?
slight disturbance,
Sunny, I
but
was
I
just
think
checking if my internet.
right.
अच्छा हाँ नहीं go on.
So I was just bringing this point of how Chahal has been like so successful, right, in limited overs cricket. Do you think he should have been given a shot like the red ball as well? Because I know we are largely reliant on Jadeja and Ashwin to deliver the goods, and they have been doing it for such a long time. But do you think it's criminal that Chahal hasn't got a chance in red ball cricket? Maybe he could have been a revelation there too.
Oh no, I don't think so. Honestly, because I don't think he's played a lot of first class cricket. If you, I mean, he's
Haryana.
certainly had his test ambitions. He's gone on record to say that playing test cricket for India would be the ultimate goal. But I don't think he's played a lot of first class cricket to judge whether he'll be a good fit. But ambition wise, it's still there. But he needs to go to Ranji for a few seasons before we decide. So I don't think that Chahal is a big miss in test cricket. Yes, certainly there is time, but let him go back to Ranji. I'm looking forward to seeing how he performs there.
I think even in the
Yeah,
pecking order right now, we have people like Akshar Patel who are, there. So Chahal making a debut in Test seems a little far fetched. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Nikhil wants to join us. I think he dropped a message in the chat.
Okay. Jadeja is coming on, and I have a feeling they might have a go at Jadeja as well. By the way.
हाँ जी
Hello, Sarji.
बॉस
Oh.
बॉस
How
ये
is
क्या
the
हो
start?
गया बॉस ये क्या हो गया
Good start, I think, for both teams. Probably Pakistan would have lost. Pakistan probably one wicket more than they would have liked, but it's fine. They wanted to get on with the game, so in that sense, it's good.
Yeah. हाँ नहीं I think the run rate फिर भी उन्होंने मतलब past में we've been inflicted by such situations where the two early
Yeah,
wickets have fallen. I think our run rate is slightly
शेल में चले
better.
जाते
Shell में
yeah,
नहीं गए. Yeah.
yeah,
But yeah, I have to say, bowled well. They've been stopping the ones and twos, which Rizwan
yeah,
is very good.
हैं He will be on point very looking very sharp
yeah. I just felt maybe Shadab could have been sent at four, but again, maybe that's just me. I feel Iftikhar and Asif can do a very great job from say the latter half, say from 13. You also have Kushdil there, so maybe the logic was to probably go after the spinners. But yeah, they brought Jadeja into the game, which let's see how that goes.
But Nikhil, do you reckon pitch is getting tougher to bat on because Pakistan probably didn't have the ideal start they wanted? So do you think the pitch is going to get probably tougher to bat on as the game progresses?
It's a used wicket, so I think it is going to be a bit tacky. I think right through. Whether it gets better or not, that is something we will only know once the game goes along. And I don't see the dew coming in much. So then it will be an even contest between both teams. If Pakistan get to 165, then it will be a good contest, good chase to have.
Yeah, what about the bounce, Nikhil? Like there's
Yes.
अभी ये आपकी
Yeah.
delivery like ये क्या like there's a lot of unexpected bounce on this pitch.
या आई थिंक वो टैकीनेस है सरफेस में कि आप और यूज विकेट है ना, तो आप अगर वेरिएशन से इन द विकेट डालोगे तो आई थिंक बोथ टीम्स हैव वेरी गुड faster bowlers who can use this. Somebody like a Dahani can use it. Haris Rauf has a very good back of length kind of bowling. तो इसमें आवेश खान can also do well. He started well. तो आई थिंक ऑब्वियसली कॉमन सेंस है कि रन जितना कम रखो उतना बेटर, बट आई थिंक पाकिस्तान वुड वांट 165, देन दिल फील कि हाँ गेम बहुत अच्छा फंस सकता है फिर.
Yeah. So, right. Srijan, Neha, what do you guys think about like a score here? Because हमने I think मैच से पहले 200 की बात की थी batting first, but having seen the pitch now, what do you think the par score will be?
160, 165. Realistically speaking, I think that would be a good contest.
Yeah, same.
I agree with Srijan because I think 160, 170 still will be pretty competitive for India to come and chase. Our top three looks thoda unsettled and rusty too. So So I think it is going to be an interesting contest nonetheless. If 160 say ऊपर score बने तो.
हाँ और रिस्क टिका है थोड़ा सा मेरा ख्याल है कि रिजवान को अब जरा
बड़ी
जम जाने की जरूरत है हाँ
oh okay, he's having a go, so
हाँ he's having all the goals it feels like जो उसको नजर आ रहा है वो कह रहा है इसको तो मैं
हाँ
but I think ये spin वाला phase they'll probably try to get runs here.
हाँ
जितने भी वेरिएशन है गो के सब ट्राई कर चुका है बेचारा रिजवान शुरू से ही लपेटे भी मारे एक आवेश खान को बहुत अच्छा लपेटा मारा वो कभी कभी बहुत अच्छा लगता है वो फकर जमान जब सफल होके जब धोते तो ऐसा लगता है कि भाई क्या यूज कर रहे हो हाथ में हथौड़ा है कि क्या है तो वो इट्स अ प्रॉपर ओल्ड स्कूल टाइप ऑफ हैकिंग कि व्हेन यू जस्ट गो एट गेट आउटसाइड द लाइन और एक दो घुमा के बहुत कम देखने मिलता है आजकल
हाँ वाकई वाकई
yeah, we stick to our traditions, Fakar and
शायद अफ्रीदी
Fakar.
हाँ अरे शाहिद अफरीदी तो भाई आई थिंक he made six hitting an normal event I think before Gale made it very mainstream शाहिद अफरीदी made six hitting very like अरे ये तो मारना ही चाहिए यार तुम क्यों नहीं मार रहे भले उनका बस भले इश्यू सिर्फ यही था कि वो फॉर्मेट नहीं देखते थे बट ठीक है अभी तो कुछ तो होना चाहिए ना अलग
नहीं मैं एक्चुअली बहुत इट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट उन्होंने टेस्ट क्रिकेट इतनी जल्दी छोड़ दी he had an average of 37 and a strike rate of about 80.
yeah and we all remember that last knock मार्कस नॉर्थ को जो आउट हुए थे मतलब क्या मतलब कुछ कुछ इनिंग्स होती है जो आपको पूरी इनिंग्स छपी हुई होती है उनकी लास्ट टेस्ट इनिंग वैसी थी
वो भी नहीं भूलता वो जो छक्का मार दिया था सबसे लंबा वो पता नहीं कैसे 158 वो जो
158 साउथ अफ्रीका मैच वो
और
मैच
वो
मैंने कवर
मैं-
करा था टेक्स्ट
अच्छा।
कमेंट्री में जो मैं कुछ प्लेयर होते हैं ना जिनकी सिक्स मार देख के आप बहुत खुश होते हो अफरीदी वाज वन ऑफ दोस गाइस कि जब आपको पता है ना जब ये बॉल बल्ला कनेक्ट करेगा ना भाई तुम खड़े के देखोगे भाई क्या मार रहा है मतलब इट देंस योर कॉन्फिडेंस आई थिंक एशिया कप में जो उन्होंने दो छक्के मारे थे वो भी ऐसे थे और एक तो ऑफ साइड के ऊपर था यार लेग साइड पे स्लॉग करना फिर भी इट्स मोर लाइक एग्रीकल्चरल की भाई लग गया तो ऑफ साइड में लगने से सिक्स नहीं जाता ना यू हैव टू एक्चुअली हिट इट वेल
He did it before it was cool.
yeah he did it before it was cool
He also did something else before it was cool. वो मैं और अरुण कल देख रहे थे जो उसने 134 kph पे बॉल फेंकी
हाँ
New Zealand का था
रॉस टेलर को फेंकी
Ross नहीं था it was Jimmy Neesham.
जिमी नीशम बेचारा बोल्ड हो गया था
मतलब वो लेग स्पिन के एक्शन से आते हुए 134 में फेंकी उसने like of course he got bold.
I think अफरीदी का रिकॉर्ड्स में चेंज हो गया राइट आर्म बॉलर दैट्स इट डोंट पुट मीडियम फास्ट स्पिन लेग जस्ट राइट आर्म बॉलर खत्म कर दो उसी बैट
नहीं I remember वो कल मैंने हमारी ये भी बात हुई थी एक इंडिया के साथ हमारा टेस्ट मैच हुआ था जिसमें he actually opened the bowling as a fast bowler.
हाँ
Because वो
मतलब
pitch बहुत खराब थी.
वो टाइम पे तो भाई सब अपने राजा थे
लाला तो कर सकते हैं
हाँ लाला
उनको कौन रोकेगा
हाँ
बिल्कुल मेरे को एक जन ने जस्ट लास्ट थिंग ऑन अफरीदी मेरे को एक जन ने पूछा था आर यू अफरीदी फैन तो मैं भाई क्रिकेट अफरीदी फैन है फॉरगेट मैं हूँ कि नहीं हूँ
हाँ वैसे
क्रिकेट नीड
वैसे अभी तक अफरीदी के
सोचो
नाम
आज
पे
अगर वो
इसके
होते
साथ सर
ना अभी ये टाइम पे अगर अफरीदी वाज इन हिज प्राइम he would have gone for like
Yeah.
millions and millions playing across leagues तो
He's
very
playing,
rare skill
he's playing Premier League.
नहीं वो थोड़े से मैचेस उसने खेले
खेले हैं,
लेकिन
लेकिन
खेले हैं उसने
He's playing Premier League. उन्होंने कहा आज खेलने हैं उसने
at the young age of 24 I think he just
He's
turned
still
20.
36. He's still
अब
36.
26 are you sure I think 16 only
हाँ.
But I
he
think
could still qualify for under 19
but for a player
Yes.
of Afridi's stature, do you think he should have been more consistent?
then he wouldn't have been Afridi na if you cannot ask for consistency from a guy who's looking to break the game open in two balls maybe you would have said that maybe he wanted should have had more patience that's what makes the players what they are you fear bowling to them because of you know they are going to come every ball so that is what makes them separate them so you'll probably give a few runs in average but take that match impact, because if he comes off, you're out of the game. So that is the way.
अच्छा
या
वो
तो तुम या तो मैं.
आफरीदी के बारे में एक मजाक होता था यहाँ पे, वो ये होता था कि आफरीदी ना अपना वो सिगरेट पकड़ा के आता था कि यार ये 2 मिनट पकड़ना मैं बैटिंग तो तो ये वही सीन था, उसमें जो भी करना था वो कर देता था.
And actually, what's been good of him, I think we should conclude Afridi for today. के के उसके हम जितने भी बड़े मैचेस देखे ना, he's come really good in them. Be it
Yes.
2009 T20 World Cup, man of the match last 2 games. फिर
9 में तो बाकी अच्छा खेला था.
12 एशिया
बहुत
कप में भी बड़ा अच्छा, उसने 2014 एशिया कप में उसने बहुत अच्छा खेला था.
Yeah.
और फिर वो 15 में तो खैर रिटायर हो गया, बट आई मीन आई थिंक सो.
कितनी बार?
We think perhaps allegedly retired.
हाँ, क्योंकि उसकी ना बीच में भी बहुत रिटायरमेंट हुई थी. एक तो उसने 2012 में भी रिटायरमेंट ले ली थी कि मैनेजमेंट नहीं पसंद मुझे, तो मैं नहीं खेल रहा इनके साथ. और he had the power के he later came and joined the team again and no one could
Yeah.
stop him. So हाँ, he was that big match player as well.
Yes. Yes, let's get back. 68 for 2. I think 100 का target करेंगे. I think 100, 110 in 15 overs if they can. Then they have a very
Yeah,
good
because-
platform to target 160.
हाँ, क्योंकि विकेट्स अभी भी देखें पड़ी है हमारी, बैटिंग नंबर 8-9 तक
हाँ.
है, तो अब तो नो पॉइंट होल्डिंग बैक.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jadeja will help also. So
अच्छा
उनके
लेकिन
attack
Mills
करना है.
is still
Yeah.
not looking comfortable on the crease.
29 of 31. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
it
trying to
probably
hit
looks
me.
one of those like fidgety knocks जहाँ पे आप कंट्रोल में नहीं हो बट आपको रन्स मिल रहा है, वैसा काइंड ऑफ नॉक हो गया.
That's like every innings by Fokker. So
यार that guy hit a brilliant 180 against South Africa, तो मैं अभी तो मैं कुछ
ओए,
नहीं बोलूंगा.
हाँ.
वो नहीं हुआ होता तो शायद मैं बोल देता.
he has a double 100 too, by the way.
हाँ, कैसे?
Yeah.
Zimbabwe. Yeah.
But like,
Zimbabwe.
how?
अरे, that is a favorite opponent, so let's not talk about that opponent right now.
So I had one question to any of you, any one of you can answer. Do you think our fundamental aspect of T20 cricket is wrong? Because conventionally, if you look at T20 cricket, we've been viewing it in 3 phases: 1 to 6, 15, and 16 to 20. So do you think that middle phase of 7 to 15 is a too large a category to analyze? We should be breaking the game down into smaller portions of smaller to better analyze.
आवाज थोड़ी सी कट रही है, I think. Yes? Or is it just our India?
I could
Yeah, I
hear
think-
an echo of my own voice.
There's
Yeah, maybe we'll all mute and then you can ask and then we can unmute and answer. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
is it clear right now? 1 second. Yeah, so is it clear right now? Okay. So what I was asking is whether our fundamental analysis of T20 cricket is wrong, because conventionally, if you look at T20 cricket, it's been viewed as a game in 3 phases: 1 to 6, 7 to 15, and 16 to 20. So, do you think that 7 to 15 category is too large a category to be analyzed, and it needs to be broken down into smaller portions so that our analysis of T20 cricket is more wholesome? What are your takes on that?
Interesting question.
Yeah, I think it's already happened, because if you see, we can literally slot it the way like the first 2 overs are usually where the batters are a bit careful. Then they look to find the gaps. Then in 5-6 they go all out. They want 2 to 3 boundaries in 5th and 6th over. And then you see there is a phase in like 7 to 10 when your premier leg spinner comes in because he wants the field back, and then that's where the time they go a bit light again. That okay, now let's again reassess and see where we are at halfway stage, and then you start accelerating from 11 to kind of not 11, maybe 12 to 14 and 15 when you set base, and then it's just proper Jai Mata Di baseball, whatever you want to call it. So I think the categorization is already done. What is a bit unfortunate is how it's covered on TV, because that's how everybody consumes it. I think a lot of I feel it's unfortunate for the guys who are getting into the game right now that they get to hear this on TV as compared to what
Ah,
there is already available on the internet. In terms of there are so many good content creators, all of us included, that I'm not saying we understand the game better, but maybe we tell the game a bit more practically, as compared to what's the cliched usual terms, like how it's covered on TV. So I think that will
yeah.
also change with time. The more people get to social media, they'll realize that okay, there are more facets to this. Let's understand this better. And the studious ones or the nerdiest idiots like us, they'll eventually find a way to get the game.
Yeah, and I feel like there's also a different story altogether that we tell in terms of like on social media than the story a broadcaster does. क्योंकि broadcaster के लिए तो वही है ना युद्ध है महाजंग है पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है but for us analyzing it, sure, it's like a great rivalry, but it's also something that is at the end of the day a game of cricket that needs to be analyzed on its merits. But I think वो चीज कभी कभार sensationalization में miss हो जाती है.
Okay, that's a single. यही बात वैसे ना Jared Kimball भी करता है that Neha would know because I heard it on her podcast. Okay, he has this thing called fans with laptops, right? Because he says that a fan on the watching the game will be a lot more cautious while making any statement or making any claim because they don't want to get it wrong. But a broadcaster on TV, उनका एक बिल्कुल different objective होता है उसके अंदर एक बिल्कुल ही different aim होता है game को देखते हुए.
Was that Krunal Pandya watching it from the stands? I'm sorry to.
Yeah, that was Kunal Pandya. I think that the difference there is a lot more at stake for us when we are taking those calls or making those calls, because the very first question that comes to us is तुमने कितना क्रिकेट खेला है. अरे it doesn't matter for us कि भाई आपको फुल टॉस अच्छी गेंद है बुरी गेंद है ये खेलने के लिए क्रिकेट खेलना जरूरी नहीं. आप अगर गली क्रिकेट में भी खेले हो तो आप बोल सकते हो. तो वो आर्गुमेंट जैसे एक मोनोपोली जैसा हो जाता है कि भाई इनका एक नेक्सस जैसा है. इनमें आप कुछ नहीं कह सकते, जो है यही है. सुनना है तो सुनो, नहीं तो कहीं और जाओ. तो
Yeah.
that I think is a difference. But what power social media gives you is it gives you that platform to tell to people that okay, I think this is right, and if people relate to it, they will start attaching and following you far more as compared to the official broadcast, because they realize कि यहाँ से हमको ज़्यादा value मिल रही है. It be it right or wrong, at least you have more opinions
Oh,
here as compared to them.
So, do you
That's
agree
six.
that
Wow.
it's a game of tactics and technique? But technique is there to a certain extent. But tactics dominates technique.
Yeah.
I think it's more to do with the demands and how it is now. That's a catch drop. Uh, so I
अरे
think
यार
it's
आप बहुत आगे हैं मेरे ख्याल से. हम अभी तक वो
हम
छक्का देख
छक्के
रहे
में
हैं.
अच्छा sorry.
Waiting for the catch drop.
देख लो कैच ड्रॉप देख लो. I think tactics do define in terms of your role, and then you define how you are going to train for that particular role. DK is a perfect example. Asif Ali is a perfect example. कि आपका जो role है side में, that's what you are going to train for, and you are probably going to compromise maybe your test returns or your other format returns to excel in one format. I think Jadeja is a very good example there. That for a lot of time we felt Jadeja was the defender. Then you realize, okay, but why is he not scoring enough runs? And then he changed his technique, and now he's able to do both. So you realize, okay, maybe it's just getting the demand of the game and then responding to that. Okay, I can still adapt to this, and then you go
Yeah.
ahead from there. So case by case basis है basically, depending on your role and requirement.
Yeah.
Oh,
What did we miss? आखिरी बॉल पे क्या हुआ?
we didn't miss it. We didn't see it yet.
नहीं we're on बारह.
I just caught it, but then it just slipped up. Yeah.
Catch drop here.
Yeah, this is good
Okay,
time
good time
for
to
a wicket now. So
Pandya.
yeah, what's your yeah? What do you think will be the final score before I join you guys again in the second innings? What do you think will be the target for India?
मेरे ख्याल से अभी जो हुआ है ना, ideally Pakistan will look to double it in the next 8 overs. मेरा so about 170.
हाँ, same. I think this is what
Yeah.
Pakistan will look towards. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि 150, 160 हो सकता है.
I would go with 170 because I still trust our lower batting to fire. I
Shadab
think
और
Asif Ali and Shadab.
I told you it's a good time for a
आपने
wicket,
हमने अच्छा
and
wicket हुआ है
having
आपने अच्छा लगा
अब
नहीं
बताओ,
नहीं मतलब
does that
नहीं
I felt
170
कि wicket
yeah,
जाएगा.
I would still
Yeah, I think 170 होना चाहिए. अभी now the partnership becomes very crucial because you have a flurry of all rounders. You have Shadab, Kushdil, and
bouncer
everybody
सारे
to
जा रहे
follow.
हैं
Yeah. So yeah, let's see. I think probably 169, 170 target hoga if they bat well. So hopefully a good chase, and I'll join you again in the chase.
Yes.
Hopefully, and hopefully watching the game at the same time. See you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Neha, how happy are you?
Really happy, I guess, at the moment. अच्छा जा रहा है, and you know India looks in control.
Who's come out? I think Asif's come out.
I didn't see. Asif
They
or
wouldn't send Asif out so early.
Kushdil?
Khushdir.
I think Kushdil, yeah.
ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है बट लाइक द बाउंस यार बाउंसर भी सारे आउट हो रहे हैं दिस इज सो
हाँ.
अनफॉर्चुनेट टू वॉच क्योंकि ये हमारा एक तो वैसे ही इतना पुराना मसला रहा है बाउंसर्स के खिलाफ जहां भी अच्छी बाउंसी पिच आ जाती है स्ट्रगल बट yeah I'll actually be interested now to see whether the same bounce is there in the second innings
Exactly.
because इसमें ना फिर a bowler like Dahani becomes very threatening and yeah खुशदिल का भी अब I'm really interested to see अभी approach क्या लेते हैं because Riz somehow has just survived
Exactly.
I mean he's been that anchor but yeah it's hard
मतलब
winning
उनका भी strategy यही होगा ना, like wickets are falling around him, so he would just want to, you know, stick around and just be that anchor for the inning.
yeah खुशदिल yeah India has done really well to stop the singles I must say I think even पावर प्ले के बाद जो एक ओवर हुआ था उन्होंने उसके अंदर भी काफी अंदर एक फील्डर शायद रखा था एटलीस्ट उनके जो इन फील्डर्स थे दे वर ऑल इन like
Yes.
close to the batsman
And must say, Dinesh Karthik has been doing some good keeping as well. That was a tough catch, but सही से लिया उन्होंने.
Yeah, very clean and very difficult catches he's got. I mean, it shows the experience and the class is just there. और अभी देखते हैं कि बैट के साथ क्या कर सकते हैं अगर you know if it comes to that.
Yeah.
short ball
Painful to watch.
yeah
All three of them getting dismissed the same way.
short ball
Yeah. No, that was a brilliant. Like end wala was a brilliant
catch yeah
Yeah.
all
Pacers
pitched in the
led.
same
Nothing short. Yeah.
Yeah.
but this might also give our bowlers a bit of an idea of how the pitch is doing maybe
हाँ, I think अब re-strategize करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा कि
हाँ, because रोहित शर्मा का tendency यही होता है कि to pull, and if these Pakistani bowlers can actually bowl it short, I think they can get wickets. Because miss time हुआ तो out हो जाएगा.
yeah I think the key is getting Rohit wicket because Rohit I think जब भी ऐसे हुआ है ना he's played or survived the early overs against us he's just trashed us
Yeah. And similarly, even with KL Rahul, right? You give him that room to settle in, he will just take the match away from you.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah
Pakistan's run rate's slowly coming into the 6.9 right now, I think.
Yes. और I think they just need to rotate the strike right now.
कब तक
नहीं, I mean it's
12वें तेरह
हाँ,
over
नहीं,
I would say
दो तीन over. I think they should start at the 15th over.
I would say 30
Let Kushdil get his eye in.
no but Kumel 3 wickets down is not horrible
it's not horrible, but the point is that if you're like if someone like Kushdil is not, he hasn't settled, so there's just a chance of you losing a lot of wickets like one after the other. So I think it थोड़ा सा consolidate like date दो over and then sort of going for it.
I think you
Um,
guys earlier were talking about how Asif Ali can be that key player, right? So why didn't he come earlier than Khushdil?
yeah, I think they wanted to save Asif Ali for the end.
Yeah, because
शादाब और आसिफ अली दोनों को चाहते थे कि अगर क्राइसिस सिचुएशन हो तो फिर ये लोग बाहर आए.
or
He plays
Asif is not. Asif is also not like he's not like known for constructing innings either. तो उसका यही है कि मतलब उसकी लिमिट तकरीबन उन्होंने ये रखी है कि आखिरी के 3-4 ओवर में बस उसने जाके अन्नेवा मारना है एंड दैट इज एक्चुअली व्हाट ही प्रैक्टिसेस फॉर कि उसने बस जाके 3-4 छक्के मारने हैं एंड यू नो जस्ट टू फिनिश ऑफ ऑन अ गुड नोट. And Shadab actually has that same ability. He's a very good hitter.
Hmm.
Do you think it's
Kohli
too late
slightly
for
silent on
Rizwan? I mean, it's been too long and Rizwan's not taken off, so he's going slightly lesser than run a ball. So when do you see him taking off? He's the senior batter here. He's been
I think
here right from the start. He needs to take off, right?
I was just going to be like he's waiting for Avesh to come back to the attack so he can just take him to the cleaners. Yeah.
देखते हैं आगे अब. Um,
Mushkil sawal है. I don't know. I think he's been trying to do that with the spinners, but he's failed to. He hasn't been able to middle the ball quite that way. He's come down the wicket. वो भी edge होके पीछे fine leg पे चली जाती है कभी. You know, he's finding the fielders also.
अच्छा
So
ये हमारी वैसे बात
he's
भी हुई थी
struggling.
पहले that our batsmen are generally struggling in, you know, like we don't have a lot of players who can play unorthodox shots. Like ram shot तो खैर ना ही मारे, but उसके अलावा भी we don't have that ability to maneuver the ball for boundaries as much. And I think ये थोड़ा सा हमें इस तरह के games में तो hurt करता है. Like Surya Kumar, like the मुश्किल होता है इस तरह के players ढूंढना. Like Surya Kumar Yadav is also like one of the players besides I think Rishabh Pant who can play as dynamically as he does. But Pakistan does, I feel, lack a bit in that department.
हाँ.
Oh, and Avish is back. So
Yeah.
Yes. Also, क्या बात है वैसे?
Yeah.
अच्छा
100
no,
matches.
this is the how many tests has he played?
Over 100.
तो ये this is the wrong phrasing because someone was writing that he's played 100 in each format, not across formats. Right? So like
Yeah, 100 in each format.
yeah, they just keep on saying he's played 100 across formats.
Across is a very misleading.
Yeah. क्योंकि पहले मुझे था कि जब वो वाला इंटरव्यू नहीं हुआ जो स्टार वाला इंटरव्यू हुआ तो उसमें when the anchor said it I was like नहीं क्या मतलब like अभी तक 100 मैचेस नहीं हुए उसके सारे and then I realized कि वो अच्छा he's playing his 100th T20 now which
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
which only Ross Taylor has done
Exactly.
so far. Yeah. Okay जी.
Avish ने 2 dot ball तो करा दिए.
Keeping it tight. That's really good bowling.
Yeah, there's a Khushtil is also not rotating the strike that well right now. 2 of 6.
हाँ वही है ना you need to settle in. Dangerous man silent so far. But
What is this?
I don't know what this animation is. Yeah.
It's trying to follow it. So Riz is back and
Look at that average. Look at that. He's out of form right now. He
out
averages
of form
50.
for the last 3 years.
Yeah. He averages 50.1. That is crazy.
Strike rate भी काफी अच्छा है 430 में क्या.
Yeah.
Surprised he hasn't gotten 100. I mean जिस साल उसने वो 2016 में जो हर मैच में वो 100 मार देता था IPL में
Yeah.
especially.
that was
That
2016.
was some year like
2016,
20.
and then 2018, another great year for Virat.
Yeah, but I
Okay,
remember one of the IPL matches.
Finds the gap.
Whenever I am on the mic, I hear a sort of a disturbance from the background. Is it with me or how do I rectify this?
Let's see, Batana.
Hello. Yeah. So
Yeah, is it no? Like we can mute ourselves and you will see if it's better. Do you think it's
how
from
was
our
it?
side?
No, name. How was it like? I mean, is it a problem with my audio or is it with you
Like we
guys?
can hear
We
you
can hear
fine.
you fine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, then it's sorted. If you can't hear me, then I think I'll have to make amends.
we can hear you
But otherwise,
completely fine.
cool, cool.
अच्छा जी, what else is Rizwan is on 42 or 40. He ले ही गया कहीं पे वैसे इसको I mean करते करते बेचारा struggle. Um, and the current run rate is also okay-ish. I mean for now. They need to accelerate at some point naturally. Um, so he can't. He's struggling like
Gritty innings.
gritty innings
कहते
खेले.
हैं इसे.
Gritty. जो अच्छी innings कहाँ?
Gritty.
Literally the 90 that Pakistan has on board, uska to 40 runs Rizwan ne akele banaya tha. It just shows how much they've relied on him to score those runs.
For sure, for sure. Well, finally, I'm really glad he performed.
I mean, let's not
If you
call
call
it a
this,
performance
if you call
just
this a
yet.
performance,
I think
नहीं
at the
he's
end of the
consolidated. He's still contributed.
like वो out हुआ होता तो जाहिर है बहुत ही
फिर तो crisis होता,
crisis
right?
होता. लेकिन I think अभी 6 ओवर है. Let's like hope 8 के मतलब 160 तक ले जाएं.
Is that Dravid?
That is Dravid. Dravid is back.
What a king! He tested negative, and he is back with it.
Oh yes, Dravid is back with the team. Lakshman is also there in UAE with the team. So Lakshman's been
Yeah,
named the interim coach, and obviously we have Dravid back. So
Lakshman is what coach?
he's the interim head coach
अच्छा. Okay. Very nice.
until
Very
Dravid had joined the team. He was the coach, but now that he's here, I think both of them will continue.
That's a crazy duo. Like
Yeah.
ये पाकिस्तान की जान नहीं छोड़ता ये duo. On the field be or off the field. We have like huge respect. Like they're like Dravid is one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, same.
Just a brilliant dude. And a legend. I mean, और under 19 के साथ जो उसने किया इंडिया की, really amazing.
Yeah, a lot of our talents that have come through the system, be it the under 19 system or the India A system, owe a lot to Dravid currently. And even if you look at the current setup, right, you have someone like a Shubman Gill, Rishabh Pant, Hardik Pandya for that example, for that matter. All of them have come through the system where Dravid has had a pivotal role in their development. So a lot of what is happening in Indian cricket right now, credit has to go to Dravid for the way he's shaped up the system.
Yeah.
That's actually a
Yeah.
good point, Shri. Rizwan is out.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, my stream is
what
lagging.
That was such a weird. I've never seen him play
क्या
this short.
What is he doing?
He tried to leave it.
That's not how you leave it. Like even I, like you just drop the bat. You just drop the bat.
Yeah. Hardik
Wow,
Pandya,
that's-
that crucial wicket for India.
Yeah.
Asif Ali.
Or I think again
I think they'll send Shahzad.
once again it's the bounce. It wasn't that much this time, but he thought it would be. Like when Nietzsche went, then he realized it wasn't that high at all. Clearly not happy with himself, but now it's a crisis situation. I think Shadab will come. Yeah.
Yeah.
there you go.
Ah.
Shadab अब आएगा और now Shadab really needs to play an innings and a half. Honestly.
Can he really slog though? Have you seen it during the PSL too, with him getting those crucial runs?
Shadab. Yeah, Shadab did really well in the PSL. He was so half of the tournament he played, then he got injured in the middle. So फिर उसकी team भी मतलब आगे qualify नहीं की. But his batting was really good. जितनी भी उसने innings खेली थी, and then he's played international as well. He hasn't gotten much chance to bat, and a simple reason for that is Babar and Riz would have just like played 30 out of the 50 overs, and then it would never come to him. But he's in good nick, and abhi ke liye I think he's probably probably our last hope right now to get to like a 160.
Come on,
Right.
don't
Or
get
it could
run
be
out.
another low scoring match. Thriller.
I don't know, has a Pakistan India low scoring match ever been a thriller in the last 20 years?
हाँ मुश्किल है वैसे हाई स्कोरिंग मैच कौन सा थ्रिलर हुआ 339 के बाद फिर 152
कोई थ्रिलर कौन सा हुआ है उस इंडिया वो एशिया कप वाले मैच
नहीं बोल आउट नहीं याद आपको
Your
हाँ.
bowl out is still, I think, is one of the worst ways to decide a winner. ये wicket है ball मारो.
या
Wasn't there a
और आप किसी नहीं
2014
मार
Asia Cup match
हाँ,
that
नहीं मार सकते.
uh, was a close one, I think?
हाँ, that was a close one. That
वॉचमैन
was
वाला
हाँ वो तो
हाँ
तो वही था. But I mean, how much have
2014,
we
are
played
you
anyway?
referring to the Virat 183 innings? That one?
I know that was 2012, na?
Oh, right. Sorry.
2014 Asia Cup. The
Oh, yeah, that was
that
quite
is
close
poor
actually.
yeah.
that is
Oh,
poor.
now I remember.
There is
Yes. Ah.
Ooh. Good fielding by India, but just missed.
मुझे नहीं पता कि कौन सी बैटिंग है जहाँ पे I mean he just gave the wicket away it wasn't why play that like why play that when 4 other players have gotten out the same way
I think they just want quick runs at this point, so yeah, that seems like the approach.
Asif Ali then.
Asif Ali कुछ यार नहीं I don't know I mean this is just not this is abysmal like they should at least like take it to 120 and then start hitting like 15 over भी नहीं हुआ right like and that was what I was saying they need to make sure that they preserve some wickets until the 15th over
Yeah.
or the 16th over and then they start going at it. And now in this situation, it's difficult for them to do either of those. It's difficult for them to hit and it's difficult for them to find the time to consolidate because they don't have the time to do that.
So, do you think that the Pakistan camp has to go through a reassessment of their target? Because 160 is now a far reach from what they think it is.
Yeah.
So,
I think
130,
150
140.
is far.
हाँ इस वक्त तो 140 150 भी लग रहा है कि
Right.
अगर हो जाए तो बचत हो जाएगी यार मैं I don't know second innings में विकेट कैसी होगी अभी तक तो बाउंस रिटेन किया हुआ उसने and I think अगर आखिरी ओवर तक आपको नजर आए कि it still has the bounce then that means the second inning maybe उतनी रहेगी at least for the initial overs but it's going to be very difficult to defend whatever total they come up with.
Yeah.
And this is really good bowling by Hardik. I mean 3 for 30 again he's going sick. He knows what he has to bowl he's okay with the white balls although that wasn't one ऊपर से नहीं कुछ यूज किया anyways
मतलब ठीक है harsh.
it's very surprising
Yeah, like UAE की wicket. Yeah, he short. It's quite surprising.
I think he's trying to aim the short region, but it's just going wide. Yeah.
कुछ आगे निकल जाती है लेकिन this superb bowling है
Again, look at his speeds: 140 plus, 143,
the 100 is
144.
up
Good signs for India. Going in the T20 World Cup happening in Australia, we need those, fiery pacers, and he adds that element with his batting too. So good signs, I think.
No, honestly, he was a late 130s
I can
bowler
already
before. Now, after coming back through the
I can
IPL,
already imagine I can already imagine Shoaib Akhtar being like इंडिया ने तगड़ी बॉलिंग करवाई है आपको बाउंसर नजर आए हैं उनकी बॉलिंग में ठंडा चढ़ाया उन्होंने पाकिस्तान को ये होती है बॉलिंग एंड that's true like that is how fast bowling should be like you run and you bowl those bouncers and if the wicket helps it helps you and they haven't been afraid to take the chance they haven't been afraid of the odd edge they haven't been afraid of the odd boundary they're like ठीक है लगती है तो लगे, we're going to bowl that length, and that's what gets you the rewards.
Yeah.
Oh, since you brought about Shoaib Akhtar, slightly off topic, but what do you think of him and his YouTube channel? Like he likes to dish out PCB for whatever reason, but he keeps dishing out constantly, keeps going viral. So, what is your take on Shoaib Akhtar and his whole YouTube community that he's created?
Good shot. Good looking shot.
Afridi, sorry, Shoaib Akhtar, I think is one of our favorite players ever. Sarcastically
And literally as
and
well.
literally भी पता नहीं यार, like वो बंदा जो है ना, he knows how to keep relevant is all I'll say. And of course he's given us some brilliant sound bites over the years.
Yeah.
From random on camera fights to those amazing spells that Diddy Bonding has a hard time forgetting, to just doing random अपनी अंग्रेजी में पता नहीं वो कौन सी जुबान बोलते हैं, Australians, हाँ, to making Australians into a different religion. He once said, I'm a big fan of everyone and I support the Hindus, the
जिस वक्त वो सिराज का हुआ था ना, racism का कोई incident,
he was like, I support the Hindus, the Christians, the Muslims and the Australians. So I mean,
and he didn't say it like गलती से, because he's repeated this line a few times.
उसके लिए
मजहब है Australian.
बहुत legend है यार, उसको क्या कह सकता हूँ.
Is he the kind of former player that likes to be in the media limelight, always likes that attention on him and wants that limelight?
He is the media limelight.
वो जैसे निखिल ने अफरीदी के बारे में कहा था ना कि क्रिकेट नीड्स अफरीदी doesn't need cricket, तो मेरा ख्याल है कि शोएब अख्तर doesn't need media, the media needs शोएब अख्तर. और वो उसके पीछे जो है ना, वो हमेशा, चाहे वो इंडिया में हो या पाकिस्तान में हो या ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हो, the media is crazy about Shoaib Akhtar. I don't know why, but it just is. We have definitely had better bowlers than Shoaib Akhtar.
But he was, look,
he was
can't
no, he was
like,
brilliant for sure.
Like there hasn't been anyone like him, like someone who can, तोड़ से पहले just be like, मैं मैथ्यू वेडन की पसलियां तोड़ दूंगा, ऐसी बातें करना, मतलब वो बड़ा एक एटीट्यूड चाहिए होता है उसके लिए. Nobody
is that a 6 piece? I mean, that's not a catch.
And rightfully so, also referred to as Rawalpindi Express. So yeah.
Yeah, on the field, Duke is where it's due, right? But off the field, I think the media likes him because he constantly keeps giving them headlines, right? So
exactly.
Who would not like?
हाँ, it's बहुत ज़्यादा. I think every few months it's something like, I remember it. I mean, it started with his YouTube channel. It's become so easy for him to just do this now कि वो बस अपना चैनल खोलता है और 2 मिनट की वीडियो बना के शुरू हो जाता है. उसने पिछले 1-2 साल पहले वो दानिश कनेरिया वाला भी एक खोला कि he was mistreated in the team और ऐसा कुछ. फिर उसको बाद में एकदम से वो पीटीवी के ऊपर उसकी उसका जो पूरा चला था. I'm sure you guys would have seen that, those videos going around.
Yeah.
And just anything like even his statements when COVID started, those were, I think, a real gem. Matlab he also got someone from Big Pharma.
Yes. I don't know.
To come on and talk about COVID with him.
Yeah, and then he went on to make some racist comments about the Chinese people and COVID, and then he had to sort of, उसमें बहुत बड़ा मसला बढ़ गया था, and then he had to sort of delete that from his video and be like कि देखिए मैंने तो सच ही बोला था, I just talked about it bad, and a certain people, I don't know what's racist in that or whatever. But the man, you're right, like the man knows how to give content to the media.
But having said that, we love him for that as well. जितना हमें हंसाता है वो अपने serious conversation से, I think it's great. Keep it coming, Shetty.
For sure.
और चाहल
वो हर एक के साथ होता है, वो लॉन्डो के साथ भी फिरेगा, फिर वो कहेगा मैं फेमिनिस्ट भी हूँ, और वो he has access everywhere, यानी कि वो मौलवियों के साथ भी फिरेगा, वो ऑस्ट्रेलियंस के साथ भी फिरेगा, उस दिन पिछले दिनों he's having a knee surgery.
I don't know if you
Yeah,
guys know he has knee issues
He's
yeah,
made
yeah, yeah.
abundantly clear for the
to
past
the entire
20
world.
years in every interview. Gautam के पास इंडिया में गया था
Brett Lee के साथ
breakfast champions में
breakfast with champions.
ब्रेट ली को उसने कहा कि मेरे कोटों में वसीला है.
Flintoff से किस तरह conversation शुरू की? He had an interview with Flintoff. So first question. So Flintoff, how are your knees?
Genuine.
That is.
वैसे given Shaheen's condition, मेरा ख्याल है कि शोएब अख्तर was on to something.
I think Shaheen is on to something.
Shaheen is on to Shaheen pulled a शोएब अख्तर.
अब वो भी पूरी जिंदगी अपने बच्चों को सुनाएगा कि मेरे घोड़े.
यार ये जामी शरीफ पी रहे हैं यहाँ पे. वो अफजा चल रही है.
जो अफजा चल रहा है.
गर्मी बहुत है.
4 ओवर रह गए वैसे अब.
4 ओवर
40 in the last 4. Come on, I mean, game on है फिर. या वो 152 करते हैं.
ये आउट हो जाएगा मालिक आने
with 0 no loss.
Good bowling. Really good bowling. And he's not bowled like he तो खैर he was slightly slower. But he's been brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, good bowling so far. I think all the Indian bowlers have used the conditions well. Specifically Hardik. He's bowled short.
Actually, I did not think he was like a 140 plus. I don't think I've seen him bowl that quick.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Actually, before his injury, he was consistently bowling at that speed. But then injury के बाद थोड़ा उनका it was like a rough phase, and then now he's like back at bowling those lengths. Yeah.
What a valuable player, I must say, because वो जिस तरह की batting भी करता है ना, like he's just one of those trump cards which every team just.
I think Srijan and I also once spoke about this, like how having someone like him is important. Like an all-rounder like him is obviously very special to have in the team.
And he gives so much
and one of the
balance
greatest right now.
Oh, right. Asif Ali is out. He's caught by Surya Kumar Yadav. Bhubaneswar gets the breakthrough. 6 down for 112. Pakistan 16.3 overs.
Yes.
This is painful.
This is indeed painful. But I mean, what were you expecting? Did you think they would do much better than
1-1-2?
Actually, you could see the variations also coming into play. This is smart bowling. He's not.
Yeah.
Bhubaneswar isn't like कि अब मुझे विकेट मिल रही है या हम जीत रहे हैं तो I'll just bowl haphazardly. There's a definite plan he's going with, and it's sort of coming to fruition.
Nawaz coming in now.
Okay, Shadab has a huge responsibility on his shoulders now, and I mean he needs to go for it. I don't see another way to do it.
140 तो शायद चलो 140 भी कर दें अभी तो but yeah, they need to try to touch 150. It's gonna get really tough without that.
Also safe hands, like fielding बहुत अच्छी की इंडिया ने आज. They've kept the pressure. They haven't fumbled at all. I think that's really a positive sign. They've also bowled fast. They've also bowled smartly. I mean, this is the perfect thing you can expect from a bowling unit. And they haven't, most importantly, made it feel like Bumrah is missing, which is huge.
Exactly. Yeah.
मुझे अभी याद आया कि वो अच्छा बुमराह तो खेल ही नहीं रहा, right? That's how good they've been.
Like Bhuvi has been good. Hardik Pandya, as we've seen, he's really come to the forefront and got those crucial wickets.
Yeah. हार्दिक कितनी हो गई है? 4?
हाँ, I think 4 हो गए, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, are they saving Avesh for the end then?
That's interesting. That's very interesting. Like they think,
Yeah.
हाँ, क्योंकि I think they went for the strategy कि विकेट ले लेते हैं with Hardik and let's like take a chance
Yeah.
and bowl Hardik first and then जो बच गया फिर then we can.
हाँ,
और
अर्शदीप
अगर
भी
उस
अभी
तक
भी
नॉक
बाकी है.
yeah
Good strategy, yeah.
yeah I think that's again brave cricket. उनको ये नहीं था कि नहीं डेथ के लिए हमें कुछ आगे रखना है.
Slight misfield there, I guess.
You're a bit behind.
नहीं
We're ahead.
Rohit is not happy. Clearly, he's like, भाई ये वाले रन तो ना दो ना. The conversation right now is ke just take a single. I don't think it's much more complicated than that.
Because I think if Shadab wants to probably hit. Okay, Arshdeep's coming.
I mean, Kohli जैसा बंदा भी आपके पास है, like to consult even, you know, is being on the field. There's a huge presence and huge difference that makes as well.
Yeah.
Even for Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, they'll be going with the same short ball approach.
They haven't bowled in the slot so far.
Yeah.
And that's
So 3 more overs left, guys. What do you think? Where can Pakistan get with this? 130 maybe?
Yeah.
I would say 145.
145 would be ambitious, but very nice for Pakistan if that happens.
Ashdeep gets a wicket, yeah.
Oye,
135.
Come हो गया.
7 down.
ये विकेट दे भी किस तरह रहे हैं यार?
This is a poor display of batting.
But again, guys, we have to factor in that, Pakistan has just played one T20I and they're still figuring out their, combinations and, just getting out of that rustiness, right? So, yeah.
Yep, अगले हफ्ते शायद फिर से.
Yeah, if they lose, तो बहुत एक interesting discourse, एक तो बकवास discourse भी होगा ना, शेर वगैरह का, random journalists going on, but then also maybe like a very serious discourse about Kecha.
Yeah.
We didn't expect to go this wrong.
Yeah.
You know, we thought कि ठीक है हार सकते हैं, लेकिन 114 में 7 तो नहीं हो सकता.
Yeah, but what's the deal with batting first as well, like Sri Lanka yesterday? I mean, we'll see later in the tournament.
Yeah, लेकिन जिस तरह विकेट दिए हैं, right? Like I don't think that has to do with just batting first.
Yeah.
Again, do you think the conditions dictated the way Pakistan had to play because the ball was doing a bit, at least early on, against the Pacers? Do you think that had to factor in how Pakistan have been doing with the bat until now?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think the first 2 times, like with Babar and with Fagr Chalo, आप out हो गए, आपको समझ आ गया कि the ball is bouncing, and then I think you need to adapt to those conditions really fast. And I think that's what Pakistan hasn't been able to do. I don't think they've been able to adapt. If that's in the air and that falls in no man's land, yeah. But मुझे इस वक्त एक lack of adaptability नजर आ रहा है. They're still trying to play those short balls, and if they're not, they can't get it across the boundary either. They're always fighting the fielder, and I think that's poor strategy. यानी कि okay, then if it's short, then how do you adapt to that? You will come down the crease, you could do a hit and walk or something, or you would then at least punish the bad balls, or then you can at least target the spinners. Like आप इनमें से कोई एक strategy अपनाते हैं. And I felt like it was less skill and more lack of strategy that we're witnessing right now. Like like
But again, with Rizwan, he was trying to take on the bowlers. He came down the wicket a couple of times. He stepped out against the spinners, but didn't really pay off. The balls were going to the fielders, and he was not connecting really. I wouldn't say that completely you can nail down to the fact that it was a lack of strategy, but there was intent at phases. But I didn't see that prolonged intent that gave you those results. Like once those the risks that you're taking have not paid off. I think Pakistan went back into that shell and never came out of it. So
yeah, I agree. I also think that चलो जब तक वो miss time भी कर रहा था, he didn't get out, right? Like
right.
he got out the moment he decided to play a ball that he thought was short, right? Like I wouldn't have I wouldn't have been disappointed अगर वो middle नहीं कर सकता, but he's still on the crease, right? Because at least he's doing something, he's carrying the team. There are chances. Um, but as soon as you're in two minds, you're trying to duck, but then you're also trying to play that ball. I think वो नहीं होना चाहिए था. From someone as experienced as Rizwan, you expect him to not fall for it, and it's very tempting too. Um, and I think it's also sort of like a battle of temptations that the Pakistan batters have failed to win. Um, they really sought to hit all of those balls. Um, but credit to India. Consistently उधर ही bowling कराए. अभी भी
किसी को बॉल है
जो पिछली तो बॉलिंग जो कार्तिक
Four
के हाथ
dots,
से लग
man.
के गई थी, वो भी लग के लगी थी. I mean, if Karthik could have reached to that was out. That's really good bowling.
2 dots, sorry, 2 dots.
The
Projected
last
is
ball goes
135. The
Chalo.
next somewhat,
Okay.
and that will go for 4. Okay.
So Rauf is 10 of 5. not bad.
But the way Rauf is 10 of 5 is the question.
I think अभी के लिए ना बस just जिस तरह से भी रन आ रहे हैं
140 की दुआ मांगो.
हो सकता है but even 140 you know what I think हमें दूसरी innings जब शुरू होगी तभी थोड़ा idea होगा कि ये pitch actually कितनी मुश्किल है.
Especially, I think the first 6 overs, right? The power play will be crucial. Like how Pakistan gets those wickets. I think then it's game on, right? Because
Absolutely.
can get
और
tricky.
मैंने कल कहा था ना कि नवाज might open the bowling but I don't think they'll do that anymore. I think they'll go straight away with the Khan.
Pacers.
हाँ So
again a bad
Bhuvneshwar is
ball. Burned
second
it.
last. That was full toss. Yeah.
I think he was trying a Yorker, but it just
Hmm.
didn't land. Yeah.
Yeah, but like at this point, he's been bowling pretty well short as well. So I think they struggled just with short balls. Yeah. So.
लेकिन ठीक है, अच्छा है. Like I'm glad he's going for a Yorker. यही होना चाहिए, यही strategy होनी चाहिए.
But short पे struggle कर रहे हैं. Why?
But now they're expecting short balls.
How did they not expect it after the first over?
That is the question.
Oh,
How's
Sadab is out.
Yes.
Oh,
He hit that. Did he get some bat on that?
No,
I think they're going up for review.
Oh, they did. They did go for the review. They have
I
gone
think
for
he
the
has
review.
reviewed it.
Yeah.
Out ही लग रहा है.
doesn't look like those.
Probably out of desperation.
Desperation.
Unless bad luck. And he went for it quite quickly, so
Out.
देखते हैं.
There's no bat involved for sure.
Yeah.
साफ out है.
Plump.
हाँ.
Long as they come.
Yeah.
You know the way he went for the review.
It was actually a very controversial.
Soft
There was a
signal
very
also.
controversial
Yeah.
dismissal. कल के मैच में, I don't know if you guys saw that. It was a Sri Lankan batsman. I forgot who it was. लेकिन he came down the wicket, hit it, और स्लिको पे कुछ नहीं आया, but third umpire gave it out. Reversed the decision. Sorry, upheld the decision.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
अब भी देखो 140 भी मेरी शायद हो सकता है because it's 12 runs and another 10 balls. I think they should go run a ball.
I think 140 is too optimistic considering they're already 8 down.
Yeah.
इतना भी optimistic नहीं है वैसे.
That's out. Another.
You were saying.
देखो एक विकेट में.
Things you like to see.
That's really good bowling. That's beautiful.
Bhuvi picking a 4-4. Nice. Let's go.
Wow. That's really good bowling.
Now they've reviewed it again.
At this point, they're just gasping at straws. You know, they just want to be there.
Out it was.
Yeah.
Oh, it's out. It's out.
Yeah. No bat at all. It's out. Wait, is it hitting the inside?
अरे यार. क्या?
Umpires call भी होगी तो out होगा.
हाँ, like point क्या था? Just move on with the game.
Can we see a hat trick? Come on, guys. That would be amazing. Yeah. Bhuvi 5 wickets hat trick. That's
आपकी बैट हमारा दहानी दहानी 2 छक्के मार दिया.
I love how optimistic you are. And you would say that is not optimistic, but it really is.
Yeah, it's not. Dahani is quite a batsman. Solid.
Today's Naseem's debut, right?
Yep.
Yes.
T20 debut.
That's a good start.
Auspicious.
Is there a name for this kind of?
I don't know.
नाम रख लेते हैं क्योंकि first delivery in
T20.
international.
Guys, but seeing the trend of how, you know, teams batting first are not able to put up those big scores, I think teams will be comfortable chasing only, you know?
I think even before the tournament started, we knew कि वो थोड़ा सा benefit होगा team chase करेगी, but इस दफा तो लग रहा है team batting first is, I mean अभी तक जो 2 teams खेली है, and not to say that they have great batting lineups either, you know, तो अभी तक तो यही लग रहा है, but then again we'll have to see a few more matches and even more importantly अब तो India team को देखते हैं. अफगानिस्तान ने तो कल तबाही मचाई जो आते ही they were what 83 6 overs.
Bhuvi on hat trick. Let's go.
Come on, Bhuvi.
So close. Oh.
Go solid, yaar.
Solid defense.
Front foot, he's just showing off.
Class batsman. Top notch. Right up to the bottom. Yeah, bowling ball.
Even after 10 years, you know, seeing Bhuvi get that swing perfectly in, and, you know, those plump LBWs, really a sight in itself.
Oh, I can watch that.
Wow, that was struck brilliantly.
Oh.
देखो मैंने कहा है ना, Dhani is a very good batsman.
Wow, that's
Shahnawaz.
nice.
वो ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे पता नहीं अपने
ऐसे लग रहा है 300 बना दिए
300 बना
पंप तुम देखो कितना
Yeah, but Dhoni, yeah, Dhoni generally a very like lively individual.
that's true
मतलब वो
he lights it up
yeah, he definitely is that kind of player. अगर इसने आज विकेट ली ना तो इसकी सेलिब्रेशन देखने वाली होती है.
Yeah, it's gonna be
He's like
fascinating.
Imran.
He's just trying to slog, but yeah, that is a good six actually. Much needed for Pakistan if they want to post a score of at least 145.
Oh, good running.
good yeah good finally something happening
They were just saving it for the
sure it was strategic
strategic. Dhani is our trump card. Also, a really funny thing about Dhani, if you ever listen to his interviews, he always refers to himself in third person.
really
Really?
हमेशा.
wow
Like Dhani.
I had a question. So I'm quite surprised that we've not discussed it yet. But in this whole Rishabh Pant versus Dinesh Karthik debate, right? Now DK has sort of got the nod ahead of Pant in this particular match, and probably might as well be the tournament. I'm not sure, but what does this mean for Rishabh Pant's World T20 chances? I mean, he'll certainly be in the squad of 15, but where does he slot in this 11? Given
that's
given that
yeah because
given that we've come to the stage where we've been saying that we can accommodate only one of the two in 11, what does this mean for Rishabh Pant's chances?
See, I think I'll answer that question. See, realistically, Dinesh Karthik has what, another like 1 or 2 years of cricket left in him, right? So I still think Rishabh Pant will be in the scheme of things for Team India. But then आगे जाके क्या होगा पता नहीं. That's a little difficult to tell. But then I think Rishabh Pant can still stake his claim through IPL, right? Because he's still going to be captaining Delhi Capitals, and I think Rishabh Pant will be in the scheme of things, but maybe not for this T20 World Cup. If Dinesh Karthik has this breakthrough tournament playing really well.
But also, what we need to keep in mind
Yeah,
as a
I agree.
finisher. Sorry. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
No, go on, please. Go on.
Yeah. So, also, what we need to keep in mind as a finisher, right? The role that DK performs in this side. 9 out of 10 times, you're not going to get that result that you want, or probably 7 out of 10 times, you're not going to get the result that you want. But the 3 times that you get it are going to be match defining, and might as well be the difference between winning a tournament and not winning a tournament. I think in this particular team setup, we have that clarity, we have that backing. DK has spoken extensively of that backing that he's got. So I think DK till the World T20 has the nod ahead, but Rishabh Pant, as you mentioned, will certainly be in the scheme of things going forward as well.
Yeah.
For sure, and I also think it's a good thing that India is having a difficult time choosing between two wicketkeepers. It's never a bad thing.
Yeah, to be spoiled for choice.
To be spoiled for choice for wicketkeepers, that's really good. Because sometimes teams are just stuck with wicketkeepers. Wicketkeeper अच्छा batting नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन wicketkeeper ये है, तो कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते. But India has been lucky with Dhoni, and then I think Pandey, or I'm glad कि they're spoiled for choice. और वही नेहा वाली बात कि अभी खत्म हो जाएगा थोड़ी देर तक.
Oh, what a shot! Dhani.
Yeah, that's
140 हो गया ना? क्या बोला था?
Yes.
हाँ.
No, but once I made that point, I also realized that we have talents like Sanju Samson and even Ishan Kishan, right? Now even they have age on their side, so it's going to be a very stiff competition as to कौन आएगा. Once Dinesh Karthik is not there.
जिसका बहुत नाम चला था सरफराज.
Sarfraz.
वो किधर चले गए आजकल? Came onto the scene. I remember he had an amazing night. इनका बहुत जबरदस्त सरफराज है.
That's what, guys. He had a remarkable Ranji trophy as well, scoring some massive runs. He's been in super duper confidence as well. But I think unhe kya hoga ki they plan to take him for the Bangladesh ka test series. So that's where he can actually, bang the door down for, and make a mark as well. But limited overs, I think he still has to work on his fitness. And pecking order, I think there's still Ishan Kishan and, Sanju Samson up there. So maybe limited overs, not as much. But versus the other nations, probably, yeah.
That was a good
Okay, so we
comeback by
have the
Arshdeep.
final.
Wonderful comeback.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Beautiful Yorker,
147.
147. Indian need 148 of
Yeah.
20 overs.
Yeah, it's
Thoughts?
आपसे thoughts लेते हैं हम thoughts लेते हैं.
And that's out.
Yeah.
147.
Yep.
Tahani well played, 16 of 6. I think
Actually.
he's the second best in the match.
Yeah. What do you guys think?
Arshdeep really
147.
nailing the Yorker.
I think Pakistan will be disappointed going back into the dressing room. India are the happier side going back at the halfway stage, but I mean Rizwan should have carried on, and then that cameo from Dahani really made the difference, right? Hadn't he scored that 16 runs, Pakistan would still have been at 130, 129 or something like that. Uh, but Pakistan will be slightly disappointed on this wicket while we discussed with Nikhil also. He was of the opinion that 160, 165 will be par. I think 20 runs below par from Pakistan.
Yeah, absolutely. Neha, what about you?
I think, yeah, Pakistan will be slightly disappointed with that batting effort, right? Like Rizwan got that start, but he just couldn't quite capitalize. Even the rest of the batters just looked quite listless. I think it goes to show India had done their research, bowling those short balls, and I think they were just
Yeah,
brilliant today. But I still wouldn't write Pakistan off the match, right? If they can actually bowl well, get the top three of India, they can really put us under the pressure. And yeah, it's good. It's still game on.
yeah. I would actually say that too. Game on और उसकी वजह ये है कि I think Dhani again, just the way he's come out to bat, he's gotten a few silly confidence मिला होगा, but he also looked a bit free. And इससे मुझे एक चीज याद आती है. I don't want to like jump the gun on how he's going to bowl or whatever. But the test में एक लबुशेन का जिस तरह से एक डेब्यू हुआ था after ये टेस्ट में, and Langer says he just played so freely,
Yeah.
and I think Dhani might have that on his side because he hasn't played a lot of international cricket. He'll be really hungry to like get out there.
Yes.
Perform. Naseem, on the other hand, I think might be a bit under pressure.
But the same with Rohit, right?
Which would be great. I think again पहले 6 ओवर तो बहुत ही क्रूशियल है. 2-3 उड़ा दे ऊपर से तो मतलब गेम बदल सकती है. But yeah, it'll be. I think for now, I think we bowled really well. But India's strategy, I think, has been quite good. And it's just about how well they're able to.
It's just about Dravid.
नहीं, Dravid की बात नहीं है सिर्फ.
And of course, like everyone else, it's also about experience. Like experience speaks.
Yeah.
आज दिनेश कार्तिक को भी देख लिया आपने, पांड्या को भी देख लिया, भूवी को भी देख लिया.
Yeah.
And and we really saw how that turned out to be.
Yeah. 2 मिनट आराम करते हैं mental.
Okay.
Let the soak in. And say we have like 10 minutes before the next inning starts, right?
Yeah.
Nikhil might join us, I think.
Even Naman might, yeah.
Naman might join us. Okay, let's just come back in like 2 minutes. Okay, guys. Do we have an option to put up like the clock?
Do you have an option to pause the?
No, we just want to put up. हाँ यहाँ पे आती है.
Coming back in 2 minutes.
Going back into it.
Okay, guys, let's take two. Okay, G. Innings is beginning.
Actually, uh, the innings is beginning and everyone else will be back with us in a few.
Yeah.
Rohit and KL Rahul making their way onto the field. I'm sure they feel very confident, very dominant. But I'm sure Babur has had a word or two with his team as well.
And yeah, they won't be the fight to definitely getting it. I think the brand these players have been playing for the last few years has been at least shown more intent, shown more fight than we have in the past. So yeah, this will be interesting to see. I think ये उनका दूसरा ही मैच है under Babur's captaincy against India. So the first one went pretty well. The second one is थोड़ा मुश्किल situation में, but let's see how that goes.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to get like 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah.
But again, their batting is so deep that
It's like when you think everything's over, there's Pandya.
there's Pandya, there's Surya Kumar Yadav, there's just everyone, you name it. He's just taking the crease.
Yep. Naseem is opening the bowling, so that's going to be, I mean, expected.
That's interesting.
But
Expected और देखते हैं क्या करते हैं पहला match
मजे
है.
का होगा. So he's coming in. The first delivery of the match, and
There's bounces, definite bounce.
yeah. And this is one of the बहुत important phase है अभी game का, and
yeah.
it'll be interesting to see Naseem, who is experienced when it comes to one days and test matches, but T20 internationals शायद नहीं खेले. He's definitely played a lot of T20 cricket. Let's see if he can get that swing early on. पहली बॉल में इतना ज़्यादा नहीं नजर आया.
Yeah, this is from early in the day. Naseem making his debut,
and Hassan Ali giving his cap.
Which might not be the best start to a T20 career.
Coming in for the second, and wow, beautiful. Rahul gone. Second ball of the innings, Pakistan have got a pretty good start, and look who it is.
That is beautiful.
Shaheen Shah on
that
screen. Amazing start. That is a brilliant start for Pakistan.
Wow.
Rahul's form continues to go down. But yeah, this is also a very trademark Pakistan starting off with the early on wickets with their pacers. But I think Naseem, yeah, he's what a dream debut for him. Second ball wicket.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Only sooner than expected.
Yeah.
Especially with Shaheen.
Hey, I'm back. Thank you. I'm so
Welcome.
sorry. I just tuned in and I saw Rahul got out.
Yep. I think again हम यही अभी बात कर रहे थे, a very trademark start for Pakistan. I think even when they've had to defend low totals, the pacers have come really good early on. So this is very exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean.
But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think pace has been one of your strengths, one of Pakistan's strengths over the years. Pakistan has always been known to be a pacer-friendly country. A lot of pace is coming through, and
Yeah,
Naseem is no
yeah,
exception, right? He was simply fantastic.
yeah, definitely. Or yeah, I think good debut for Naseem as well. The pitch definitely is offering a lot to the Seamers.
Oh, Kohli leaving the ball.
Yeah.
Just trying to
Look
judge
at how
the
much
bounce.
it's going.
It is definite.
Yeah,
There's also definitely movement off the pitch. And you can see the carry as well. He was super excited. He thought it had flipped off because it was quite far off. Oh, that's a dropped catch.
Oh, that is not what you want. Oh, they've dropped Kohli. Oh,
The dropped Kohli.
this is tough to watch.
This is
But I think good bowling from Naseem. And wow,
the last time we dropped Kohli in a
Champions Trophy.
Pakistan
Oh,
final.
should have been taken.
Did not cost us that much. I don't know how much this would be costly. Should have
Tough
been taken.
chance, but yeah.
I mean, you take those.
I mean, what a start to his career. Like,
Yeah,
this
and
is his first T20 over. Quite exciting.
Barber now coming on to the
That
boards.
Naseem had from the PSL. Should you? I mean, do you think that he should have debuted a lot earlier?
Um, I actually don't think so because uski ek time pe there was really he hadn't come so strong in the PSL until the last edition, the seventh edition. So it makes sense that they didn't debut him earlier. But what they did do was get him in the international team, which I think was a good step, and which is why this transition is looking a bit like he doesn't look like he's playing for the first time. He is oh no.
Has Risk scored something? Oh, come on,
I
not
think he's
Nugget.
pulled his.
Yeah, it looks like his hamstring.
This is horrid. Yeah, he looks in a lot of pain.
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's bad.
He's in pain, I think. He's definitely. That's not good at all.
The previous Asia Cup, Hardik also got injured in a similar way. I mean, definitely not his hamstring, but the heat in Dubai does play a role, right? Obviously, Rizwan has batted for so long, uh, and then coming back and keeping is not a really easy job. And Hope is okay. Looks in a lot of pain.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does, and he's definitely put something there.
yeah, they'll probably have to bring in.
Surprise.
So Klaus is not for the team.
Who is the
Mohammed Heather.
Heather Ali?
Then sorry, Mohammed Haris. Mohammed Haris.
Mohammed Haris. His wrist. अच्छा कर रहा है क्या सीन है?
One thing that I wish becomes better in T20 cricket is the over rates. India took 2 hours to complete their quota of 20 overs, and that's not a good advertisement for the game.
Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Whether I mean, what ICC and generally how they can deal with that.
I don't know.
Now
There's
we
a
have a
chat
new
box.
rule wherein the an extra fielder is pulled out of the 30-yard circle, and is that? I mean, I'm not sure of that. Whether it is from the 30-yard circle into the outfield or whether it is from outside into the 30-yard
Oh
circle, but
yeah,
that is a
yeah,
thing, right?
yeah.
What's happening?
I have no idea. I think RSC आएगा.
Okay. Um,
I think even having a specialist keeper would have been really
And we were just
crucial.
talking about it. India is lucky to be spoiled for choice with this goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Uh, let's see where.
Yeah, I don't know. I think is just keeping. हो गया ठीक. Well, we know it's 3-1.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. That is a beach. That is a beach. He knows it's not out, so he's like, "Jaldi karo." But
is that restaurant actually?
हाँ
Yeah,
correct.
but इसलिए ठीक हो गया है.
यार the
Hey,
morale
can I log?
seems
I'll
quite.
be logging off call in a few minutes. But thank you for
Sure.
the night. It's been a wonderful collaboration, guys.
No.
To listen, we have had a great time, and this was
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Srijan.
Srijan.
It was a pleasure.
thank you so much for having me here. I loved it.
Take care.
Thank you.
Stay in touch.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye, Srijan.
Bye.
Bye, Nidhi.
Bye. Bye.
Boss, ये क्या
Boss,
हो गया?
good start.
Yeah, good start.
Interesting stuff.
Very good start.
Yeah, Naseem proving more than expected
Yeah.
to do. Like,
Yeah.
मुझे नहीं लग रहा था इतना अच्छा लगेगा.
And I think चैनल बहुत बढ़िया थी to start with. और I think it just shows ना कि आप गेम टाइम से आ रहे हो तो it's easier for you to adapt. और स्विंग है यार, स्विंग होती है तो बॉलिंग का मजा ही अलग है.
Bilkul.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're opening with Dhani on the other end, so this is going
Yeah.
to be great.
Oh, the honey
Good,
also is
good.
definite movement there. I don't know how long this lasts. There's
2
also
to 3
definite.
overs I think. Yeah.
But there's also definite bounce. तो वो bounce का देखना
Yeah.
है क्योंकि इंडिया की पूरी innings चला है वो bounce.
Yes. बड़ा छक्के अच्छे मारे यार धोनी ने, मजा आया देख के मेरे को.
लेकिन कोहली ड्रॉप हो गया, so that's a bit unfortunate.
कोहली.
I mean, that would have been just one of the best starts to.
That's
beautiful.
That's also
This is actually quite exciting to watch. Wow.
Yeah.
थोड़ा सा था after the last inning, but this is great.
The team is also pumped. You can see there. So is Rizwan after
Yeah.
that little hamstring scare.
Wow, that was.
इससे ज़्यादा खूबसूरत बॉल आखिरी वाली थी. Like ये तो चलो played on थी, लेकिन वो जो आखिरी
That was like test match
That was test
delivery.
match.
Yeah.
100%. But कितना अच्छा लगता है ना after having so many games that are played on flat decks, आओ मारो दो, थोड़ी मूवमेंट होती है तो you realize कि हाँ भाई बैटिंग ये है, यहाँ मारो.
Absolutely.
Oh, miss time
Good
4.
great bowling.
4 भी नहीं है, ठीक है 2 रन.
And you know, then you wonder, someone like Shaheen would have been so good on this.
बिल्कुल. I think थोड़े जो runs नीचे बने वो काफी अच्छे हो गए. Just gave them that much more leeway कि भाई there is more than something to fight with. नए विकेट जाते हैं तो फिर वो.
वैसे how do you see Kohli looks a bit rusty as well, coming off, of course, a break as well. But yeah, he's struggling. But you know, he's someone who you need to get out in these tough phases. वरना वो game ही ले जाते.
That's also good pace. Like that's 139.
I think these are the best times for Kohli to bat. Yeah. Shot.
Apparently there's
बहुत बढ़िया shot. And these are the best times for Kohli. मतलब this is something that he thrives on कि भाई pressure है और run अभी team को ज़्यादा चाहिए तो that will give him also a lot of confidence if he can come through in this one with a very good knock.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Kohli is also beautiful.
Yes, all shot. So
Yeah, निखिल आपने टीवी पे तो नहीं लगाया वो?
हाँ मेरा टीवी पे चल रहा
Because
है।
I
आप
think that
आप किस पे देख रहे हो?
हम स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा सा पीछे है।
हाँ मतलब आप हाइलाइट्स देख रहे हो?
हाँ
ये बहुत मुझे पंगा लगता है यार स्ट्रीमिंग का, मतलब नफरत चिढ़ होती है मुझे कि यार एक बॉल पीछे कैसे दिखा
Yeah.
सकते हो, क्या मतलब है स्पोर्ट्स, तुम अगर एक बॉल पीछे दिखाओगे तो मतलब क्या ही देखोगा, क्या ही देखूंगा। पूरी दुनिया ट्वीट कर चुकी होती है और मैं देख रहा हूँ था, अच्छा अभी मैं देखूंगा क्या हुआ।
Yeah. Nevertheless, I don't think it was a bad start from Dahani. उसकी एक दो swing हुई हैं अच्छी.
या
हाँ ये भी अच्छी थी,
Yes.
आखिरी वाली है जो इनसाइड एज लगती है।
Kohli is also
Yeah.
taking the attack.
हाँ
हाँ
actually,
ये चीज थोड़ी मस्त लगती है गेम के बारे में कि इतनी सारी बैटल्स है, उसमें भी छोटी छोटी बैटल्स हैं कि भाई नसीम शाह है न्यू टू द सीन versus two guys who are trying to still be relevant and score at a very good rate.
yeah, exactly. Um, and two people who've been sort of thrust into the team एकदम से और उनको कहा गया lead the bowling attack.
हाँ
That's
मतलब
that's really like a tough ask. बहुत मुश्किल मुश्किल काम.
यही टाइम होता है जब यू वांट टू सी दैट क्वालिटी कम थ्रू कि भाई यस यू हैव ऑलवेज स्कोर्ड रन्स बट बैटर्स को वही होता है ना भाई, आपको रोज स्कोर करना है।
Yeah, exactly.
बढ़िया, ऐसी मैच आपको स्टेडियम से देखनी होती है यार, थोड़ी उसकी वाइब अलग होती है फिर। एक डिफेंस मतलब अब मतलब मैंने वेस्ट इंडीज और इंग्लैंड देखी थी 2016 में जब क्रिस गेल ने सेंचुरी मारी थी। वो अलग अलग और मुझे इंग्लैंड वैसे ही थोड़ी कम पसंद है, दे आर टू फुल ऑफ देमसेल्व्स आई फील। तो मेरे बगल में सारे इंग्लैंड बैठे थे और जितना गेल सिक्स मारा था मैं उनकी तरफ देख रहा था, मजा आ रहा है।
और फिर वो आई थिंक इस तरह के 2016 का फाइनल किया था, that's something which I think still haunts them, that those Backfoot sixes.
Yeah, it just told you ना, I think that was a very good period of time where cricket changed a lot. मुझे लगा वो एक गेम से क्रिकेट बहुत ज्यादा चेंज हो गया कि आप जिस तरीके से व्यू करते हो, जो आप सोचते हो कि किस तरीके से खेलना है, एक नया आपको नजरिया मिला कि ओके शायद ये तरीका है जहाँ से आप कहीं पे भी फंसे हो तो आप वहां से बाहर आ सकते हो इफ यू हैव समबडी हु कैन हिट दो सिक्सेस। क्योंकि चार लगाना
Yeah.
फाइनल में लास्ट ओवर में फुल टॉस भी डालो तो भी हार्ड होता है यार।
Yeah.
उसको तो ठीक है लेंथ बॉल भी मिली तो भी यार मारना होता है, प्रेशर होता है।
I think West Indies generally, when it वो जो 2014-16 वाला era था, they were so good at T20, won 2 back-to-back World Cups as well. So I think इसमें उनको भी
Yeah.
बहुत credit जाता है, and you know, often I think West Indies generally उनकी contributions काफी overlook की जाती है. Even
आई थिंक टी ट्वेंटी तो देवर अहेड ऑफ द कर्व 100%। जिस तरीके से उन्होंने नरेन जैसी बॉलिंग लाई, अब पूरी दुनिया नरेन जैसे बॉलर ला रहा है कि यार हमें भी कोई ऐसा बॉलर चाहिए जो टाइट डाले,
Yeah.
20 रन के ऊपर ना दे और एक विकेट भी ले ले। पर नरेन अब भी खेल रहा है, अभी भी वो 60 टूर्नामेंट खेल रहा है, इज दैट रेलेवेंट दैट गुड कि क्वालिटी प्लेयर आपने अनर्थ किया देन यू बैक देम।
Exactly. और वही है, I think ये West Indies just get like the short end of the stick for no reason. यानी कि क्योंकि वही इतनी बड़ी कंट्री नहीं है और वो सारा कुछ तो कोई अटेंशन नहीं देता। अब देखते व्यूअरशिप भी इतनी नहीं होती है। रवि कैरिबियन का टूर कैंसिल नहीं हो गया था, वो क्या सीन था? अभी क्या सीन
और आई थिंक एक
they weren't going to win?
नहीं, अभी तो रिसेंटली तो यही था ना कि भाई आप टेस्ट नहीं खेल रहे हो, आप अवेलेबल नहीं हो आपके कंट्री के लिए, तो फिर क्या आपका मोटिवेशन है? तो मेरा सिंपल लॉजिक है भाई, तो जो है उसको खिलाओ, जो नहीं है उसके बारे में हमेशा रोते रहोगे तो जो है इतने सारे प्लेयर है ना, तो उनको खिलाओ, उनको चांस दो, लेट देम ग्रो। अब है इतने सारे,
Exactly.
निकोलस पूरन है आपके पास, शमार ब्रूक्स है, ये सारे फैबियन एलन है, ये बढ़िया प्लेयर है सारे, तो ये करो उनको, जो नहीं है उसमें क्या करेंगे?
Exactly. Actually, back to the match. Kohli has been trying to time the ball. मुझे लग रहा है कि थोड़ा सा टच फील आ रही है क्योंकि 3-4 जो हैं वो साइड एज लगे हैं। एक बहुत खूबसूरत गोल मारी है अभी तक कोहली ने। हाँ, एक गोल थी और एक ऑफ साइड पे थोड़ा सा लॉब किया था। I think that also looked nice, but
let's see how Dhani responds to that full shot. Basically, continue bowling shot.
Yeah.
Oh, Rauf's coming in, so
अच्छा.
Yeah.
quick change. That's interesting. Rauf is not someone they usually trust with the new ball that much.
लेकिन face is face यार.
आई थिंक लेंथ बहुत की है यहाँ पे रॉफ की, क्योंकि अगर वो थोड़ा भी शॉट डालेगा तो आई एम श्योर रोहित इज गोइंग टू गो फॉर द पुल, तो चांस भी क्रिएट हो सकता है वहां पे। और कोहली के लिए मुझे लगता है ही इज ट्राइंग अ बिट, मतलब आई डोंट नो, कांट से ट्राइंग थोड़ा हार्ड, हाँ, पर इट्स जस्ट लाइक दैट वन शॉट, ही नीड्स दैट वन टच ड्राइव और दैट ऑन ड्राइव एंड दैट विल जस्ट सेटल हिम डाउन के चलो अभी 1-2 लेके आगे बढ़ते हैं।
या हाँ बिल्कुल।
मेरे को इंडिया पाकिस्तान पहले होने का, हाँ सॉरी,
नहीं गो ऑन।
मैं बोला था इंडिया पाकिस्तान पहले होता है तो दोनों टीम के लिए एक प्रेशर टेस्ट पहले हो जाता है, विच आई थिंक इज अ गुड थिंग, कि आप टूर्नामेंट की शुरुआती हाई प्रेशर में कर रहे हो, तो उसके बाद तो जो भी होना है आप उससे प्रेशर से तो कम ही है, तो वो एक बड़ा अच्छा है कि
हम तक अभी पहुंचे, लेकिन आप सही कह रहे हैं, बल्कि इनफैक्ट दिस एशिया कप इटसेल्फ is a build up to that T20 World Cup where we're going to face them at the MCG and like 90,000 people there. It's going to be crazy.
Yes, बिल्कुल यार, कभी एक बार तो यार इंडिया पाकिस्तान कभी वर्ल्ड कप में नहीं देखा, पता नहीं, एक बार कभी वर्ल्ड स्टेडियम में जाने का चांस मिले तो दैट विल बी अ गुड एक्सपीरियंस।
हाँ, we have a friend जो कि खैर वो वर्ल्ड कप का मैच ही उस वाले मैच में गई हुई है, without telling anyone, वो बस टिकट पकड़ी पहुंच गई वहां पे।
हाँ, तो सीधी बात है ना, वैसे ही करना चाहिए, क्योंकि सबको बोल के जाओगे तो या तो और टिकट की रिक्वेस्ट आएगी या तो कुछ और की रिक्वेस्ट आएगी, तो बेस्ट ये है कि आप मैं यहाँ हूँ गेस करो कहाँ हूँ।
यही हुआ था आज।
या आज मुझे एक पूछनी थी, आपको बैटिंग ऑर्डर सही लगा? आई थिंक ये हमने फर्स्ट इनिंग्स में भी बात करी थी, मुझे लगा शादाब दे टू लो डाउन द ऑर्डर, पता नहीं इम्पैक्ट शायद ज्यादा होता अगर आप इफ्तिकार को होल्ड कर लेते आपने, पता नहीं, बैटिंग ऑर्डर मुझे थोड़ा ऑफ लगा पाकिस्तान का आज।
Yeah, I do agree actually. I think Shadab को जितना ज्यादा टाइम मिले with the form he has, that would have been good.
मुझे सिलेक्शन में भी थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है हैदर को लाना चाहिए।
Yeah, same. Because आप हैदर जैसा प्लेयर अगर ले आते हैं ना in place of इफ्तिखार, तो फिर आपको दूसरी साइड पे एक अच्छा stable batsman चाहिए होता, which would be Shadab. Then you can have Khushdil Asif.
I think ये खुशदिल और इफ्तिखार वाला कॉम्बिनेशन,
आई थिंक अभी बहुत ज्यादा लोअर मिडिल ऑर्डर प्लेयर्स ऐसा लगता है मुझे, अगर आप खुशदिल, नवाज, शादाब सबका बैटिंग फॉर्म देखो तो इट्स लाइक very good two people, one is a hit or a miss, and then suddenly there's a drop in terms of now you don't know how to use the resources best.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Kohli threw the kitchen sink at that one.
And
Yeah.
for six.
Um,
Oh God.
हाँ छक्का तो बनता है he knows कि मैं मारना है तो फिर मैंने पूरा मारना है
हाँ, वो हाफ मेजर नहीं, विच इज गुड। आधे मन से खेलोगे तो
हाँ
आउट होने के ज्यादा चांसेस है।
exactly
नहीं, it's good. I
exactly
think बड़ी देर बाद he's also finally getting some luck on his side as well, and that'll help him, I think, throughout the tournament.
हाँ, और इज ऑलसो हैड अ गुड रिकॉर्ड अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान अंडर प्रेशर।
Oh,
तो मतलब वनडे प्रेशर, मतलब ओडीआई में तो नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है, फिर टी20 में तो हुआ है।
yeah.
Harisuk back to his king ball form वो होता है ना कि फॉरेन का बढ़ गया king ball क्रिकेटर को तो स्लो बॉल डाल दी कटर डाल दिया तो वो आ गया वापस उसी फील्ड लेकिन शादाब आ रहे
Yep, I think they're bringing Dhani.
Dhani.
So Dhani, अच्छा वो नसीम के ओवर बचा रहे हैं फिर।
नसीम के ओवर हाँ बचाना बनता है
ये गेम आई थिंक एक ऐसा, मतलब इंडिया को 1-2 ओवर ऐसे चाहिए जहाँ पे 15 से 20 रन आए या 30 रन आए, तो फिर आप गेम में आगे चल जाओगे। अभी थोड़ा
अभी भी they're like on the run rate quite well. I don't think they're in a state of panic or anything.
नहीं पैनिक तो नहीं, क्योंकि आई एम श्योर आफ्टर द पावर प्ले दे विल बी स्पिन, तो फिर वो दोनों थोड़ा रुकेंगे उसमें, तो उसके पहले शायद देखिए इसी पावर प्ले में मुझे लगता है दे विल स्टिल टारगेट टू बी अराउंड 35-40 इफ दे कैन। आई थिंक नेटवर्क शायद इशू हुआ है कुछ, बट या
हाँ, आवाज आ रही है आपको?
yes I think there's network lag na for some like
is it good now?
yes it's better। bounce है कम, हर बॉल पे they are not able to like control the bounce as much as they would have liked। पुल पे भी टॉपेज आया, इनसाइडर आया 2 बॉल पे।
हाँ bounce has done them in which is surprising कि वो adapt नहीं कर सकते
I must say I like these wickets quite. I think ये T20 World Cup में उनकी तो मुद्दा होता है ना।
हाँ, जहाँ भी बैटर्स को थोड़ी मेहनत करनी पड़े अच्छा लगता है मेरे को तो।
140
बिल्कुल exactly. They have it too easy.
मतलब सब पूरा गेम तो तुम्हारे फेवर में ही है।
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रन
एक और है
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो अभी जाके रन फेस्ट होना है ना।
हाँ, पर अभी इतने भी मतलब बीबीएल में भी जितने मैचेस हुए थे इतने भी अच्छे विकेट्स तो नहीं थे, मतलब इन टर्म्स ऑफ कुछ आपको मिलेंगे जहाँ पे 200 बन जाता है, बट ऑन एन एवरेज इट वाज स्टिल अराउंड लाइक यू वुड गेट 150-160 स्कोर्स, क्योंकि कुछ ग्राउंड काफी बड़े हैं तो वहाँ पे आपको रोटेशन पे ज्यादा स्ट्राइक देना।
Kohli finally coming in form मुझे लग रहा है coming back into his shape और खूबसूरत शॉट थी, बहुत खूबसूरत, वेरी कोहली-esque।
Yep. आपको लगता है लास्ट ओवर पावर प्ले का नवाज को देंगे या शादाब? तो मुझे नहीं लगता डालेगा, पता नहीं।
हाँ नहीं मुझे नहीं फास्ट बॉलर भी मिलेगा।
रफ
हाँ
हाँ रफ माइट टेक इट बट दे आल्सो यहाँ क्योंकि अब वो मसला नहीं है ना कि हमने रन बचा ओवर बचाने हैं एंड में यू नीड
रफ
विकेट
हाँ
रफ नहीं नहीं आई थिंक रफ भी हो सकता है स्पिन को दे माइट ब्रिंग आफ्टर यू नो
they want a
okay.
wicket before spin I think.
या
मुझे
अच्छा ये दो
तीन
मतलब
wicket
है
जाते हैं
इन
spin
दोनों
आने से।
हाँ इन दोनों की हिस्ट्री है वैसे भी लेफ्ट आर्म स्पिन और राइट आर्म लेग स्पिन को थोड़ा रुक के खेलते हो तो दैट विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी के
हाँ that's true.
मतलब पावर प्ले में आपके पास तो टेम्पटेशन रहेगी कि यू कैन मेक देम गो ओवर द टॉप जो शायद पोस्ट पावर प्ले आप उन्हें दे माइट ट्राई टू जस्ट डिंक अराउंड एंड टेक वंस एंड टूज
Yeah.
लेट्स से आई एम श्योर लाइक आई होप एनालिस्ट ऐसी चीजें बताता हो उनको because
बताता होगा बिल्कुल यार क्रिकविज है वहां पे तो बताता तो बिल्कुल होगा
करते हैं हम क्योंकि ये अगेन एक ओवर रह गया है आई रियली वुड लाइक
यार रॉफ
एक और विकेट गिर जाए तो यू कैन काइंड ऑफ रफ इट इज चलें
यार रॉफ इट इज
वैसे it's still a cautious start for India but you know they aren't chasing much as well so ये फिर बेनिफिट है ना थोड़ा चेजिंग में कि आप पेस थोड़ा सा
यस आई थिंक पेसिंग का फिर मसला बहुत उसमें हल हो जाता है कि आपको ज़्यादा हार जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती क्योंकि आपको पता है कि ये एक टारगेट है तो यू कैन पेस योर इनिंग्स बेटर पीछे भी जा रहे हो तो आप फिर ज़्यादा ओवर अटैक नहीं करोगे एक या कोई 2 ओवर पिक करोगे और फिर दिन उसी ओवर में आप आगे जाओगे
Yeah.
Chahal didn't like get much here like spin का मुझे आपको लग रहा है कि कुछ है या
नहीं कल भी नहीं था इतना आज भी मुझे इतना तो जितना मैंने देखा मुझे नहीं लगा कि इतना प्रोमिनेंट हेल्प है तो लेट्स सी थोड़ा अजीब लगता है ह्यूज डेक है तो थोड़ा टर्न होना चाहिए बट अभी क्या पता नाइस शॉट
फिर मार दिया चौका
अब हम वेट करते हैं
सॉरी
यार यूं ही वाले में मारते हैं बैठ के तेल भी निकल रहा है इनका क्योंकि भी हो गया इनके मुल्क में ओए यार
ब्यूटीफुल
क्या शॉट
so we haven't been able to use the short ball much
145 पे उसने जो है ना टारगेट खूबसूरत क्लासिक को
yeah
that's beautiful and rubber wrists you know
yeah
like just how he plays with the wrists this is brilliant
यस आई थिंक वो एक शॉट चला गया उनके गेम से पता नहीं क्यों इतना कि यू डोंट सी हिम विपिंग द बॉल मच नाउ जो शुरू में आप देखते थे कि थोड़े भी पैर पे गेंद है तो इतना जोर से वो विप करते थे कि बॉल वुड स्पीड टू द फेंस आई थिंक लाइन भी बॉलर्स ने चेंज कर दी दे डोंट बॉल हिम मच नाउ ऑन द मिडल एंड लेग सब ज्यादा ऑफ और आउटसाइड ऑफ होता है
yeah exactly
is that 4
yep
yeah this is a good over for India yeah
मैं बोला they would probably target 35-40 का टारगेट होता है तो आई थिंक वो on that case they are doing fine
yeah I don't think again run rate will never be an issue या तो ना तो वो कोई 180 तक चेस करे so
yeah और हेल्प है अभी भी मतलब छठे ओवर में भी आपका बॉल बीट कर रहा है बैट को मतलब हेल्प तो है
exactly ओए यार
beauty
यही देख के बोला मैं Oh no,
I mean, it's still a
decent.
good spell of bowling शुरू में आप
Yeah.
you have four spinners. So उसका क्या करें?
वही आई थिंक यहाँ पे
डाल के
अब हम देखते हैं बहुत टीम्स कंडीशंस नहीं पढ़ते बरोबर, पता नहीं, इट्स वियर्ड, इतना हेल्प है, डेटा है, पर कभी कभी यू, एंड इट्स नॉट जस्ट वन टीम, सभी टीम्स का मोस्टली वैसा ही है. कल भी आप देखो श्रीलंका अलग ही कॉम्बिनेशन खिला रही थी, अफगानिस्तान के पास पेसर है, मतलब क्या हो रहा है, मतलब दुनिया में जो टीम स्पिन के लिए जाने जाती है वो पेस से अटैक कर रही है.
Basis
हाँ
yeah,
Yes.
unheard of. लेकिन पता नहीं यार, पता नहीं, ये अच्छा खेल है मुझे. I like, again, India seems to have a strategy today, bowling में भी और batting में. It's not कि they think that they're the best team out there, but I think they know कि if we play smartly we can win this match. Bowling में उन्होंने plan के साथ करवाई है और short ball पूरा उन्होंने जो है वो अपना दबाव
Yep.
रखा है और अपने अटैक. Shetty
Yes,
back into
yes.
the attack. Let's see कि क्या करते हैं शादाब.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I don't know यार, ज़्यादा pitch पे कुछ ऐसा नजर नहीं आया, but I mean, if he can
Oh.
still make. आप हमसे 2 बॉल आ गए वैसे. क्योंकि अभी ये सेकंड बॉल should we be excited? Let's see.
ओए भाई, ये तो अपने प्लेयर
कल सुबह की हेडलाइन, कोहली ने मारा रोहित को, जानबूझ के कर रहे हैं प्लेयर को इंजर्ड.
वाकई
कोहली और रोहित के बीच में झगड़ा, मैच के दौरान झगड़ा.
कोहली ने अपने बल्ले से जवाब दिया.
कोहली का करारा जवाब, भगवान.
रोहित का.
हाँ,
ये हो क्या है?
सोचो मतलब यार, ये है.
वैसे I am so surprised how quickly this got out.
Sorry.
So beautiful. I said I'm surprised how fast Riz got up after that. मतलब हमें तो लग रहा था hamstring वगैरह पुल हो गई है या कुछ हो गया है.
हाँ.
2 मिनट में दोबारा उठ गया.
हाँ, पता नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक एमएस के साथ जितनी एक्टिंग की होगी, पर
मैं भी यही
क्रैम्प्स तो थे.
ओए यार,
Beautiful.
it's really good ball.
Okay, it's spinning.
Okay, fine.
So
Yeah.
Rohit has struggled, man. He's still 4 off like 5. So
Yeah.
oh, bounce नहीं हुई. It's uneven bounce.
Yeah. I think the time is not far when he starts to attack now. मतलब नीचे बैठ के चालू करेंगे जय माता दी होना भी.
हाँ.
This lord है.
रेस तपा है, क्यों तपा है?
वो क्या था आपने सड़क पर कितनी आपने.
चलो, I'll help you guys. It's not out. No, I help you guys. It's not out.
हाँ नहीं यार, इसको पता नहीं था. Come on, man.
अच्छा, they reviewed it.
They should have reviewed it.
नहीं, थर्ड अंपायर रिव्यू था ना ये तो, मतलब ऑन फील्ड अंपायर रिव्यू था. आई डोंट थिंक दे रिव्यूड फॉर. हाँ.
अच्छा, on field वो अल्ट्रा एज. वैसे अल्ट्रा एज पे अगर होता तोड़ दे या गिवन really.
Yeah.
But that's so weird, right? They're like
Out.
हाँ, मेरा सबसे बड़ा मसला यही है. हाँ, ये अंपायर कॉल का सबसे बड़ा मसला यही है कि आप अंपायर्स कॉल किस चीज पे है, उसने एज के अंपायर्स कॉल दिया कि हिटिंग के लिए अंपायर्स कॉल दिया, आप वो अंपायर से तो पूछ नहीं रहे हो। तो प्रोजेक्शन बोलेगा कि अंपायर्स कॉल है, अरे पर अंपायर ने कॉल तो एज के लिए लिया था। तो वो एक चीज मुझे लगता है, अगर थर्ड अंपायर ऑन फील्ड अंपायर के साथ बात करे और वो अगर हमें सुनाई दे कि भाई तूने क्या था तेरा अंपायर कॉल, तुझे क्या लगा कि लाइन में नहीं है कि अब बैट मारी है, तो वो एक व्यूअर को भी ज्यादा इजीली समझ में आएगा। नहीं तो आप देखते हो कि सेम चीज अंपायर कॉल की वजह से आउट भी है और नॉट आउट भी है, ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? अंपायर ने आउट देता था आउट है, नॉट आउट देता नॉट आउट है, मतलब। और वो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड इफ इट्स ऑन द हिटिंग पार्ट, मतलब क्लिप कर रहा है और आप अंपायर कॉल दे रहे हो तो समझ में आता है। इम्पैक्ट पे अंपायर कॉल कैसे हो सकता है? इम्पैक्ट तो आपके सामने है, मतलब इट्स नॉट अ प्रोजेक्शन, आपको दिख रहा है।
एग्जैक्टली इवन यार मुझे विकेट के ऊपर होता है कि यू नो लाइक द पॉइंट ऑफ एन एलबीडब्ल्यू इज सिंपली कि अगर तो पाँव ना होता, टांग ना होती तो विकेट पे लगती, राइट?
हाँ
तो अगर तो विकेट के ऊपर लग रही है तो अंपायर का कैसे हो सकता
हाँ, ये उनका
है, राइट?
मार्जिन
लाइक
है,
व्हाटएवर
मतलब
व्हाटएवर पार्ट
दे आर स्टिल नॉट श्योर अबाउट द टेक्नोलॉजी बीइंग इवन लाइक 99% श्योर कि जो हमारा प्रोजेक्शन है वो सही होगा। तो इसके लिए वो मार्जिन ऑफ एरर उन्होंने इतना बड़ा दिया है अंपायर को कि इट्स बेसिकली डिफेंडिंग द ऑन फील्ड अंपायर मोर देन द राइट डिसीजन।
एग्जैक्टली
हाँ, क्योंकि इसमें तो देखें, अगर आपकी मशीन लेट से 90% है एक्यूरेट, तो अंपायर कितना है? आई थिंक द बेस्ट अंपायर आउट देयर गेट्स like about the 80% of their decisions right.
आउट हो गया।
नहीं सेम मैच दिख रहा हूँ मैं, नहीं हुआ।
यार हमें डराना तो है ना थोड़ा सा। हमें
अरे पर आप 2 बॉल पीछे हो, दुनिया तो 2 बॉल आगे चल रही है ना। आप आगे हो रहे थे तो आपका डराना बनता है।
हमने कहा हमें कोई एडवांटेज कुछ ना कुछ तो लेना चाहिए ना।
हाँ
कोई तो हम भी डरे।
कोई तो मजा करें आज until the sun comes back.
but nahi, thank you so much guys for having me, pleasure. I
It's
hope
a pleasure.
we can do this ahead also, we can collaborate, talk about the game. Great vibes, as long as we're talking sense, so we are always in for a good chat. So thank you so
Sorry.
much,
Exactly.
and hopefully you watch the
Sorry,
game 2
देख
ball.
के थोड़ा सा हो गया, but
हाँ बस लाइव देख लो आप
it was
मैच तो
such a
अच्छा
pleasure
मिल जाए आज
having
के
you.
लिए। थैंक यू
Congratulations on the win.
let's do that later. Cricket.
Okay.
cool
चलो
चलो,
जी.
thank you so much guys,
चलो,
take care,
wait.
bye bye.
Okay guys. तो हम हारे एक मैच क्यों देख रहे हैं?
आप क्यों देख रहे हैं हमें?
देखो
दो लोग हैं.
नहीं देखो मैं बताता हूँ।
एक्चुअली आपको हमें ही देखना
हमारे पास
चाहिए, आप
क्लिप्स
मैच
पड़े हैं
नहीं.
ना सारे जहाँ मैंने कहा था कि
नहीं,
मेरे पास है
निकालना है, क्या बड़ी बात है.
और तुमने कहा था बोलो कौन सा मैच
हाँ.
जीत लिया इंडिया।
हाँ, तो मैंने आई वाज जस्ट गेटिंग इट ऑन रिकॉर्ड, जिस तरह से मैंने कहा था ना कि
दैट्स सो ब्यूटीफुल।
मैंने जब कहा था देखिए टेस्ट सीरीज में, तब मैं ठीक था, मैंने तो कुछ बैट नहीं किया.
आई मीन इट वाजंट इंडिया ना।
Whatever.
That's 50 up
International
for,
game is in fact, सारी games are the same.
No,
All
no,
games.
excuse me.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Let's just turn this into an episode of the thing where
it will eventually. I mean,
Yeah.
how long are we into the stream? 4 hours and 43. Wow. Yeah. That's quite a bit. And हो सकता है Naman आए हमारे साथ. अच्छा क्या
लग रहा है कि और मारी उसने शॉट में, अंदर से
आवाजें आ रही हैं. Internal voices.
कमेंट्स देखते हैं. शर्ट बदल ली इतने यार. हाँ सॉरी हमजा, मैंने बड़ी देर से नहीं खोले थे
यार हमजा का शो ही कर दो.
बट
बुरे हालात शो कर. Just do the show. Best show. Best show.
वाओ.
Okay,
Oh, that's gone.
Finally something happened.
It's Rohit. That's gone. यार शर्ट मैंने बदल ली है बिल्कुल. शर्ट बदलने की वजह ये थी कि 2011 की थी and I thought we should go a bit into the future.
No, I'll tell you why.
No, I'm telling you why. Why are you telling them?
No.
Excuse me.
देखिए मैं बताता हूँ मसला क्या हुआ।
हाँ,
मसला ये हुआ था कि 2011 के अंदर हम एक बहुत बुरी शिकस्त से दो चार हुए थे और अनन को लगा कि it's a bad omen and we might lose this as well. So, which I think regardless of the shirt we might lose.
I think
Rohit
having you
Sharma
here is a
departs.
bad omen.
Me being anywhere is a bad omen.
Negative vibes लाते हो.
Negative नहीं
हाँ ये dog है पूरा. Hamza can attest to that as well. I think.
I think I just get it bad at.
अयान तो फेल ने भी हमें
Ayan got it.
बहुत अच्छा comment किया.
Thank you, Ayan.
That is us, right?
I will thank you tomorrow for this impression.
अच्छा ये पता है?
Indeed.
Srinivasa Ru.
There is also again something else happening.
Yeah.
I can just hear the voices.
Jadeja is here. We feel you Abdullah.
Same.
हमारी भी गई थी स्ट्रीम के दरमियान ही लेकिन अब मेरे ख्याल से अगले घंटे तक मिल जाएगी तो we'll see this match through.
I think something big is going on.
Wow.
That's huge.
Massive.
He defends.
He attacks.
He protects. क्या करूँगी? Okay. Shadab is getting some purchase from the wicket. I think that's a good omen. I don't know if he will be able to convert this. यानी कि कितना ज़्यादा वो convert कर सकेगा उसको, कितना ज़्यादा वो bank on कर सकेगा. I don't know because Kohli is still there. And Jadeja can also. I mean, he can not only bat, he can take the innings deep. That's good bowling, though.
Yeah, I think they'll try to get Jadeja here.
Yeah.
Again, run rate is also climbing a bit, 8.4. So India wouldn't want to leave themselves with too much. So see, I think उन्होंने Jadeja को भी promote किया kind of the order because they want Hardik and Surya Kumar to come at the end for a final go. And you know, this all sounds really like innuendos.
Massive coming in.
Indeed. So yeah, I think cricket as a sport and commentary.
It's full of euphemisms.
It's all just euphemisms and you know.
Oh, that's really tight. That's really sharp, guys.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
What's one of your favorite innuendos? I mean, which commentator do you think really?
I think Bazat Khan has the ability to be really interesting sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
He's trying to be a bit ambitious with Uday Salana Chara. That's a euphemism.
That's true. Everything is actually a euphemism.
If you come to think about it.
Why do you do anything?
Physical intimacy.
Physical.
If you know, you know. No.
No.
If you know, no. 53 for 2, Nawaz also has a wicket. Although he conceded 9 runs and he was about to concede 6 more. I did not look for the field.
Well, ये क्या मतलब फील्डर नहीं हो तो जाहिर है फील्डर ना हो तो वहाँ बॉल भी ना जाती और सब कुछ नहीं.
तब वो ना मेरा ख्याल है हम वैसे ही हार गए हैं और नवाज ने कुछ बोला.
कोई नहीं. I think
we need to let Kohli out. Very simple.
We should have
the first strategy there. Come on, catch it. Someone catch it. Yes!
We're back. Brilliant.
Yeah, cheese. Beautiful.
To the one person watching us, what a wicket. Not required at all. Nawaz is having.
I mean, if
you never liked it. तो वैसे भी कभी नवाज को हाँ सही बात करें if there wasn't a fielder he out now. Actually Nawaz अगर कोहली block भी करते थे ना they out now. This is beautiful. Guys, come on the stream. Come on. Come on, come on. Nawaz having a fine day. Yeah, I
Okay, so
mean,
now they have no set batsmen.
I think we can at least conclude this. This pitch is generally not easy to bat on.
No,
Um,
definitely not a batting pitch.
And the game is a lot more exciting.
Only
Let's actually make that.
Yeah. I'm just messaging all of my friends. Check them.
Yeah, me too. Comment check your DM.
क्या हो रहा है? Message करने लोगों को. Okay, Kohli is a big wicket, and I hope they can I hope they can capitalize on it. I don't know if they can or not, but they have to.
Oh, you said so much.
Yeah, I said so
Yes,
many.
nothing.
They have to at some point.
Don't you think commentary is that kind of thing? It's like saying a lot of things, but like
It's saying
not
the
me.
same things that you can see, but
Wow.
still saying them
Yeah.
and making it sound.
So yeah, Nawaz is back. Let's just shut up for this.
Okay.
Let's let Nawaz. Let's let the ball talk. That's another. Ball can talk.
As Muhammad Asif would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had to kill Nawaz.
Hat-trick. Teacher hat-trick.
But Surya Kumar is.
Yeah.
And he's someone we've been waiting to see for quite a while.
Yeah.
And Sanjay Manjrekar agrees with us.
Yeah. Which means, but I mean, commentary may.
We're there.
I mean, Sanjay Manjrekar is basically saying what we're saying. So, like, why not watch
He's
us?
sniping. He's sniping this.
Oh, look at FP. Good 2 catches by him.
Which shows that if the car was a good improvement.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
justifies us.
Definitely.
Kohli was a very poor shot. Like,
it was quite unfortunate to see him go like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Surya Kumar's will be the deal now. Oh, that's gone. That's gone, man. Come on.
I think this bat and ball or down the leg. I mean, Sanjay Manjrekar is literally saying the same thing.
I mean, why not take the review?
Why not make us commentate?
That's true.
They want.
Waz on the other end. The Wasim Akram
for the review. Waz from the Wasim Akram commentary box.
Yeah. Wait,
they need another wicket. That's a long. That has gone miles.
Good shot. I think let's go back into our self-destructive mode for a while. जब तक out नहीं होता. Again, yeah, experience counts, I guess.
Yeah, Jadeja, we all know how he can finish the game. But this either. I love how all of our Indian friends have gone to watch their second innings. Because they are from Dekha. Oh.
जो भी है would, yeah, but जो भी है would love to see this match go to the last over. मजा आ जाएगा.
Yeah.
And I think even from there, if we lose, दुख होगा, लेकिन it would have been an exciting match. It would have been good to watch.
Yeah. It's that balance right now.
Yeah, it's definitely in the balance. India, I would still say, a bit ahead of the game because of what they have to offer in terms of their batting.
Yeah, they haven't lost a lot of wickets either. I can hear you inside. How do you feel about it?
किसने कहा?
I can hear you.
You can hear me. What do you
I can hear something inside.
What do you mean?
From the inside.
Oh, God.
The room. Anyways, it's 2 for 3, 10 overs gone. 86 wide of 60.
Yeah.
Surya Kumar on 2, Jadeja on 5, and Pakistan looking high spirits, but they really need to execute the plan. The plan is simply to take wickets.
Dravid is on the field now, and he's going to strategize a bit because he knows this is an all-important game.
Solid. Keep the back together.
Keep the backpack together, become a wall.
Become the wall.
The wall.
Love the music in the back.
He's walking like a boss. Like this, there needs to be boss. Oh wow! Inspirational by Backfoot.
Carpe diem. That's all I would say.
He also couldn't do a lot. I was like, not a good.
But I think their approach is quite clear now.
Go for it.
Go for it. और इस तरह के target में they can also afford to just hit it out as well. They're trying to do that, but again अभी 10 over पड़े हैं. Pakistan have some good bowling at the back. Nawaz has certainly had a good day. I think Shadab might come back again with one of the fast bowlers.
Yeah.
I think they'll bring back the Hani and leave Naseem and Aris Patel for sure.
Okay, yeah, I think so. The Hani has been bowling really nicely.
Yeah, the Hani 2 overs for 13 and 6 dot balls.
Yeah, no, he also just bowled.
With Shadab as well.
Shadab तो है.
Brilliant.
Right?
I think अभी शादाब के साथ ही कंटिन्यू करें. हाँ, शादाब और दूसरे एंड से.
Nawaz?
I think they'll stop with Nawaz perhaps, or maybe stop. It's actually an interesting place because आप नवाज को भी दे सकते हैं. But then I think यहाँ ज़्यादा matchups वाला सीने के left arm spinner के against ये दोनों के साथ खेलते हैं.
Okay.
Very economical. I'll also look.
Yeah. They're not letting go of the match. नहीं सोचती हैं कि हार.
Fight है.
Fight.
बहुत अच्छी fight. I think that is worth a lot of appreciation.
Yeah. What if it's a draw?
You mean?
No. I mean a draw. I mean a draw.
You mean we run out of time?
Some way or another. बारिश हो जाए.
That's not a draw.
एक point.
That would be such a bummer. Although the way में बारिश ऐसे ही तो नहीं हो जाती.
ऐसी होती है. एकदम होती है बारिश.
Look at the change in their chances of winning. That's quite it. 71 से 46% game.
Draw का है इसको 4 और फिर बाकी 50 है. Yeah.
हाँ. Good bowling. Very good bowling.
Keeping it tight, keeping it sharp.
I'm actually so excited by these pitches now.
Yeah.
And Dew is not coming in, so that's very good as well.
Oh, that swept beautifully. That swept for 4.
Yeah, and that's what he can do so well.
Yeah, look at that. And that takes a lot to sweep a bowler like that.
Yeah.
Really nice. Wow.
Oh, good fielding. Good bobby.
Very nice, very nice. It's a battle for sure.
Yeah.
It's a tough battle for sure.
A few words exchanged between Surya Kumar and Rizwan.
Rizwan मेरे ख्याल से प्यार करे
with a
love
broken,
से देगा.
torn hamstring.
Whatever happened, like वो काफी जल्दी उठ गया.
Other people heal from their injuries. Rizwan just forgets about it.
I'm sure वो दुआएं पढ़ के भूखी होगी.
यार वो बंदा अस्पताल से उठ के मैच खेलने
हाँ, ICU से.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Okay.
There is a feature there, definitely.
India know in that rebuilding part, and I think उनको थोड़ा सा नुकसान होगा because of because they were initially very conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah, again they have it all. I think someone like Hardik Pandya fired 15 run into it.
Yeah, they're equally struggling teams right now.
As Kapil Dev said. Yeah, definitely.
I want to see all of this happen. So good.
Nawaz it is.
Yes. Oh, look at that.
कट पे बचा रहे हैं रन ये. Everything is an invention. That's
Easy one.
yeah. Or easy.
This year's one.
This year's one and
Easy power.
quite.
Okay. How many Nawaz needs another wicket?
वो भी टांग पे मारे ताकि वो उन्हें लेग साइड फील्ड रखी हुई है.
Second most ever strike rate. Wow.
Who's batted the 117? Rohit?
I think so. Not sure. Looks like Hassan Minhaj.
Almost immediately does.
There's one way to do this. Come on, get him out.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. क्या बात है. Teresa, you know, when he hits it, it stays there. That's not it.
Unlike most other short hits, which usually don't stay hit.
Unlike Virat Kohli.
Yeah, most others just you hit them and they.
I love how there's just one comment, Hamza's comment, just pinned over there. Shirt badalni. Hello, Mr. Favorite.
Yeah, I really like this one. Okay.
His final shot.
Oh.
And Surya Kumar is not interested in another run.
Yeah. What is he interested in?
Teresa.
Wow.
He's interested in hitting sixes.
Naturally. So Nawaz has gone with his 3 overs. Shadab will, I don't know if they'll give him another.
परेशानी में तो है.
Gone.
रोहित शर्मा की परेशानी में लगी है. He knows the game is far from finished.
Yeah. Because I think Abish Dhani will get another go with probably with Shadab.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think they'll just leave the pace for the end? Oh, good work.
Really tight. Good fielding.
Definitely.
Jadeja making all sorts of faces.
Which is always good for the culture.
Good for the vibes.
Yeah. Nawaz also not holding back with those
facial expressions.
Oh, his tongue is also. So that's some. To get some extra turn, probably.
Yeah. Spice onto the pitch.
Yeah.
goes for
They say how long are they gonna keep doing? That's a very test match strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They know what they're doing. Asked him to become the wall.
Yeah, I'm talking about Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान कह रहे हैं नहीं
लास्ट पे मारने
नहीं लास्ट पे नहीं वो विकेट लेने की कोशिश करी उसने हो गया
wow.
That's my analysis.
But I mean, literally, Sanjay Manjari will say the same thing. So,
I mean, Sanjay Manjari will say anything that we say.
guys, let's use this small break to remind our thousands of. I think we got 4,000 viewers. Yeah.
Can we put the count? The government account. Government account.
Government account.
Yeah, because they're asking के try to donate to institutions. क्योंकि they are ताकि एक जगह concentrate हो सके. Rather than dividing the money into different places. Oh, that's very close.
Could you do that on Twitter?
No, I can do that on here.
There we go. Yeah.
इसके ऊपर लगा दूँ.
Details यहाँ लिख देते हैं. Oh, good. Shadab is in his last over. So we'll be left with 6 overs, and all 6 will be quickies, but they can't.
Quickies indeed.
Quickies. Side to reach
all of these.
That's quite a few.
Yeah. How do we?
Okay, still keeping it quite economical.
Okay.
Would you bring on Naseem for just an over to take your chance?
Naseem, no. No.
Wow.
Who's that? Who are you waving at? Okay.
Oh.
Is that Vikram?
विक्रांत गुप्ता को नहीं डालते इस तरह की चीजें.
Okay, go to add can you move this? Background.
Yeah, India kind of leaving it for the end.
Yeah.
Little. Elan film.
Sorry,
Elan. Elan.
it isn't showing. Actually, it is showing. Okay. Um. Oh, as a ticket, very nice.
So we have Tahani coming in now. This will be fun to watch.
Yes. I don't know why you find that people wearing that.
What? Are you trying to say I'm the big army?
65 of 42.
Oh, good ball.
That's gone for 4. How is that a fantastic shot? What is that from?
स्टोर बॉल कराइए डिस्नी वो है क्या है फैंटास्टिक शॉट
Is one trying to keep the momentum up? Oh,
good start by Dhani. I think he's been quite mature. I just want to see his celebration because
yeah, I mean, they're definitely giving much more for you. And 64 or 41.
I know at 9 over.
They need one more wicket, Pakistan.
Oh, good
and that was
ball.
super close.
Very good. Ball.
The umpire doesn't look very comfortable with that.
I think it was Dhani's expression that made him uncomfortable.
That could be it. Could have easily edged that.
Yeah. He wants a wicket, yeah.
He was like, they, out there.
इसको अभी मिलेगी ना तो फिर पता चलेगा.
I hope he does.
Yeah.
I hope he gets it.
Deserves one now. 14.
Oh, that's a wide, but I think they will signal a wide. नहीं आवाज नहीं आई. I don't think so. Don't go up. Don't go up, sir. Oh, I really doubt.
दूर लग रहा था.
मुझे काफी दूर लग रहा था.
Shadab apparently says he heard something.
I mean, Shadab's historical reviews against India have.
I mean that was like 5 years ago. I think देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है. मुझे तो नहीं आउट लग रहा बिल्कुल.
मुझे भी नहीं लग रहा.
And I think Jadeja knows that as well. He's called for more gloves. Yeah. Yeah.
वापस जाते हुए ना मार दिए बस यहाँ पे थे. But I really doubt. अभी वापस जाते हुए चलेगा देखो.
नहीं लग रहा.
मैं वापसी करेंगे. Yeah. Nothing. That's a wasted review. I don't know why they took it. Desperation, I guess.
I think देखो कोई मसला नहीं है रिव्यू पड़ा था.
Sure. That makes sense.
This is
आइस बता रहे किधर आउट करना है.
मुंह पे. This is like not me. मैंने तो नहीं बताया. Yeah, बहुत आला. Okay.
He's causing great difficulty for the batsman. That's for sure. Oh. तो कार आ गई इससे कब जाना.
back it crowd.
I mean, look, they have wickets in hand, so they might actually not struggle at the end getting
That's
the
it.
अच्छा है, but Pakistan's also keeping their checks.
हाँ, यानी कि
They're not
ये
like
मुश्किल है।
scoring too fast.
हाँ, ये मुश्किल है।
Oof, Babar.
Power is always a side.
So they've left the outside open. Sorry, the leg side open again. Yeah. Let's see how this tactic works. Long on goes, mid on goes back. Yeah,
उनको
mid
लग रहा है
wicket.
मारेंगे ना, क्योंकि
Mid wicket.
अब नहीं तो कभी नहीं.
Fine. I think it's a fine leg or a deep backward deep square leg. But I think they know. But I think they're trying to trap Jadeja because that's how they did it. The last time when he was playing the T20 World Cup, इसी तरह से उसको पकड़ा था.
That's the feel for a short ball.
But even the last time they got him the slower ball, Hassan Ali bowling around the wicket.
The quiet run is 9.7.
Which is again, look, I would say it's still not too much when you have 7. But again, इस wicket को देखते हुए देखना पड़ेगा कि if a batsman can just come out and smash, Tahani sure could, but like.
But can Surya Kumar or Jadeja?
Let's
or
see.
Pandya, I mean,
this point, if they start losing wickets, तो मसला होगा. Otherwise, I think
if they have
it's still
in hand, then.
very much in their control. Yeah, they know that. Who's this chap?
This chap, I don't know.
I haven't shown Shaheen in a while. That's it. Okay, good. We let good. Strong over. Hamza Ahmed ने skull face भेजा. Please at this. Thank you.
Too many people are watching.
Yeah. I think Haris is coming now. Looks like it. वैसे दूसरे एंड पे so we have 6 overs to go. We have 2 Dani overs, 2 Naseem overs. You think they'll leave them for the last 6, right?
Dahani हो सकता है खिला दे.
Who's that? No, it looks like Naseem is there.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, same. Good vibes.
What's the sound?
No.
No. Sure.
Well, I'm pitch.
Naseem is 1 for 8 in 2 overs and almost 2 for 8 with that.
I think this is a good attacking move from Babar. क्योंकि विकेट निकलती है तो गेम बदल जाएगी वहां से और नहीं निकलती तो it's still something India will be careful. Game नहीं बदलेगी naturally. That's just as strong of an analysis I can give at this moment. Yeah, but I think it's a good move and let's hope behind wicket nickle. That's Shikhar?
I don't know, man. I don't pay that much to spouses.
Oh, that guy. You know that guy?
Is he married to someone you know?
Yeah.
I do know that guy. Wow. ACR.
Oh, good ball.
Yeah,
But वैसे he didn't take that single. That's
डरा भी हुआ ना कि देखना चाह रहे कितनी तेज आ रही. हाँ देखिए this.
डरा.
That बुज़दिल.
बुज़दिल.
दिखा रहे हैं.
Okay, chances going up, लेकिन
Because they aren't losing wickets.
हाँ, of course. And let's see ये नसीम का कैसे खेलते होंगे. See off तो करना मेरे ख्याल से ऑप्शन नहीं है. रन तो निकाल ले होंगे. नसीम के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा टेस्ट है लेकिन ये.
Oh,
Yes.
that is so beautiful. That is
Yeah,
so beautiful.
142. Brilliant.
Wow, that is class.
What a debut for this
That
guy.
is class.
What a debut.
That is class.
नसीम भाईजान बच गए हैं, उड़ा दिया उन्होंने. बिल्कुल बिल्कुल हमजा आपने सही कहा है.
Oh, hey.
Wow.
Abu Nasir.
उफ 19 साल का.
Wow. This कौन के मालिक है? काशा के मालिक है.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful.
This is beautiful. I think Hardik in.
हार्दिक को भी कर दिया. हैट्रिक कर दे इस ओवर में.
This is actually quite exciting. Like I don't remember.
जवाहरलाल नेहरू की बात. हाँ, वो के राहुल is telling you how not to bat.
How not to bat. But yeah, India under the bump now. This is definitely going to be tough for them because 10 and over
is scared now.
No, ऐसी बातें क्यों
Buzdil.
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 Naseem, yeah, I'm actually so happy like watching this guy bowl. उसका तो एक पूरा journey of emotions हुआ होगा. Up until this point. It is, I think, great to watch. A scene by the sea. Wow. What a nice comment.
59 of 34.
Let's see. This is going to be a big over for Pakistan. I think.
Babar's
Very good move.
gamble paid off.
Yeah.
अब देखते हैं if it pays off even more. Oh, that's a 4, but
Nope.
oh no, not really.
Good, yeah.
Well,
कहानी. But also उन्होंने अपना जो fine leg है वो extra fine रखा हुआ है क्योंकि I mean that's an innuendo as well, but wow, beautiful sight. Look at that.
that is beautiful.
Khatija must be having the time of her life right now. This is beautiful. I can't even imagine the situation of the stadium.
That's good.
Beautiful.
Russell and Harsh Departs. Look at him.
Maybe stand-up comedy should have just stuck to that.
Step 2. Oh,
Acha,
you see the strategy.
going across the stumps, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's also very risky. Mujrekar is just
Come on, Sanjay, stop.
come
Stop
on.
watching
आप
this.
हमें दे दो.
यार खुदा के वास्ते किसी और को ना हो गया.
I mean, this also is an innuendo.
What is Wakari going to say? The boys are getting a little
Crampy. Cranky क्यों हो रहा? मैंने नहीं खेली है. Cranky.
क्या कह रहे हैं? गंदे पाकिस्तानी लिखते लिए हैं.
नहीं, you mean गंदे?
क्रैम्पी क्या 20 ओवर का मैच है? क्रैम्प कौन से भाई? क्या हो गया बॉस?
The heat.
Catch it. Someone
Like
catch it.
fielders out there. This is actually working out like the strategy. It's quite. They need almost 11 and over now.
The pressure made them lose wickets. Yeah.
Actually, let's see how Hardik negotiates this funny ball. क्योंकि across जाके खेल रहा है वो सारी two.
Yorker आएगा.
Let's see. I don't know. I think he might go for could be also short भी हो सकता, slow भी हो सकता. It can actually be any. He can become anything in this ball.
I think Yorker. Oh, short.
Oh, that's bad.
That's beautiful.
Also good for Hardik to like not let it go.
डर रहा था. डर में
Naseem is not happy at all.
Why would he be? It was difficult to name. It was very unfair to see.
Salah Anjum.
Who?
That is Salah Yunus, sorry.
Let's see if I give an F. Zen. नहीं लिखा उसको।
कुछ यार
मैं कह रहा हूँ
returning
he's turning into me. I was here before. ये रोहित शर्मा फिर आ गए।
हैं? Wow,
Come back.
comeback star.
Same match. बैक हो रही है थोड़ी सी डर रहे हैं उस दिन।
नहीं हमारी भी होनी चाहिए बिकॉज अब हमारी बॉलिंग में 5 ओवर रह गए हैं जिसमें से it's 1 for Naseem, it's 2 for yeah, it's 2 for Haris, it's 1 for Dahani. 1 over. So
Oh damn.
That
अभी
is
नवाज
the
पे
trick.
बात है शायद आप पे हो गई चार
हाँ
नवाज पे रहेगी नवाज पे रहेगी
let's see man, that could be the over they're waiting for as well.
ये नवाज को नहीं मिलना चाहिए था फिर दो रऊफ के हैं ना
हाँ 2 रफ के हैं कहानी का yeah नहीं I think they want to go for the kill as well and probably give it to the point where they have to hit Ms. Nawaz like crazy
हाँ that makes sense
to get a chance there maybe. Sorry, just getting a bit
cranky Jadeja is also getting a bit cranky he's doing something
Yeah.
he's indicating he wants his loves changed I think
yeah for the twice time, second time in the last few overs.
बहुत अच्छी शॉट
But also I think Naseem was expecting he'll go across his stumps again. But
Yeah.
chalo, didn't pay off, that's okay. His last over will be really important. But Haris के आखिरी दो भी especially Yorkers जब निकलेंगे तो वो भी interesting होगा देखना. Oh ball, good up, good.
very nice this is very nice
I really want to see him get a wicket in this last over.
one was beautiful okay what is happening
So it's Pakistan India game, first match of the Asia Cup,
and what are we doing
we are bowling.
we are live streaming
Oh, we are live streaming. Sorry.
और अब दहानी विकेट लेगा मिडिल तो कर ही नहीं सकते दूर से रन निकाल लेंगे
तुम वैसे ना जितने शोले बजाते हो ना जैसे ही थोड़ी सी निकलती है और फिर सबसे पहले होते हो जो कहते हैं कि नहीं पाकिस्तान हारते
ये पाकिस्तान हार जाए
हाँ शायद
मैं वो तो मैं भी गया
अच्छा
लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि जीत जाए
हाँ ऑफ कोर्स
but I have real hunch
ताकि वो रिवर रावी वाला सिचुएशन भी थोड़ा बेहतर हो
वो हमें अपने इंडियन दोस्तों से बहुत देखो जडेजा वहाँ भी नहीं बैठा वो हमें एक बात करनी चाहिए थी वैसे अपने इंडियन दोस्तों से कि ये रावी दयाल आप क्या कहते हैं
बिल्कुल वन गुड फील्डिंग खुशी
एक हाथ से फील्डिंग हो रही है कॉन्फिडेंस चेक करो बॉयज का डर नहीं है डरपोक वन वन तो खिला देते हैं ये खेल दिनेश कार्तिक का तो पता नहीं अच्छा खेला है
नहीं कार्तिक इज अ गुड फिनिशर आई थिंक दे माइट सेंड हिम नेक्स्ट अगर एक
खतरनाक बॉलिंग हो रही है भाई अफसोस की बात है कि दहानी को भी तो विकेट
last ball and let's see
141
yeah they're really setting up for the Nawaz over I think
कितना मारे 30 मारे और अगर नवाज ने जिस बार दो विकेट लिए
I know but that is again it's not going to be easy for Nawaz because it's the end of the innings
बाबर करा देगा कोई
बाबर अच्छी कराता है ऑफ स्पिन
4 overs is too less for a bowler.
I always thought कि इस तरह से होना चाहिए to kind of
Oh, that's a good book.
That looked like an edge.
That's very rare for this one. I don't think that is. Oh no! Every run counts, so two wides does not help. He is limping though.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, that must also have hurt his fingers. To see the
सीधा उंगलियों पे लगा है.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, this is not.
He's also
struggling.
stretching. Yeah.
I don't think he's going to play the next game.
Yeah.
Hong Kong is out there, which is good. I think given the rest as well.
Yeah.
It's not good to see him. And it didn't look like
तो ये सारे injured हो रहे हैं.
cramp लग रहा था.
नहीं यार.
फिर उसकी डॉक्टर सोमरो के साथ आएगी विंडो played with a hamstring, pulled hamstring.
That's when it's over, say. But
Really? Oh no.
That's fine though. They still need 41 of 24.
That's
But if there is anyone who would want on the crease, that is Jadeja and Pandya.
Yeah, I have to say.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, going down wicket का भी नहीं पता कि एक आध गिर जाए तो
कुछ भी हो सकता है. It's anyone's game right now.
That's such a continuous statement.
Anyone's game right now.
So we have Ralph coming now. Ralph is going to bowl his last two. We'll have probably have Tahani from the other end, and then Naseem taking the last. Oh no. They're taking the Nawaz to the end.
Let's not.
This is
अच्छा राउफ उसके बाद नवाज को भी कितनी दी?
हाँ.
यार ये तो अच्छा इन्हीं के और विकेट चाहते हैं. एक और विकेट चाहते हैं.
Which is I think good. I think this is an approach we haven't taken in the past. It's just been कि अच्छा एक over
निकाल दो.
Which has never worked. I think this is good to lose. I think the approach has.
Wow. They're talking about how to. There's something bothering him. Is it his foot? Yes. Cramping.
Oh.
He's cranky. The cramps for what though? Fielding, I'm assuming. Yeah, I think the ball is very fast, but it's still a 2020 game. You shouldn't be.
Baz is going to like.
You shouldn't be cramping. Baz का बंदा है वो पता नहीं पूरा पूरा दिन खेल रहे थे. Fast bowling करा करा. Test matches के. I hope he doesn't die in between the overs. Oh yeah, you can tell he's not. Everyone's cramping. I mean, Rizwan is cramping, so he's missing the easy ones, and then Rauf is cramping, and you will see those wide.
I wonder if the ball's getting.
It's a real
wide. Well, sure, cut for that. So look,
looks like a war right now. Like a war. So just injuries हुई जा रही हैं. I don't know.
But pressure on Pakistan, I would say. काफी देर से विकेट नहीं गिरी. थोड़ा सा pressure होगा. थोड़ा नहीं होगा.
Oh,
beautiful.
Beautiful. That's very good. I think that's very good.
143.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, he's cramped, but like he's.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know how much Pandya has scored in the recent past. ये थोड़ा देखने वाला होगा काम. Oh, ball.
That's sheer taste.
That is good bounce and good pace.
What is that?
Yeah, he's hitting
He's
the
hitting
deck.
the deck. Oh,
And he's hitting the dash.
बच्चों को ताऊ देना लगता
Now,
है.
हमारी टीम में भी एक ऐसे प्लेयर होते थे.
कौन?
Sean Tate will be at
Tate. क्या ये Sean Tate, the wild thing or something of the sort?
the ball. So, fielding's been good besides, I guess, that drop catch in the beginning.
Yes. 37 of 20 Indian.
It would have been so nice to have our Indian friends here. बहुत मजा आया था उनसे बात करके तो yeah, this would have been nice to just to get their opinion on how they think India is like strategizing the chase. अभी तक तो काफी I think interesting रहा है. They really want to take the game to the end.
The crowd is really. Yorker एक भी नहीं आया.
And I think on this pitch generally, Yorkers नजर ही नहीं आया. I think the bounce is so good. Everybody wants to go on that. There you go.
That's
And
a
that's
wide.
why. 146 though. I mean, if you're getting a Yorker at that speed, you might as well struggle.
I think the same thing will happen with India.
All my bowlers are.
एक एक हर एक को मतलब उसको दानी भी सही है
and down.
क्या बात है. Maybe on the offside, hold on the off.
नहीं नहीं, फील्डर अंदर है वहां से.
Oh, that's brilliant.
He's going off now. Yeah, but yeah, heroic effort. I think again, इस तरह की fight जब हो ना, तो you don't feel sad losing the game even. I think to everyone actually out there, I think they put up a great fight today.
Except of course, KL Rahul.
Yeah. वो अंपायर तब क्या है?
अंपायर से एक वक्त नहीं है, जल्दी करो।
19 of 10
तो मैं
मारो एक दूसरे को, ये क्या?
क्या है यार, क्या
Collision
प्यार
पे।
मोहब्बत कर रहे हो, टकरे मारो।
ये प्यार मोहब्बत
यार नहीं यार, मियां बाप की तरह यार।
गो लाइक वो तो अंपायर को भी सुना देता था, उसकी बड़ी
यार
एक
आंखों
मजे
में
की है
आंसू
ना
आने
वो।
शुरू हो गए लोगों के, शुरू हो गया काम,
हाँ
अभी शुरू हो रहा है
यार,
इस
नहीं, डेफिनेटली प्राउड ऑफ द परफॉर्मेंस टुडे।
यार। हाँ,
दे रियली रियली
जान मार के यार,
हाँ,
तगड़े
तगड़े
तगड़े। अभी
तगड़ी
शोएब
परफॉर्मेंस।
अख्तर आएगा, मैं वो देखना चाहता हूँ।
हार गए
Okay, guys, so India Pakistan is already over.
and and I think वो extra fielder outside inside the circle also kind of hurt us. Well, I'm sorry for speaking.
No, no, you can. That's not the problem. It was the changing of the tag.
Uh,
There's no need to react. Right? It's oh,
guys, it's been a great match. Uh,
it's been a super match. It's been a beautiful match. Are we doing a post match? Yeah, we can do that.
Motion. Wow. Uh, that was actually caught, but I was thanking all the friends from India who joined us. Naman, Shijan, Neha, and Nikhil. Thank you so much, guys. If you're watching and if you're not. But thank you. I think बड़ा अच्छा match रहा है. I'm not. It's painful. It's not disappointment as
Yeah,
much.
very well fought.
Very well fought, and I think there's a lot of positives actually to take out. Naseem का जिस तरह से start था, I mean, it got Virat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Batting में, I think Dhani has a lot to be proud of.
Rizwan is a lot to be proud of.
And
Rizwan ने अच्छा
रिजवान ने
खेल लिया
लड़ा
था.
अच्छा लड़ा कीपिंग भी की उसने उसके
Keeping
साथ
भी
फैंस
काम
के
भी पड़
साथ
गया उसको.
तो यार जंग हो रही थी यहाँ तो एंड आई
वाकई.
थिंक on paper yeah India have won but Pakistan
Have won the hearts.
won the hearts and yeah they've really put up a good show. I don't think काफी देर से हमें सारे तकरीबन 1